Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
When Lin Xiu returned to his residence in the DxD world, he had barely opened the door when a crimson flash stormed inside. Lin Xiu, Rias Gremory rushed in, her azure eyes wide with anxiety. Before Lin Xiu could even finish pouring tea, she pressed him down onto the sofa, hands trembling as she leaned over him. Something big has happened. Lin Xiu raised a brow, feigning surprise. Oh, and what kind of big thing makes the great Rias Gremory panic? Her lips trembled. Lin Xiu, haven't you been doing those cosplay events with Serafal-sama lately? That's right, he admitted with a calm nod. That's the problem. Rias bit her lip. 2 magazines, 1 TV program preview. You were seen everywhere with her. If it were just me noticing, it would be fine. But the Council of Demons has already issued a statement. Lin Xiu's gaze sharpened. What kind of statement? Rias's voice cracked. They believe that the current Demon King Leviathan and the reborn old Leviathan, you, are a perfect match. They want you and Serafal to marry. Her body shuddered as she collapsed against him. I thought I only needed to guard against Sona. I never imagined it would be her sister. Her words spilled in a rush. The council believes nothing could ease the rift between the reformist demons and the old demons better than a marriage between you and Serafal. If you two produce an heir, that child would become the natural candidate for the next Leviathan. Lin Xiu stayed quiet, his expression measured. Outwardly, he looked surprised. Inwardly, though, this development was no shock to him. He had already researched the politics of the underworld thoroughly. More than that, he himself had stirred the waters, leaking photos and appearances to nudge public opinion in exactly this direction. Rias, unaware of his schemes, clutched his hand desperately. Lin Xiu, if you get engaged to Serafal, my engagement will be locked forever. I know her. She's not Sona. Once she accepts someone as her partner, nothing will shake her decision. Her voice lowered to a whisper, almost breaking. I don't have a year, Lin Xiu. The Phoenix family is already preparing for my engagement ceremony before I graduate high school. If that happens, I'll never escape. Her eyes, burning with desperation, met his. Then, with a sudden boldness, she grabbed his hand and pressed it against her chest. Lin Xiu, let's make it a done deal. Her face flushed scarlet as she leaned in. You like me, don't you? You don't want me marrying anyone else, right? Lin Xiu smiled faintly, his voice steady. Of course. Rias, you belong to me. No one else. Relief flooded her expression. Then prove it. Take me now. If you make me yours, even the phoenixes can't undo it. Her lips parted, her breath quickened, her body trembling with equal parts fear and resolve. Lin Xiu chuckled. At times like this, Rias, I think it's best if we both take the initiative. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist and pulled her close. She shivered, heartbeat racing, as the warmth of his touch sent her body spiraling into instinct. Just as the moment reached its peak, a silver-gray magic circle bloomed on the floor. Rias froze. Grayfia, the maid of Mal Lucifer, stepped through. Lady Rias. Panic flickered across Rias's eyes. She couldn't, not in front of Grayfia. But Lin Xiu, he had no such hesitation. It's fine, he whispered, pulling her tighter. Leave it to me. Then he sealed her lips with his own. Rias gasped, caught between shock and submission, as the last of her restraint shattered. A sharp chime echoed in Lin Xiu's mind. Ding! Previous life's goal achieved. Claiming Rias before Grayfia, mission, read. Reward, artifact, evolution, true Sekuyuti's gauntlet. The system's cold voice rolled on, describing the evolved gauntlet, the new dragon soul power, the stratification of strength levels in the underworld. But Lin Xiu barely listened. His focus was on the trembling girl in his arms, and the maid staring, lips pursed, eyes twitching. Grayfia exhaled heavily. I was too late. As expected, you're bolder than I imagined, Lin Xiu. Her gaze fell on the crimson stains beneath Rias, and for a moment, sorrow flickered across her composed face. After all, she had watched Rias grow since childhood. Finally, her voice sharpened. Lady Rias, aren't you afraid of the consequences? The Phoenix family won't stand idle after this. Do you and Lin Xiu have the strength to defy them? Rias, still trembling in Lin Xiu's embrace, raised her head slowly. Her cheeks burned red, her voice soft but firm. I know the consequences, and I accept them. That's why I chose Lin Xiu. Even if I must invoke the law of seizing love, I'll fight for this. Grayfia's expression hardened. She explained the brutal rules of the underworld marriage law, how losing virginity before marriage bound bloodlines, how the family of the spurned fiancé could demand combat, how entire lineages could be forced into slavery if they lost. Her words weighed like iron, but Lin Xiu only smirked. Then we'll just win. Grayfia's voice cut through the silence, her silver eyes steady on Rias. Rias, you may not have heard yet. A batch of special breakthrough items has appeared in the underworld. Riser Phoenix has already used them and advanced to the level of ultimate class demon. Her words hung in the air like a blade. Rias's breath caught. Her chest tightened as the weight of the news sank in. Lin Xiu, however, only leaned back on the sofa, expression unreadable. Grayfia continued, brows furrowed with rare worry. The Phoenix bloodline is already overbearing at the high-class stage. At ultimate class, its regeneration becomes absurd. You know what Laval Phoenix can do. Even as a quasi-Mao, he can place in the top 10 of the rating games. That's the strength you're dealing with. Rias's hands trembled. She believed Lin Xiu could win once, twice, even 10 times. But 100? Against an immortal bird that never stayed down? Her heart sank into regret. I was too impulsive. I should have waited until he was stronger. Sensing her despair, Lin Xiu reached out, gathering her crimson hair between his fingers. When she tried to speak, he silenced her with a kiss. Heat flushed her cheeks as she instinctively melted into him. By the time he pulled away, her eyes were glassy with need. Lin Xiu, what do we do? Her voice quivered. As a pure girl who had just given herself away, she clung to him with desperate attachment. Lin Xiu smirked. Rias, relax. He's just an ultimate class demon. Even if he were a Mao, I'd crush him all the same. To prove his words, he let his aura spill into the room. Grayfia's eyes widened. This is high-class demon power. Barely 11 days had passed since Lin Xiu awakened, yet he had climbed from low class to high class in a single bound. The purity of the Leviathan bloodline was terrifying. With a long breath, Rias's fear melted into relief. I knew it. You'd never let me down. Lin Xiu tilted her chin toward him. Didn't I tell you? When I touch someone I truly like, my power grows. You're part of the reason I advanced this far. Rias's eyes brimmed with tears. She buried her face against his chest, holding him as if she never wanted to let go. Then Lin Xiu turned toward Grayfia. His voice was cold and resolute. Inform the Phoenix family. I accept their battle for love challenge. Anytime, anywhere. Grayfia blinked, stunned by the conviction in his tone. Slowly, she nodded. Very well. If you can win, all of the underworld will recognize your marriage to Rias-sama. Rias, overcome with emotion, kissed him fiercely. Unlike before, this was no passive response. It was burning, desperate, full of love. Grayfia's lips twitched. Do they really not see me standing here? As Rias whispered through tears, even if I have to drop out of school, I'll bear your child, Lin Xiu. Grayfia could endure no more. With a sigh, she conjured a teleportation circle beneath her feet. Singles really have no human rights anymore. 3 days later, Underworld. News spread like wildfire. Lin Xiu, the pure-blood Leviathan, had challenged Riser Phoenix, now an ultimate class demon, to a duel for Rias's hand. The venue, Lucifer's territory itself. The stakes, marriage, bloodline, politics, pure-blood Phoenix versus pure-blood Leviathan. Reformist Mao's sister caught in the middle. The old and new factions watching closely. The underworld had never seen a spectacle so ripe with drama. Tickets sold out instantly. Scalpers made a fortune. In the private room of Mao Leviathan, Seraphal tugged her sister in eagerly. "Sona-chan, you made it. Hurry, come sit." Sona adjusted her glasses, her gaze flickering between the arena and her excitable sister. Her feelings were complicated. She knew the truth. Seraphal didn't dislike Lin Xiu at all. In fact, she liked him. Their cosplay antics were no mere political show, which meant Sona and her sister were now rivals in love. Her heart tightened. She had broken her engagement with Lin Xiu to protect him from political danger. And yet, in just over 10 days, he had grown strong enough to challenge the Phoenix family head-on. Her decision felt meaningless. Damn it. As the crowd roared in anticipation of the duel, Sona clenched her fists. Her calm facade didn't waver, but inside, she could only repeat one thought. "Lin Xiu, why are you always like this?" "Sister, don't you often play cosplay with Lin Xiu? In your opinion, is there any hope for Lin Xiu this time?" After sighing, Sang Na still took the initiative to ask. "This is a question," Seraphor thought for a moment and asked back. "Sona-chan, what do you hope will be the outcome of this battle? Do you want him to succeed, or do you want him to fail?" To be honest, Seraphor was unsure whether she could get engaged to Lin Xiu. If the underworld arranged for her to marry Lin Xiu, she would accept it. If the underworld doesn't make any arrangements, she doesn't care. She cares more about her sister Sona's thoughts than her own, because she discovered that Sang Na-chan might care about Lin Xiu more than she thought. In the center of the venue, the host with a trendy hairstyle is warming up the atmosphere. Dear viewers, welcome to Watch This Channel on Time. I'm Triple X from the XX family. This battle will be hosted by me. One side is the legendary Immortal Phoenix. On one side, it's the noble, pure-blooded Leviathan. Today, they have come here to fight for the right to marry the underworld princess, Rias, witnessed by the Demon King and a host of pure-blooded demons. They are engaged in an ancient battle for love. Everyone, is there any script that is more authentic and eye-catching than this? What's more, this is not a script. This is what really happened. In order to present a wonderful battle for everyone, the Phoenix family has specifically requested not to conduct the traditional battle for love between all the relatives. Therefore, this battle for love will be conducted in the form of a rating game. Before the battle officially begins, let me introduce this commentary. Achuka Beelzebub, the demon lord of the underworld. As soon as the host finished speaking, the image of the green-haired devil Aquika appeared on the screen. "Hello, everyone. I'm Aquika, and I'm very happy to be the commentator for this battle. Lord Aquika, would you like to do a pre-war analysis with all of us? In your opinion, which pure-blooded demon lord will win?" The host was warming up the audience as planned. "Me? I believe Lin Xiu could defeat Rizal Kuan." Aquika smiled and gave his personal opinion. "Ouch. Why would Lord Beelzebub make such a hasty judgment? Could you please explain your reasoning, Ajuka-sama?" "Reason?" Aquika lifted the microphone slightly. "The reason is simple. As long as the bloodline is pure enough, a pure-blooded Leviathan can defeat a pure-blooded Phoenix of the same level." At first glance, Achuka is stating facts and making a point. But in reality, Achuka's words were a major political statement. He and Alice wanted to take this opportunity to tell all the demons that the pure-blooded Leviathan they had discovered, supported by the Demon King, was the real pure-blooded Leviathan. As for those old demon lords Leviathan who escaped from the underworld, they are nothing more than fake creatures with impure blood. After listening to Aquika's explanation, the host immediately realized that this was an opportunity to liven up the atmosphere. Big news! From Master Aquika's words, we can learn that Master Lin Xiu Leviathan also possesses the strength of a supreme demon. Perhaps today we will witness the pure blood Phoenix being defeated in a battle of the same level. The official battle will begin in 15 minutes. Now, let's watch a commercial. At this time, Nick's exclusive room was empty. Ravel looked at her brother in confusion. Her brother wasn't referring to Razel Phoenix, who was going to fight Lin Xiu, but rather the eldest son of the Phoenix family, LeVar Phoenix. LeVar Phoenix, a pure-blooded Phoenix at the quasi-demon king level, the next head of the Phoenix family and a top 10 young master in the raiding game. However, now, this Laval intends to temporarily become his brother's queen and join the battle for love between his brother Riser and his rival. Brother Laval, why are you doing this? Rebel asked in confusion. Across from Ravel, Laval looked at his sister helplessly. Of course it's for you, Ravel. Didn't you say that Lin Xiu confessed her love for you? When you talked to us about Lin Xiu, you couldn't hold back your smile. This is the first time I've seen you so happy about your body. But now, the man who told you that he liked you is starting a battle for love for another woman. I'm going to ask him myself to see if he's really playing with your feelings. Laval's voice was calm but firm. Hasn't Master Lin Xiu already made his choice? Why is there any need to ask him? Although she said it was nonchalant, Ravel's eyes felt sore and she looked like she was about to cry. Of course I did. Ravel, is it really necessary to lie to your brother? You only accepted it on the surface, but deep down you're still upset, right? Laval's voice was gentle. Ravel murmured softly. Was her expression that obvious? That's why I want to test him for you. Test? Test what? Ravel was puzzled. Of course, it's to test whether he has the courage to take responsibility for the little princess of the Phoenix family. Brother, what do you mean? Hearing this, Rebel's tears could no longer be held back and slowly flowed down her smooth and delicate little face. 15 minutes passed quickly. In the center of the venue, the host announced enthusiastically, "Now, both players have been teleported to their corresponding positions. The judge is Lady Grayfia Lucifer, the agent of the Demon King Lucifer." In a different space, Grayfia was still wearing that conservative maid dress. As Lin Xiu said, Grayfia is obviously the captain of the Dragonfly in the DxD world. She is always there wherever there is a competition. Now, the raiding game between Master Lin Xiu Leviathan and Master Riser Phoenix will begin. The victor will have the right to marry the next head of the Gremory family, Rias Gremory. The battle will be fought at Jiwang Academy. Lord Ruzel's base camp is the Student Union, and Lord Lin Xiu's base camp is the Old School building. The side whose king is defeated will be considered the loser. On behalf of the 4 Demon Kings, I hereby acknowledge the launch of this love war and respect its outcome. The game begins. In order to cope with this competition, Lin Xiu specially pulled back the maid group from the Apocalypse world. More than 10 days had passed since Lin Xiu last recruited someone, and 5 times as long had passed since Apocalypse. Fusuja Masiko's strength has risen to the peak of the upper demon level, and the strength of other heroines in the world of Apocalypse has also roughly reached the upper demon level. As for the 8 maid members who were transferred over, their strength generally fluctuated between high-level intermediate demons and peak-level third-level demons. Within 1 minute after the start of the game was announced, 5 waves of teams rushed out of the Old School building. Each of these 5 waves of teams was led by Lin Xiu's soldiers, followed by a large number of fantasy beasts created by Takashiro Yuriko. After being promoted to the upper demon level, Takagi Yuriko can create intermediate demon level familiars at an astonishing speed. So, within a minute, 5 groups of mythical beasts rushed out of the Old School building. Lin Xiu sent out 5 soldiers, attacking Rusai from 5 different directions. Apparently, Lin Xiu intends to engage in a head-on power showdown. Let's see how Riser responds. What? Riser even sent followers in 6 directions. It's impossible for either side to know the other's tactics before reconnaissance begins. In other words, both players unanimously chose the aggressive tactic. They met. The 5 soldiers sent by Lin Xiu and the 6 soldiers sent by Rusayer have met. Unstoppable. From the moment the battle began, Lin Xiu's followers coordinated with the group of monsters, perfectly suppressing Rusayer's followers. When the 2 reconnaissance teams met, a battle quickly broke out. Lin Xiu's personal guards, armed with magic swords of different attributes, easily broke through the magical attacks and defenses of the Ruzal soldiers. Unlike the host who was just trying to liven up the atmosphere, Akame saw through the trick right away. Demon breaking, Lin Xiu actually equipped all of his followers with magic swords with demon-breaking properties. No, it seems like it's not just a weapon. In the scene, several magical beasts with a metallic sheen bit through the magic barrier. They bit into pieces the various weapons of Riser's followers. During this period, there were no obstacles. Apparently, these magical beasts following Lin Xiu's followers also possess the ability to destroy magic. Lord Razor, 6 soldiers, exit. Half a minute later, Tongelia's voice rang out. After the result of the battle came out, the host was stunned for several seconds. It was the first time he encountered such a one-sided battle. 6 in total. Lin Xiu's 5 soldiers defeated Rusai's 6, even though one of the soldiers faced off against 2 of Riser's followers. However, she still completed the mission brilliantly. The most impressive part of this battle was undoubtedly Lin Xiu's group of monsters. Lord Akame, would you mind introducing some information about these monsters to the audience? The host looked at Akame. These monsters. Akame supported his chin with both hands, and a large amount of data flashed through his mind. These monsters were probably created by Lin Xiu's followers. Created? Could it be that contestant Lin Xiu possesses the legendary God-destroying tool, created by World of Warcraft? The host was quite well-educated and knew about the existence of the second young master's God-destroying tool. No, it wasn't created by Warcraft. Akame shook his head. Monster creation isn't that weak. As a divine destroyer, monster creation can create monsters far more powerful than itself. Furthermore, it can customize the various attributes of monsters. The magical beasts that Lin Xiu can create should not be stronger than the user himself. I see that. However, even if they are only mid-level demon-level monsters, stacking them together can be enough to provide a powerful threat to high-level demons. The host nodded. Yes, the threat does exist, and it's quite significant. If I'm not mistaken, the materials used by Lin Xiu to create the Warcraft should be magic swords of various attributes. Using magic swords of different attributes, Lin Xiu can cause restrained damage to enemies of different attributes. The ability to create magic swords of various attributes plus the ability to transform non-living things into living things. Lin Xiu combined these two abilities to create life with various attributes, a miracle that only a divine destroyer could accomplish. Akame gave a very high evaluation of this combination of artifacts. As Achuka said, Lin Xiu's main camp is in the old school building. Kibayumi is constantly creating magic swords of various attributes. Lin Xiu took over the magic swords created by Kibayumi and gave them the demon-breaking attribute. After being enchanted, Takashura Yuriko will transform these magic swords with the power to break the magic into fantasy beasts. As early as knowing that Takagi Yuriko's ability was to give life to inorganic matter, Lin Xiu wanted her to cooperate with Kibayumi. Taking this opportunity, Lin Xiu temporarily exchanged Kibayumi from Rias. Because after knowing that Ruzal's strength has reached the highest level of demon, Lin Xiu intends to fully demonstrate his own strength in this raiding game. It is not only about personal strength, but also about showing the strength of your team. Some old demons would support him because of his pure demon bloodline, but some old demons would not release the eagle until they saw the rabbit. This time, Lin Xiu was going to win over the faction that would not release the eagle until it saw the rabbit. My demon lord-level strength should be enough to make those old demons who are not die-hard followers of the old demon lord turn to me. The strength of those old demon kings who defected to the underworld was only around the demon king level. If they truly possessed strength beyond the demon king level, they wouldn't have defected. Lin Xiu, we've detected the presence of a superior phoenix here. Should we send out a phantom beast that can restrain a pure-blooded phoenix? Takagi Saya reported. No thanks. I'll go there myself. If it comes to the aura of a higher-level phoenix, then it can only be Revel. As for Ravel, let him handle it himself. Speaking of which, Ravel's progress is quite fast. In just over 10 days, she's already reached level 22, a high-level demon. On the rooftop of the old school building, Lin Xiu spread his demon wings and used the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet to accelerate himself, and soon arrived at where LaBelle was. In front of the laboratory building, the girl with golden twin tails is being besieged by Lin Xiu's followers. A black-haired girl who looked very similar to Kiryukim was leading a group of water and death attribute familiars to attack Ravel continuously. The moment he saw Rebel, Lin Xiu knew why her strength improved so quickly. Fight! Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, collecting the fragments of the world core. Task level, white color. Task description. In order to weaken the world consciousness of the DxD world, invaders from outside the world spread a large number of world core fragments into the DxD world. After absorbing the world core fragment, the life form can unlock its own life form, but it will also become an existence separated from the DxD world. If this continues, and a large number of powerful beings use the world core fragments from other worlds, the world consciousness of the DxD world will be greatly damaged. When facing invaders, it will not even be able to produce its own sons of the world to fight against them. Mission requirements. Defeat all fragment holders that encounter the host and extract the world core fragment from their bodies. Note, as long as the fragment holder loses the ability to resist, the host can use the power of the system to complete the extraction. Ding! This mission is a special mission. It will not draw new system rewards, but will strengthen the system rewards the host has already received based on the strength of the defeated target. Off-world invaders? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows. The invader who launched the invasion of the DxD world could only be the evil god of the EXE world. In other words, the evil god of the EXE world is invading the DxD world by eroding the strong people of the DxD world. Also, according to the system, the qualification of Son of the World he obtained in the world of Apocalypse is probably inexplicably related to the core of the world. Can it be said that the reason why those who obtain the world core can become stronger is because the world judges them to be protagonists, like Miyamoto, Rei, and others? Fight! The host can think of it this way. Although not as good as the real protagonist, those who obtain the world core fragment can also obtain the effect bonus similar to the pseudo-protagonist. Is that really the case? After reaching this conclusion, Lin Xiu felt even more depressed, because he knew very well the nature of the strong in the DxD world. Even if he told them the truth, there would definitely be many people who would use it without hesitation. When the time comes, I will have no choice but to punish them. While Lin Xiu was lost in thought, Libel also noticed his arrival. Rebel pursed her red lips, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally asked, Master Lin Xiu, why did you start a war for Lady Rias's affections? Ravel didn't understand. Wasn't it just a dozen days? How could the relationship between Lin Xiu and Rias develop so deeply? Or had he and Rias already been secretly in love long before Lin Xiu awakened his pure-blooded demon bloodline? Impossible? Based on what Ravel knew about Rias and her nobility and pride, it was impossible for her to fall in love with Lin Xiu, who was still an ordinary person. So, Ravel was confused. What was going on? Why? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. First of all, of course, it's because of the Phoenix family. If the Phoenix family hadn't planned to complete the engagement early, I wouldn't have started a battle for my love so early. Of course, there are also some personal reasons. I really like Rias, and Rias likes me too. It's human nature not to want the person you love to marry another man. This alone is enough for me to launch a war against the Phoenix family for my love. Seeing that Lin Xiu did not hide her love for Rias at all, tears welled up in Rebel's blue eyes. Then, Master Lin Xiu, everything you said to me was a lie. Even though her twin tails were pulled, Ravel not only did not hate Lin Xiu, but instead she felt an unprecedented excitement. Originally, she was thinking about enrolling in Ku Academy to improve her relationship, but she didn't expect that before she could really make a move, Rias had already taken the initiative. Looking at the aggrieved Rebel, Lin Xiu was silent for several seconds. He didn't feel guilty, he was just surprised. He and Ravel didn't have much close contact, did he? Was Ravel really that aggrieved? As expected, Ravel's attribute is M. She's only impressed by men who treat her roughly. Seeing Lin Xiu's silence, Libel thought he admitted that he had feelings for her, so the blonde girl continued. Master Lin Xiu, unless you give me a reason that I cannot refuse, I will not give up. Boom! As she spoke, Ravel unleashed an explosive flame, instantly repelling the surrounding monsters. Magical beasts with a demon breaker attribute can indeed break magical attacks, but they cannot resist the pure physical force generated by the explosion. Is there no reason to refuse? I already took Rias's virginity, so I can't bear to see her get engaged to someone else. Is this reason enough? Lin Xiu replied calmly. Rias-sama's first time. Such explosive remarks made Ravel freeze in place for a moment. Not only Rebel, the entire venue went crazy because of Lin Xiu's speech. Oh, what did Lin Xiu say? In excitement, the holder stood directly on the chair. Based on what Lin Xiu said, if he loses, he will definitely become a servant of the Phoenix family for 1,000 years. However, the fact that Lin Xiu was so forthcoming about this also shows that she is confident in her chances of winning. In the Demon Lord Leviathan's private room, Sona looked angrily in the direction of Rias. She knew it was like this. The two of them must have already established a substantial relationship. Otherwise, given Lin Xiujuan's usual style, how could he make such a risk-free choice? However, Sona only believed that Rias and Lin Xiu had a relationship and did not believe what Lin Xiu said that he got Rias's virginity. The situation must be the other way around. It must have been Rias who seduced Lin Xiu. Otherwise, according to Lin Xiujuan's personal preferences, he should prefer playing with his elder sister. Speaking of elder sister, he couldn't help but glance at Han Lafulu several times. Seeing that she didn't care too much about Lin Xiu's explosive remarks, Song Na breathed a sigh of relief. Serafla didn't care about this matter, which meant that she had no intention of being with Lin Xiu at all. Lin Xiu's words had an explosive effect in the venue. However, outside the venue, on the battlefield, there was someone who was really about to explode. After getting Lin Xiu's coordinates, Rizzle rushed to the scene immediately. Then, he heard Lin Xiu say that he had taken Rias's virginity. Damn it, damn it, damn it! He originally thought that Rias wanted to use Lin Xiu's power to get out of the engagement. Who would have thought that Rias had an affair with Deshang before marriage? He was immediately cuckolded. Lin Xiu Leviathan, how dare you? You've brought shame to the Phoenix family. I'll make you pay. Boom! The Phoenix fire of the highest demon level erupted, dyeing most of the sky red. Wait, Brother Rizzle, I haven't finished asking my questions yet. Libel still had something to ask Lin Xiu. However, at this moment, Rue 950 Sire could no longer listen to what his sister said. Rebel, step back. Your business is secondary. This time, it's my home turf. Boom! After spitting out a vortex of flames to trap Ravel, the flaming wings behind Riser exploded, rushing towards Lin Xiu at an astonishing speed. Phoenix style, Phoenix strike. Facing the aggressive Riser, Lin Xiu raised his left hand slightly, and the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand instantly appeared. Boost, 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 boost. Save over. Using the rapid multiplication technique, Lin Xiu's strength was instantly raised to the peak of the highest level demon. True water, breathing land, formed twisting vortex. What? Before he could react, Ruiser ran head-on into Lin Xiu, who was enveloped by the water. Squeaky, squeaky, squeaky. If it were ordinary water, it would have been completely evaporated by Phoenix's destruction long ago. But Lin Xiu's water is the purest Leviathan water. With the purity of Lin Xiu's bloodline, it is completely enough to suppress the Phoenix fire of the same level. So now instead, it was the flames of Rizar that were being continuously devoured by the water of Lin Xiu. Just like that, Lin Xiu and Rue Sire, one was wrapped in the spherical water flow, and the other was wrapped in the bird-shaped flame. One water, one fire, one red, one blue. They clearly divide the sky into two halves. Of course, due to the suppression of Lin Xiu's blood purity, Ruzel's half of the sky is constantly shrinking. Entering the turbulent blue vortex, Lin Xiu said slowly to Rue Hainer, who was close to him, "Rysel, I want to correct you. Only after you have your engagement ceremony will you be qualified to say that I am bringing shame to the Phoenix family. As for now, I'm just fighting against the ancient rules of the underworld with the person I love." "Pa!" Having said that, Kuan Xiu snapped his fingers. Several humanoid shadows flew out from around Lin Xiu and rushed into Ruzel's Phoenix fire. Leviathan Flow Water Explosion. Water Explosion is an advanced version of Water Explosion, with stronger explosive power and the close combat ability of human form. Knowing the capabilities of the pure blood Leviathan, Riser certainly wouldn't just sit there and wait for the water demon shadow to approach. Quibbling. What ancient rules of the underworld? That's the marriage contract the underworld made for Rias and me. Ruzel snorted coldly, and a surging golden flame enveloped his body. Phoenix-style flame vortex. Ruzel was very tough-talking, but unfortunately, that was all he had left now. Even if he became the highest-level demon, he would definitely not be a match for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's water demon shadow entered Ruzel's Phoenix true flame. Only slightly eroded by the flames, these shadows quickly arrived in front of Ruzel. Bang, 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 bang. After several consecutive explosions, the red-gold flames in the sky dimmed instantly. It appeared. The host excitedly stepped on the table with one foot again. As the demon Lord Achuka said, "Pure Leviathan water can suppress the Phoenix fire." Lin Xiu, she's truly shown us what a true Leviathan heir is. From this simple and crude speech, it can be seen that this host is actually a stooge of the reformist devil. After all, everyone knew that, except for Lin Xiu, no other pure-blooded Leviathan could suppress a Phoenix of the same level. Ahem. Achuka coughed, drawing attention to him. The purity of Lin Xiu's bloodline is indeed noteworthy, but the most noteworthy thing is Lin Xiu's magical weapon. Lin Xiu's situation is rather unique. His pure demon bloodline wasn't innate, but rather a result of a mutation. Therefore, he possesses many artifacts that only reincarnated demons and half-blood demons possess. Judging solely from the fact that Lin Xiu possessed a divine weapon, he was undoubtedly a half-blood demon. However, from Achuka's words, it can be seen that the current Demon King considered Lin Xiu, whose bloodline had been purified after mutation, to be a pure-blood demon. Artifact. Indeed, after using that red gauntlet, Lin Xiu's strength instantly increased from the previous upper demon level to the pinnacle of the highest demon level. Master Achuka, do you have anything to tell us about contestant Lin Xiu's magic weapon? The host asked again. Speaking of Lin Xiujuan's divine weapon, I actually know some information. Akyuka paused. After being recognized by the four demon kings, Lin Xiujuan's artifact is called Red Dragon Emperor's Cage Hand. The Cage Hand contains a powerful dragon soul of the heavenly dragon level, which can increase the host's strength to an incredible level in a short period of time. The Sekiryu Gauntlet? Could it be? The host gasped. Yes, it's the Sekiryu Gauntlet, one of the 13 divine annihilators. Achuka gave the most official acknowledgement. In a strange space within the ancient eastern country, looking at the red caged hand, a silver-haired young man leaned back and laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha 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 ha! The Red Dragon Emperor. It's actually the Red Dragon Emperor. With his status as the Red Dragon Emperor and his mutated pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline, this Lin Xiu is qualified to be my nemesis. Wally was very happy. He had been waiting for his nemesis for a long time. He considered himself the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history and destined to defeat this generation of Red Dragon Emperor. If his opponent was too weak, wouldn't his achievements be meaningless? Valley, please respect yourself. I think this Sekiryu is not in a good state. Drake seems to have become even stronger than him. The White Dragon Emperor warned Valley. The White Dragon Emperor's feeling was correct. After being strengthened by the system once, the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was indeed stronger than before and had reached the level of surpassing Tianlong. Fee, becoming stronger? Isn't that better? The strengthened enemy is the best catalyst for me. If he can do it, why can't I? If I face him, I might be able to unleash the White Dragon Emperor's power to a new level. Okay, Valley, if it were you, you might be able to unleash my power to a whole new level. The White Dragon Emperor truly had confidence in Valley. It had been a long time since he had encountered a host whose true strength surpassed that of the highest level demon. With Vala's bloodline and level of hard work, he will at least become a peak demon king in the future. This strength is enough to fully unleash his Tianlong level power. By the way, Heish, I also want to thank you for pulling me over to watch the live broadcast. I originally thought it was just a boring fight over a woman, but I didn't expect to get news about the Red Dragon Emperor. It's really a pleasant surprise. Valley turned to look at the black-haired girl wearing a black kimono. The black-haired girl has black cat ears on her head and 2 black cat tails behind her waist. She looks mature and charming yet cute and playful. Hearing Vala's thanks, the black-haired girl named Heish waved her hand with a playful look on her face. You're welcome, Meow. Anyway, I've already achieved what I wanted to achieve, Meow. Since the Red Dragon Emperor is right beside Bayin, I think, Valley, you'd be happy to go with me to pick up Bayin, right? Heish knew Vala too well. Going with her would mean facing the Seker UDEI, and a pure battle fanatic like Valley would definitely not miss this opportunity. No problem. When do we leave? Wally stood up and prepared to pack his luggage. Coincidentally, Azazel was also looking for him, so he could do several things at once. Don't be too anxious, Meow. Kuroka rolled his eyes at Valley. Sure enough, she shouldn't have expected anything from Wally. By the way, Valley, let me ask you one last time. If you're not interested, I'll go find a Red Dragon Emperor to have a baby, Meow. Heish asked with a pout. Not interested. It's up to you whoever you want to have children with. All I want now is to finish my work quickly and go find Lin Xiu. So, a man whose mind is only focused on fighting is really... Heish sighed. Once we get that item called the Core of Evolution, we'll set off. Not long after Heish finished speaking, a monkey monster walked in from the door. Yo, Wally, the 2 parties to the transaction have arrived. It's time for us to intercept them. This treasure is worth 5 drops of Phoenix tears. 1 more can buy the old man's golden cudgel. I want to see what's so special about it. I heard it's a breakthrough item that can help people break through their realm. Wally snorted coldly. Only the weak would choose to use this kind of breakthrough item to become stronger. I would never use such a thing anyway. After the research is completed, whoever wants to use it can use it. Go, get to work. As he spoke, Vala spread his 8 demon wings and flew towards the nearest teleportation point at an astonishing speed. The other side, the scene of Lin Xiu's battle. After the magic shadows of the water demon exploded one after another, Riser's breath suddenly weakened. Hole. Boom! The blazing flames broke through the mist, and Riel escaped. Although his figure was staggering and in a mess, he had not lost his fighting ability. The Phoenix clan has a strong ability to recover. There is no way they would be defeated by this level of damage. Unfortunately, Rizel's defeat was inevitable. Under the cover of fog, Dashio has arrived in front of him. Pa! With a loud thud, Lin Xiu suddenly grabbed Rizel's shoulders and continued to pour the purest Leviathan magic into Rizel's body. With Rizel's body as the center, water vapor continuously overflowed. Woo! Riser let out a roar of pain he had never heard before. To the pure-blooded Phoenix, fire is life. Life is fire. As long as the Phoenix fire is not extinguished, they will continue to be resurrected. But on the other hand, as long as the Phoenix fire is extinguished, even if they're not dead yet, half of their lives will be directly removed. Don't come near me. Rizel grabbed Lin Xiu's arm, leaving a deep nail mark on it. After his strength was greatly weakened, this was all he could do. Although it was just a last-ditch effort, I admit, Riser, you didn't bring shame to the Phoenix family. Lin Xiu's goal was only to defeat Riser, and he had no intention of making enemies with the Phoenix family, so he didn't go out of his way to humiliate him during the battle with Riser. From the perspective of maintaining the honor of pure-blooded demons and the reputation of his family, Riser has done a good job. Therefore, Lin Xiu was also willing to give him the final respect. He let Riser pinch his arm and did not move his hand, which represented his fighting spirit. While keeping his hand held by Ruzel, Lin Xiu took out a silver metal object with his other hand. That is a holy cross. The water of Leviathan can cause physical damage, but this alone is not enough to defeat the pure-blooded Phoenix, whose strength has reached the highest level of demon. To defeat the Phoenix after its bloodline refinement, it is necessary to inflict excessive physical damage while also inflicting equal levels of mental damage. What Lin Xiu is doing now is to make up for this mental damage. Boost, 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 boost. Under the amplification of the Red Dragon Emperor, the silver holy cross bloomed with a terrifying sacred light. By Wrestle Phoenix. Bang! With a loud thud, Lin Xiu's fist hit the center of Rizel's body. Almost instantly, Riser lost consciousness due to excessive mental damage. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the core of the world. Quest level, purple dot. Collection object, Wrestle Phoenix. Bite! Congratulations to the host for receiving a corresponding level enhancement. Bite! The true devil chess piece, blue, has been upgraded to the unconventional chess piece, purple. Exceptional chess piece. The product of the evolution of the true demon chess piece, it has the power to break the original race limit and become stronger. While breaking the racial limits, it can also enhance the original ability and talent of the chess piece user. The stronger the luck of the user, the more they appear in the plot, and the greater their talent improvement. Note, as the king, the host can use the abilities of the followers and have complete control over them. As long as the user is in an irresistible state, the chess piece can be forcibly implanted. In addition to its powerful effect, it is also extremely concealed. The host can adjust the appearance and data of his own chess pieces to make their data identical to those of the demon chess pieces. As long as he does not summon too many chess pieces at once, he will never be exposed. All of the host's chess pieces will automatically transform into exceptional chess pieces upon coming into contact with the exceptional chess piece board. After helplessly letting go of Lin Xiu's arm, Ruzel fell straight from the sky. During the fall, Riser's breath gradually weakened, and soon his strength returned to the peak of the upper demon. Brother Riser. Ravel quickly spread her phoenix wings, trying to catch Riser. However, before she could catch Ruzel, a red-gold flame came from a distance at an astonishing speed. Although the flame was much farther away from Wrestle than from Ravel, it caught the falling Wrestle before Ravel. After a few seconds, the flames dissipated and a blond young man in a burgundy suit appeared at the scene. The blond young man was 70% similar to Riser, but his temperament was much more mature and his aura was much stronger than Riser's. The person who came was Lavar Phoenix, the brother of Riser and Rebel. What? It's Lavar Phoenix. The host didn't expect there would be so many hot spots today. Lavar Phoenix, a top 10 expert in the ratings game. Unexpectedly, he's become a follower of his younger brother, Riser, and is participating in this battle for the throne. Is the Phoenix family's so-called ratings game just a cover? Are they trying to win a love battle where they have to defeat all of their peers from the other family? The host almost said that this behavior was shameless. He could guess what the Phoenix family was thinking. If Riser could win, Qin Val would definitely not intervene. On the other hand, if Ruzel can't beat Lin Xiu, then Laval will take the lead. This kind of behavior of wanting to save face and get what you pay for is indeed shameless. It's a pity. Laval really doesn't think so. At this time, in the battle space of the rating game, Brother Laval, seeing Laval coming, Rebel first breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second she became anxious about another thing. Brother Laval is not planning to fight Master Lin Xiu, right? After seeing through Ravel's worries, Laval smiled helplessly. Don't worry, Ravel. I won't do anything harsh to the person you like. Can you take care of Roussel first? I have something to say to Lin Xiu. After saying this, Laval waved his hand and threw his unconscious brother towards Ravel. After a flurry of activity, Ravel quickly spread her flaming wings and caught Wrestle. After handing Roussel over, Yvel slowly walked towards Lin Xiu. As they walked, Laval said slowly, Lin Xiu, you are excellent, beyond the Phoenix family's imagination. The underworld and the demon clan have always been very tolerant of outstanding people. So, I would like to ask Lin Xiu a question on behalf of the Phoenix family. Please answer it seriously. Mr. Lin Xiu, was what you said to Rebel Phoenix during the blood test true? Do you really like my sister? Lin Xiu didn't expect Laval to ask this. The next second, the system prompt sounded in Lin Xiu's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot quest, Laval's test. Quest level, purple dot. Task description. Out of a sense of responsibility for his sister, Laval temporarily becomes the queen of his younger brother, Riser. He planned to personally ask the host whether what the host said to his sister Libel was true. If it is not true, he will personally seek justice for his sister Rebel. However, if it is true, he is also happy to witness the future of young people. Quest requirements. Defeat LeVar Phoenix and gain his recognition. Good boy. Am I being beaten by my uncle? Can this be considered an uncle? If it were an ordinary person, he would have been sweating profusely because of this Shura scene. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be wondering if Rias would be angry because of his answer. But Lin Xiu has never been an ordinary person. Lin Xiu, have you thought of the answer? Do you like it or not? Laval asked cautiously. Of course I like it. Lin Xiu replied without hesitation. Okay, as long as you like it. Seeing Lin Xiu's quick response, Laval smiled. Since you like Rebel, I am here to betroth Rebel to you on behalf of the Phoenix family. From now on, Ravel is your second wife, ranking below the Gremory princess. Rebel, you should be willing to marry Lin Xiu, right? Exclamation point. Ravel hadn't expected the situation to take such a dramatic turn. The situation changed so quickly that she couldn't react. 10 or so seconds later, Ravel, with an alluring blush on her face, made a sound as faint as a mosquito's. Well, I do. After receiving his sister's reply, Laval smiled with satisfaction and turned to look at Lin Xiu. Okay, in that case, Lin Xiu, let's fight a battle that will show you all your strength. In the underworld, as long as you have the strength, you can get everything you want, even your wife. For my sister's happiness, I won't say anything like you can only marry Ravel if you defeat me. But the necessary ceremony still needs to be carried out. Since you plan to marry 2 wives, you must demonstrate sufficient strength. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the Phoenix family will betroth Ravel to you. However, I can't let you lose your fighting spirit too much. If you win, I can assign all the Phoenix family members who are in custody with Ravel to you. The followers that Laval mentioned, who were staying with Rebel, were actually the group of beautiful girl followers in the original story of Wrestle. The situation of the Phoenix family is rather special. These dependents were collected and traded by the Phoenix family for their descendants before marriage. Before Roussel officially got married, those beautiful girls could only be considered his quasi-dependents, not his real dependences. It was for this reason that the Phoenix family could decide to give them away as gifts. Okay, it's a deal. After realizing that he had another big gift package to open, Lin Xiu replied immediately. Haha, Lin Xiu actually has such a strong interest in women. As your future brother-in-law, I still want to remind you that although women are good, you should not forget your personal cultivation. Strength is the foundation of everything. Let me be clear, if you, Lin Xiu, lose, I want you to confess your love and propose to Ravel in front of everyone in the underworld. That should be no problem, right? Laval's condition is very pertinent. No problem. Lin Xiu found that talking to adults was much more comfortable than talking to minors. Laval is much more mature in dealing with people than Roussel. With this move, Laval not only saved the Phoenix family's lost face due to the broken engagement, but also made his sister's relationship complete. It could even showcase the strength of the Phoenix family and their new son-in-law. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After realizing that Laval was giving him a chance to make a name for himself in the underworld, Lin Xiu no longer hid his strength. Boost! The Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet reappeared, emitting a crimson dragon aura. The emerald gemstone's radiance dyed the surrounding sky emerald green. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Security Eyes Armor. Boosted gear. Scale mail. Everyone was attracted by this rare hand-free mode. Although in the later plot, the ban is nothing. But in the early stages, forbidden hands are an absolute taboo. If used in normal mode only, the Security Eyes Gauntlet can only increase the host strength to that of a quasi-demon king. However, after activating the forbidden hand, the Red Dragon Emperor can increase the host strength to the Super Demon King level, which is equal to the 4 Great Demon Kings. Demon King level. After being measured by the machines in the venue, contestant Lin Xiu's strength has now reached the Demon King level. The host jumped directly onto the table. To be precise, it's a mid-level Demon King. Aquika corrected with a smile. It can be seen that he is very satisfied with the strength displayed by Lin Xiu. The intermediate Demon King. The god-destroying tool actually possesses such terrifying power. Lin Xiu, is this why you dare to challenge the Phoenix family? Here, on behalf of the Phoenix family, I hereby acknowledge your title as the most legitimate heir of Leviathan. In the future, you will surely restore the glory of Leviathan. This was the first time Laval made a clear political statement. To the public, this may just be a little encouragement from the Phoenix family to their son-in-law. But for the major pure-blooded demon families in the underworld, the Nyx family's statement is of great significance. Because the Phoenix family is the richest family in the underworld. While other families were still pooling their money to buy the Evolution Core, the Phoenix family had already spent a fortune to purchase 3 Evolution Cores. The Phoenix family is so wealthy that they can leverage extremely huge political power. In the past, the Phoenix family belonged to the Old Devil. Now, after the Reformist Demon Lord came to power, the Phoenix family has actively cooperated with the Reformist Demon Lord and even sent their own son to join the Gremory family. The Phoenix family statement largely represents the attitude of the old demons of the realist faction in the underworld. Phoenix style, Wings of Flame. Flame shot up from level 1.2, and wings of flames hundreds of meters long enveloped the entire sky around it. Although this flame is also very powerful, it is obvious that Pival's strength is not at the level of a great demon king. Unlike his younger siblings, Laval did not use the so-called Evolution Core. The truly powerful have always been very averse to breakthrough items like the Core of Evolution. Before thoroughly investigating all the information about the Core of Evolution, any powerful person who has expectations for his future will not use such a suspicious item. All right, come on, Lin Xiu, let me see your true strength. Let me see what you can do. Laval had no intention of engaging in a close-range bayonet fight with Lin Xiu. On the one hand, given the purity of Lin Xiu's Leviathan water, it was too dangerous to get close to him. On the other hand, his goal was not to defeat Lin Xiu, but to show Lin Xiu more strength in front of the underworld. So Laval directly waved the huge phoenix wings. Fan towards Lin Xiu. Really? Then please be careful, brother-in-law. Lin Xiu called him brother-in-law very naturally. Then, the next second, Lin Xiu raised his right hand slightly and snapped his fingers. Instant explosion magic. Activate. Explosion. Bang! A burst of magic immediately obliterated the half of the sky where Laval was. A dozen seconds later, Laval was reborn in the flames of the phoenix, looking at Lin Xiu with lingering fear. Although the previous attack did not kill him instantly, it was almost there. If he was just an ordinary quasi-demon king-level expert, he would have been defeated by that blow long ago. He originally thought that Lin Xiu had been very ruthless when he beat Rue's sire, but he didn't expect that he would actually stop. So, it seems that Lin Xiu didn't use his mid-level demon king strength to crush Ruzel from the beginning, which means he was giving face to the Phoenix family. Mr. Lin Xiu, I thought you would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to press on and win. Laval spread his phoenix wings again. Didn't we agree to demonstrate our strength? If we just pour the water of Leviathan directly, this battle would be too boring. As he spoke, Lin Xiu lightly raised the golden, holy sword in his hand, and a sacred aura filled the air. This is a holy sword. Laval certainly recognized the holy sword. He was surprised by how Lin Xiu could hold the holy sword with such indifference, and it seemed like the sword was responding to him. Yes, this is the holy sword. Lin Xiu raised his left hand slightly and removed the hand-binding armor on his left hand. Then, Lin Xiu suddenly exerted force with his right hand, letting the holy sword pass through his left palm. Sizzle. Under the sharp edge of the holy sword, Lin Xiu's skin was broken and blood gushed out quickly. However, in just 5 seconds, Lin Xiu completed the entire process of stopping bleeding and recovering. Laval's eyes widened. He was not surprised by Lin Xiu's recovery ability, which was no less than that of Phoenix. He was surprised. How come Lin Xiu didn't suffer any damage, even though he was clearly scratched by the holy sword? This is one of the results of my mutation. Lin Xiu calmly replied, 22. Everyone knows that I am a divine weapon user, which means I can't be a born pure-blooded demon. Yes, my pure-blooded Leviathan bloodline is a mutation. Although its purity exceeds that of all pure-blooded Leviathans, is indeed a mutation. That last sentence, surpassing all pure-blooded Leviathans, is redundant. You be *************** D. By the members of the old Demon Lord Leviathan faction who were watching the live broadcast. Under the watchful eyes of the underworld, Lin Xiu continued. The bloodline mutation not only brought me high-purity Leviathan bloodline, but also allowed me to overcome the weaknesses of the demon clan. It's just a thought, but I think the child born to me, Rias, and Revel would inherit this part of my characteristics. At this point, Xiutsai's true intentions are revealed. Of course, he didn't take out the holy sword to beat his brother-in-law up with it. The reason he took out the holy sword was to tell all the demons that his bloodline was the most worthy of being passed down. He is qualified to be the only one in the underworld who breaks the rules. In the exclusive room of the devil Lucifer, in just a dozen seconds, Demon King Alice and Grayfia reached a conclusion. Lin Xiujuan is right. His bloodline should indeed be passed on. If Lin Xiujuan and his descendants could intermarry with other families from generation to generation, after thousands of years, the entire demon clan would have eliminated their weakness of divine power. Demon King Alice rarely showed a hint of excitement. After making the decision, Alice looked at her sister in her wedding dress with a hint of apology. Rias, I'm sorry to have to put you in this situation for now. Rias looked helpless. She had just accepted the fact that Lin Xiu would marry Rebel under Grayfia's guidance. After all, the Phoenix family was willing to let Rebel be a concubine, so she had no reason to refuse. Who knew that the situation would change again? Rias knew very well how attractive the idea of removing the restraint of holy power was to the demon clan. Lin Xiukuan, could this be intentional? Although she felt some dissatisfaction in her heart, she quickly suppressed it, because her core demands were not threatened in any way. Even if some pure-blooded demon families sent a wife to Lin Xiu, it would definitely not affect her status. Of course, being unhappy will still be very unhappy. The bottom line has just been lowered, and now it needs to be lowered again. Anyone would be unhappy. However, Rias was a good girl after all, and it wasn't long before she lowered her bottom line again and started to consider Lin Xiu. Considering that Lin Xiujuan may marry several wives who are ranked below me in rank, I need to help him manage his household affairs. One person's strength is inevitably insufficient, so it is necessary to build a small group. Thinking of this, Rias came up with several candidates. First is Revel, then. Sona? Well, Kana seems to be the only daughter in the family. Let's forget about Kana. On the battlefield, Revel and Rias who were watching the battle, had the same thought. The first thing she thought of was to win over Rias, the eldest daughter-in-law. However, besides Rias, Ravel also had her own plans. She thought of her friend who she had played with since kindergarten, the silver-haired girl with twin ponytails who was as pretty as her, Iluka. Iluka, whose full name is Iluka Graciolapos, is one of the strong contenders for the next head of Graciolapos. In the original story, after the bad boy of Graciolapos was traumatized by Sarorg, Irika was the next head of Graciolapos. However, at this point, the young demons haven't held a unified meeting yet, so the bad boy hasn't been beaten to a pulp by Sarorg yet. Currently, Iluka is only a candidate for the next head of the Graciolapos family. Since he didn't become the next head of the family, in Ravel's opinion, there was a possibility that he could be wooed. So, while her brother was fighting, Ravel was completely lost in thought, thinking about the future members of her small group. Rias and Ravel's concerns were not unfounded. In fact, after knowing that Lin Xiu would not be restrained by the divine power, many pure-blooded demon families began to have ideas. Although they wouldn't marry off a descendant of the next family head's caliber, they could marry off other direct bloodlines, right? If there are really no extra direct pure bloods, then collateral blood is also possible, right? When everyone was shocked and thinking about the facts revealed by Lin Xiu, the battle in the space also reached a white-hot stage. The incarnation of God, Vamana, with the power of the three-step God Vamona, every ordinary step Lin Xiu takes seems to be able to cross mountains and rivers. Sizzle, sizzle. One step forward, draw the sword. Step back to avoid the attack. Take another step forward and stab with the sword. It was clearly just the simplest attack routine, but Laval had almost no ability to fight back. The reason is simple. The gap between attributes and abilities is just too big. Lin Xiu clearly didn't use Leviathan Water to suppress Lavar's Phoenix Fire, but the battle still fell one-sidedly in Lin Xiu's favor. There is no way. The Holy Sword suppression power on the Demon Clan is too strong. Moreover, this was a holy sword whose divine properties had been multiplied countless times by Lin Xiu's use of the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. 2 minutes later, Laval recovered from the wound that was still burning due to the holy power of the Holy Sword. Laval's situation is different from Ruzel's. Lin Xiu first poured a large amount of Leviathan water into Ruzel, causing sufficient physical damage and then sufficient mental damage. But on Laval's side, Lin Xiu did not use the water of Leviathan to extinguish his flames, but only used the Holy Sword to continuously cause him mental damage. Physical damage can be recovered through Phoenix Fire, but mental damage cannot be recovered quickly. After being slashed by Lin Xiu for hundreds of times, Laval's head gradually became dizzy and he almost stumbled and fell from the air. Brother Laval, I think there's no need for us to continue fighting, right? Lin Xiu just wanted to show his strength and attract more investment. Since he has become a relative of the Phoenix family, there is no need to offend the Phoenix family anymore. After all, now, the Phoenix family's reputation is also his face to some extent. Lin Xiu's idea was good, but unfortunately, Val didn't intend to accept his suggestion. Lin Xiujuan, a Phoenix man, never gives up halfway in a fight. Besides Lord Lin Xiu, I've experienced far more brutal battles than this. His Majesty Belial, known as the Emperor, wasn't as indecisive as you. From now on, when you're battling an enemy, you absolutely must not let your guard down until you hear the notification sound signaling their defeat. Laval really regarded himself as his brother-in-law and was still teaching Lin Xiu until now so that he could have a correct concept of fighting. The His Majesty Belial mentioned by Laval refers to Diehauser Belial. Diehauser Belial, with his powerful strength, became the #1 in the rating game ranking and was awarded the title of Emperor, which is comparable to the 4 Demon Kings. Diehauser's abilities are very similar to Li Zuim's. If Li Zuim, who possesses the ability to invalidate artifacts, is the artifact user nemesis, then Diehauser is the characteristic nemesis. Because the characteristic of Diehauser's magic is worthless. When fighting against the 707 demons who had awakened their magical properties, Daihazer could easily render their magical properties worthless. Whether it's the regeneration characteristics of the Phoenix family or the regeneration effect of the Phoenix Tears, Daihazer can make them all worthless. During the battle with Daihazer, Laval's Phoenix Fire was rendered worthless. In that battle, he was defeated without even a single resurrection. In his opinion, that battle was much more brutal and difficult than the battle with Lin Xiu. Okay, since you think so, brother-in-law, I can only respect your will. Lin Xiu reluctantly put away the holy sword. The next second, Lin Xiu reached out his hand towards Grayfia. Boost, 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 boost. The green gems shimmered continuously, dyeing the entire sky with the green glow of the Red Dragon Emperor. Buzz, 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 buzz. 1 floor, 2 floors, 10 floors, 20 floors, hundreds of floors. Lin Xiu's explosion magic is Su-Qing, a conceptualized version of the explosion magic used by the world's heroine, Megumin. When chanting magic, the longer you chant, the more silly the lines, and the more determined you are, the greater the power you can unleash. Ms. Grayfia, please leave your current coordinate point within 10 seconds. Lin Xiu reminded, very friendly. Grayfia's pretty face darkened instantly. Oh my god, he's coming for her, right? Without any hesitation, start eating right before the tongue. A full half-minute later, a faint flame ignited on Laval's body, pulling him back from the brink of death. After resurrecting, Laval looked at Lin Xiu with lingering fear. Well, he still underestimated Lin Xiu. If he were in the center of the explosion, even if he was a quasi-demon king-level phoenix, he would be on the verge of death. Lin Xiu just told him that he felt there was no need to fight because he really didn't want to hurt him. Mr. Lin Xiu, if it were you, I believe you would be able to lead the underworld to a more powerful future. Boom! After forcing himself to hold on and make another political statement, Laval's remaining strength was instantly drained away and he collapsed. While Laval was speaking, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Fight! Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, Laval's test. Quest requirements: defeat Lavar Phoenix and gain his recognition. Quest level: purple dot. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the holy sword that kills the Demon King, incomplete. The highest ranking sword spirit, whose full name is Guardian God Terminus Est. However, it is not the original body in its prime, but a power clone that carries the original body's consciousness. Since most of its power is sealed in the spirit world, it can only exert 1/10 of its original power. Note, the original Esther nominally possessed the power to break curses, but in reality, she stored within the holy sword the curse of the engulfing spirits, the resentment and vengeance of the elves annihilated by the holy sword. When the curse exceeded its stored limit, it would begin to backfire upon the body of the Holy Sword's contractor. The Holy Sword summoned by the system eliminates this drawback, and the host can transfer the curse power stored in the Holy Sword at any time. Fight! The Holy Sword prototype and the Demon King-slaying Holy Sword, Remnant, have been successfully fused. The host's Holy Sword prototype quality is upgraded to purple gold. Since Esther is the first Holy Sword with independent consciousness to be fused with the Holy Sword prototype, Esther will serve as the main consciousness of the Holy Sword prototype from now on. The Holy Sword that kills the devil? It's a good weapon expansion. Considering the enemies I will face in the future, the blue-level sword prototype will eventually be insufficient. According to the system's scoring standards, a blue-level Holy Sword can only be used to deal with Demon King-level enemies at most, while Super Demon King-level and above enemies are very difficult to deal with. Overall, Lin Xiu was quite satisfied with the Holy Sword that killed the Demon King. In addition to its decent power, what impressed Lin Xiu most was that it also came with a cute silver-haired lowly named Esther. If it wasn't so inconvenient here, Lin Xiu really wanted to summon Esther to conduct a live experiment to see how shy she would be if she touched her feet. The other side, not long after Rizzle woke up, he witnessed Lin Xiu's explosive magic with his own eyes. Seeing that his brother was almost in a dying state, Riser hurriedly looked towards Grayfia. Lady Grayfia, I choose to surrender. Without any hesitation, Rizzle chose to admit defeat. Judging from the current situation, I don't know how much Lin Xiu held back when fighting him, and how much face he gave him. At this point, Rizzle no longer felt any resentment towards Lin Xiu. All he felt was gratitude towards her. The demon clan respects the strong in this way. Contestant Rizzle admits defeat. Therefore, the winner is contestant Lin Xiu. Grayfia announced with a dark face. The reason why her face was dark was because, although there was no clear evidence, Grayfia always felt that Lin Xiu was trying to tease her just now. Even if they wanted to control the explosion range to prevent Laval from getting too seriously hurt, they didn't have to detonate it in her direction, right? There are so many directions you can choose from with Laval as the center. Why do you have to choose her direction? All along, Grayfia thought that she had matured to the point where she would not get angry at other people's jokes. Unexpectedly, today she almost failed because of the junior Lin Xiu. Grayfia didn't delve into the reason. She just thought Lin Xiu was trying to play a trick on her. Perhaps she herself didn't even notice that after witnessing the battle between Lin Xiu and Leah, she had an unusual level of attention towards Lin Xiu. In addition to the attention and expectations in terms of strength, there is even attention and expectations in terms of gender. The purple-level succubus bloodline certainly wouldn't allow a super demon king level being like Grayfia to fall in love with Lin Xiu directly. However, it is still possible to attract Grayfia's attention a little and make her curious about Lin Xiu. At this time, Grayfia was thinking about a deeper question. Since Lin Xiu-kun wanted to tease me during the battle, then he might have done it on purpose that day at Rias's place, right? When she thought that Lin Xiu might be more excited because of her presence, and when she thought of Rias's eyes constantly rolling up, Grayfia felt strange all over. In a high-end ward, Laval frowned and opened his eyes. After barely propping himself up, Laval saw Ruissel lying in the VIP ward with him. Although Riser didn't fall down directly like Laval, he also suffered extremely serious injuries and needed to recuperate. Seeing Laval wake up, Ruissel turned his head to look at the bed next to him with some surprise. Brother Laval, you woke up just in time and didn't miss Ravel's most important moment. Ravel's most important moment. Laval suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked towards the TV. On a huge TV screen, Rias and Ravel, two beautiful, pure-blooded demon girls, dressed in holy white wedding dresses, stared at the boy walking towards them with tears in their eyes. According to the rules of the love-seizing law, the winner of the love battle will hold an engagement ceremony on the spot after the battle. That's why Rias put on her wedding dress early in the morning and waited in her brother's room. However, the difference from previous battles for love is that there are two brides this time. Rias and Ravel, both wearing wedding gowns representing the Gremory and Phoenix families respectively, stood at the end of the red carpet. On the other side of the red carpet, Lin Xiu, wearing a quasi-demon king costume specially customized by the underworld for the heir of Leviathan, approached the two brides in their gorgeous attire. The so-called quasi-demon king is certainly not a quasi-demon king in terms of strength. Quasi-demon king refers to Lin Xiu's identity as the Leviathan heir, which is equivalent to the quasi-demon king of the underworld. After the reformist demon king unified the underworld, he did not kill all the descendants of the old demon king, but still gave them the status of quasi-demon king. However, the old demon kings who had always been treated as demon kings were of course unwilling to accept the quasi-demon king treatment. They chose to escape after only living with the reformist demon king for a period of time. Of course, it is impossible for Lin Xiu to have such a mentality. For him, this meant picking up the identity of a quasi-demon king for free. The status of a quasi-demon king is lower than that of a demon king, and it doesn't sound good to say it out loud, but it's still better than a reincarnated demon or an ordinary pure-blooded demon, right? Furthermore, he has demonstrated sufficient value in United Front work. A young warrior who had just awakened and reached the level of a demon king was enough to be the target of both the reformist Demon King and the old demons. For Lin Xiu, the identity of Leviathan's heir is just a stepping stone, a shortcut identity that is much more convenient than that of an ordinary demon. Anyway, he will eventually reach the highest position, as long as he has the strength to face the assassination of the old Demon King faction. The identity of Quasi-Demon King can only bring him benefits. For example now, Lin Xiu could feel that many female demons were looking at him with fiery eyes. If he was just an ordinary reincarnated demon, he would definitely not be treated like this. Lin Xiu walked all the way to Rias and Revel, knelt on one knee, and took out 2 rings engraved with the Leviathan emblem from his pocket. In front of Lin Xiu, 2 girls wearing gorgeous wedding gowns of different styles stepped forward and stretched out their delicate hands wrapped in white gauze gloves. Slowly and firmly, Lin Xiu put the engagement rings on the slender white fingers of the 2 girls. After standing up, Lin Xiu glanced at the 2 beautiful girls who were already moved beyond words and slowly spoke. "Rebel, your brother Laval and I made a bet that if I lose, I will have to confess my love for you in front of the entire underworld. In my opinion, this bet is quite unnecessary, because expressing my love to the person I like is what I should do." Mix. Revel lightly covered her red lips, her azure eyes trembling constantly. "Rias and Revel, I like you guys. Perhaps I've liked you guys even earlier than you think. I have never been a devoted person. I just stubbornly pursue what I want. Thank you for your willingness to understand and accept me as I am." Lin Xiu said this because before the engagement ceremony began, the devil Lucifer announced something important. It was decided by the current head of the family, Villain Gremory, and the first-generation Gremory that Rias Gremory was temporarily stripped of the position of the next head of the family, and the next head of the family would be the first child born to Lin Xiu and Rias. Generally speaking, the next head of the family cannot marry and can only accept a son-in-law. For example, even if Riser could successfully marry Rias, his offspring could not have the surname Phoenix, but could only have the surname Gremory. This decision of the Gremory family could be said to have given Lin Xiu enough face. On the one hand, after being dismissed as the next head of the family, Rias was given to Lin Xiu. On the other hand, the Gremory family only requires Lin Xiu and Rias's first child to inherit the position of head of the family, which means that the Gremory family tacitly accepts the fact that other children can take Lin Xiu's surname. After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Leah smiled helplessly and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "It's okay. I already knew that Lin Xiujuan was a lecherous boy. Lady Rias is right. If Lady Lin Xiu wasn't lustful, why would he pull someone's hair when they first met?" Revel also chuckled and wiped the tears from her eyes. Hearing Rias and Ravel's comments about him, Lin Xiu smiled helplessly and continued. "In short, you are both my favorite people, and I am very happy to marry you both at the same time. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, from now on, please take care of me. Shed tears of happiness. Well, Lin Xiujuan, I am willing to marry you. But if possible, please don't be too fickle from now on. Although I can accept you having multiple wives, not everyone can marry you." With Rias pursed her red lips and reminded him as the legal wife. Leah C has long accepted the fact that Lin Xiu may have a partner in the future, but she hopes that Lin Xiu will not be too indulgent in this regard. "Brides, please kiss the groom you both accept," Grayfia reminded from the side. Grayfia's mood was very delicate. While the underworld does have prescribed etiquette for one person to win multiple brides, rules are one thing, and experiencing and hosting it in person is another. After Grayfia finished speaking, Rias and Revel looked at each other, then rushed towards Lin Xiu together. One red and one gold, the 2 beautiful girls presented their charming red lips together. Although it didn't last long, this ritual kiss still left a very deep impression on Lin Xiu. Witnessing a rare 3-person wedding, the entire venue was set off by waves of enthusiasm. At the positions of the 4 great Demon Kings, Demon King Lucifer and Demon King Aquika looked at each other and applauded together. In the VIP seats, the reformist demons and the old demons, who were originally clearly divided, also stood up and applauded. Even in the ward, Laval patted his brother on the back and smiled happily. Of course, some people are happy and some are unhappy. At this time, in the human world, in Zhuang Town, the residence of the fallen angels, Amano Yuuma watched the live broadcast with some doubt in his heart. Depend on, Lin Xiu got married? She was happily dating Lin Xiu yesterday, and today he got married? Now it's all right. There's no need to investigate what's so special about Lin Xiu Jun. The Security Eyes Gauntlet, the legendary divine annihilation tool. This is why he's being targeted by the fallen angels' higher-ups. Linali was lying on the sofa in a Guyu-like posture, her eyes wandering, as if she was thinking about life. Next to Linali, a slender blue-haired lady shook her head. Linali, isn't it just that the person you like is getting married? Why are you so upset? Hearing this, Linali couldn't help but sit up. Who told you that I like him? Don't you like him? Then who was the person who asked me last night, if I wear black stockings, would boys like me? Your twin sister. The blue-haired Queen Calvana sneered back. Amano Yuma's face first turned red with a smile. Then she replied with a stiff neck. Yes, that's right. It's my twin sister. It was Amano Yuuma who asked, not me. Linali said, You are looking for Lu Sun. What does it have to do with me, Zhou Shuren? Anyway, we can't stay in Wangjin any longer. As she said that, Linali struggled to get up and prepare to divide the luggage. You go back to your Gao Lao Zhuang, and I go back to my Lusha River. Why do you say that? I see you like your Lin Xiujuan very much, don't you? A fallen angel with blonde twin tails asked while eating a lollipop next to Linali. First of all, with the strength he has shown, it is too dangerous for us to stay with him. Secondly, he's about to get married. Even though I have a soft spot for him, I wouldn't go so far as to cling to a married man. Linali asked back coldly. Hearing this, the blonde Lolita Matilda spat out the lollipop in her mouth. So what if he's married? Considering his status as a pure-blooded Leviathan, it would be strange if he wasn't married, right? Linali was silent. Shit, that seems to make sense. As a pure-blooded Leviathan, Lin Xiu would have to arrange a marriage for him sooner or later. How could she have forgotten this? Sure enough, is she still too obsessed with the dating game between her and Lin Xiu? Seeing Linali wavering, the blonde fallen angel lowly smiled slyly and continued. Hey Linali, tell me, if you tell Lin Xiujuan your true identity, will she accept you? Tell him my true identity? Was there any need to tell him? Should she expect Lin Xiu to forgive her and take her in? Sorry, she doesn't need it. You don't want to betray the fallen angels and the group of disaster, do you? Linali always felt that there was something wrong with the stance of these two companions. Linali, what you said is not quite correct, because haven't we already joined the group of disaster and betrayed the fallen angels? Calvana reminded. No, we didn't betray the fallen angels. We were simply using the resources of the misfortune group to achieve our goals. Linali has always considered herself a noble fallen angel who rebelled against the gods. How could she possibly admit that she has betrayed the fallen angel clan? Linali, you seem to have made a mistake. Matilda suddenly exerted force with her little mouth and bit the lollipop in her mouth into pieces. To the fallen angels, we are only here to gather intelligence in Zhuang Town. We can certainly retreat, but the trouble group is different. The reason they contacted us is that they hope to use us to lead Lin Xiujuan to a secluded place so that he can avoid falling into the trap of the Demon King. Once we sever our relationship with Lin Xiu, we will lose our greatest value to the misfortune group. Mathilde placed her tender little white hands across her neck. Her meaning was very clear. Ding, 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 ding. Just after she finished saying this, Lee's communicator used to contact the disaster group rang. After taking a look at the caller, Linali picked up the communicator with a gloomy look. She was indeed very unhappy. But what can she do if she is unhappy? She is just a humble worker. After more than 10 seconds, Ingli put down the communicator with a gloomy face. Here comes the mission. The misfortune group requires us to lure Lin Xiu to the next city within a month. This sudden task undoubtedly confirmed what Middle said. To the misfortune group, their greatest value is to be used as tools to lure Lin Xiu. Mission. Middle licked her red lips. I guess the old demon kings from the misfortune group saw Lin Xiu's fight today, so they're getting a little restless. If this trend continues, after a while, even if you, Linali, successfully lure Lin Xiu over, the old demon king faction won't have the strength to kill or capture him alive. Linali, what is your choice? Linali's red lips parted slightly, her eyes more confused than ever before. 014909 322 Phila 131411041. The dream finally came to an end. On the other side, Lin Xiu's side. Since Lin Xiu's castle in the underworld was still under construction, after the engagement ceremony, Lin Xiu temporarily went to the Gremory family and accepted the Gremory family's hospitality. At dinner time, a beautiful young woman with long flaxen hair who looked very similar to Rias smiled and raised her glass to Lin Xiu. You are Lin Xiu-kun, right? From now on, Rias will be under your guidance. Yes, Madame Venelana. I will definitely make Rias happy. Lin Xiu replied respectfully. To achieve happiness. Hearing Lin Xiu say that he would make her happy, Leah recalled the scenes of the past few nights, and her face gradually turned red. Lin Xiu is a lustful person, but Rias's desire in this regard is no less. Even after the battle is over, she is unwilling to let Lin Xiu leave and insists on letting Lin Xiu hold her in his arms all night to sleep. Venelana noticed Rias's reaction and smiled playfully. By the way, Lin Xiu-jun, as Rias's mother, I hope you can promise me one thing. Whatever it is, I will do my best to achieve it. I hope you and Rias can have offspring soon. Huh, what are you talking about, mother? Rias's face became increasingly rosy, and she immediately turned into a steam princess. Of course I'm talking about your most important life event, right? If you don't have children, do you think I'll have to be the head of this family forever? Venelana turned to look at Rias, her eyes suddenly becoming much colder. Rias, I'm willing to stay on as head of the family for a few more decades because of you. If you don't give birth to a child to inherit the position of head of the family within 100 years, do you expect me to stay on for another 100 years? Facing her mother's scolding, Rias's momentum instantly weakened. No matter how you look at it, she was wrong to lose her virginity before marriage, so she had no confidence to speak in front of Venelana. Okay, mother, please stop blaming Rias. Surzex still dotes on her sister, and even though things have developed to this point, she has no intention of blaming Rias. Lin Xiu-kun, do you know why mother asked Rias to give birth to offspring as soon as possible? Why? Lin Xiu was also very curious about this. Because me. Suzuki's replied softly. Are you saying that since you inherited the Demon King's throne, you can't inherit the Gremory family's position as patriarch? No, it's not. Sargix shook her head. Mother placed her hopes on Rias because, after my bloodline mutated, I lost my fertility and could no longer give birth to Qi. Sajax did not tell Lin Xiu that she was actually a woman, but instead said that she was infertile. After hearing the news, Lin Xiu was silent for a long time, not knowing how to react. Sajax smiled helplessly and continued. Thousands of years ago, Lilith, the mother of demons, intertwined with this world, dividing the various laws of heaven and earth and giving birth to the demon clan. Therefore, each pure-blooded demon clan has its own bloodline ability. Among them, the Jaimanraiga is the most special one, because the ancestors of the Gremory family inherited some of the inbreeding abilities of Lilith, the mother of demons. The self-fertilization ability of the demon mother Lilith. Lin Xiu glanced at Lias. These past few days, when he was feeling Rias's cavity pressure closely, he did feel that Rias was subtly different from other beautiful girls. At first he thought that all pure-blooded demons in the demon clan were like this, but now it seems that this should be the racial talent of the Gremory family. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Sajik continued. The abilities the Gremory family inherited from Lilith, the mother of demons, are incomplete and have several drawbacks that cannot be ignored. First of all, The Gremory family cannot reproduce through normal means and can only produce offspring through self-production. Secondly, the Gremory family can only produce offspring once in their lifetime through self-fertilization. That's why Mother asked Rias's firstborn child to inherit the position of head of the family. In the end, the Gremory family could only produce female offspring. My situation was special, so even though I was born, I lost my fertility. This engagement between Rias and Riser is an attempt by the Gremory family after seeing the situation between Rias and me. Since twins were born, does that mean the Gremory family's bloodline has evolved to the point where it can produce offspring with other pure-blooded demons? To verify this, the Gremory family, which has never married into other families, will choose to marry into the Phoenix family in this generation. Is that so? Lin Xiu sighed deeply. He finally understood why Grayfia reacted so strangely when she saw him and Rias doing it. It turns out that Grayfia is not a chick. Lin Xiu was just surprised by the facts about the Gremory family, and the next second, he heard an even more powerful system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the plot mission. The future of the Gremory family. Quest level, white color dot. Mission description. Due to the incomplete inheritance of the power of the demon mother Lilith, the Gremory family is trapped in a family curse that prevents them from spreading. The succubus bloodline, rewarded by the system, has the ability to allow any creature to enter a reproductive state. As the only one who can help the Gremory family prosper, the host must contribute his own meager efforts. Task requirements. Solve the infertility problem of the Gremory family members. Note: when facing the weakened bloodline of Lilith, the mother of demons, the succubus bloodline can only be effective against objects of the same level. The current host succubus bloodline is blue, which means it cannot solve the fertility problems of Gremory family members whose bloodline purity is purple. Ding! This mission is a special mission. It will not draw new system rewards, but will strengthen the host's existing system rewards based on the strength of the corresponding Gremory members. Cough, cough, cough. As expected of the evil protagonist system, this was the first time Lin Xiu had seen such a bizarre and exciting mission. Blue-level succubus bloodline can't solve purple-level infertility problems. Let me see Venelana's strength first. 4, 5, 3. Venelana's bloodline is undoubtedly purple, and her strength has just reached the Demon King level. I expect that other members of the Gremory family will not be weaker than Venelana's bloodline. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiu made a quick decision. I've decided, from now on, I'll have to look for those who possess the core of the world. The reason for this is that Lin Xiu also has a long-term mission for the core of the world. As long as you are lucky enough to draw the succubus bloodline for special enhancement, you can upgrade the succubus bloodline from blue level to purple. Then you can. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu decided to give the Gremory family a shot of prevention first. Ms. Venelana, if I say that I possess the ability of apocalypse and that I just used it to see several children of Rias and I in the future, would you believe it? Lin Xiu's expression was very serious. Venelana raised an eyebrow. Mr. Lin Xiu, what do you mean? Can you solve the bloodline problem of the Gremory family in the future? For the first time, Venelana had an obvious change of emotion. Ahem, that's it. Miss Maid over there, could you please come over here for a moment? Lin Xiu looked at the maid serving beside her. There was no other way. Rias's bloodline was purple gold, and Venelana's bloodline was purple. He could only choose one of the maids to practice with. Yes. After glancing at Venelana and getting her permission, the maid walked over to Lin Xiu. Pa! With a gentle sound, Lin Xiu held the maid's hand, and then he used all his strength to activate his succubus bloodline. After a cry, the maid collapsed to the ground. A few minutes later, after finishing her inspection, Venelana released the maid's hand. She discovered that, just because of the contact with Lin Xiu, the maid had directly entered a reproductive state. Pa! While Lin Xiu was not paying attention, Venelana directly held Lin Xiu's hand. Mr. Lin Xiu, can you use your ability on me again? Venelana's eyes were filled with heat. Actually, I've already used it. Sorry, my ability is still limited at this stage. After all, in terms of my own strength, I'm still just a high-level demon. It was the first time that Lin Xiu faced such a fiery gaze. Huh, is that so? After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Varana returned to the village feeling disappointed again. Yes, she was a little too anxious. Lin Xiu said that he and Leah would have children in the future, but that didn't mean he had the ability to solve the problem now. Mr. Lin Xiu, if you and Rias can give birth to several offspring, you will be the benefactor of the entire Gremory family. Venelana made a solemn promise. Venelana's high expectations for Lin Xiu weren't due to her desire to have a child. She was so excited mainly for the sake of family honor. Throughout history, the strength of each generation of the Gremory family's head has been quite powerful, at least to the level of Demon King. However, because they were not allowed to marry out of the family's family or have a second child, the Gremory family's status in the underworld was not high until Sazex ascended to the throne of the Demon King. There's no way other pure-blooded demon families can give birth to more than 2 children in each generation, and they also have a large number of branches. With more people, there is more power, and they can severely suppress the Gremory family. After showing her abilities, Venelana became even more enthusiastic towards Lin Xiu. After dinner and some entertainment, Venelana locked Lin Xiu and Rias in Rias's room in order to get them to have offspring quickly. I'm sorry, Lin Xiukin. My mother is very concerned about the inheritance of the Gremory family's bloodline. Rias felt overwhelmed when she thought that the hope of the entire family inheritance rested on her. It's okay. Actually, I just want to get closer to you, Rias. Lin Xiu hugged Rias from behind skillfully and put his hand directly into the side of her dress. Although Rias was shy, she had never refused Lin Xiu's request for intimacy, so she just licked her red lips to make the touch better when Lin Xiu kissed her later. At this moment, a blonde baby came out from under Rias's bed. Is that so? Then Master Lin Xiu, can you add me in? Ravel, when did you come? Rias thought she had gone back after dinner. Rebel, you're just in time. Lin Xiu carried Rias directly towards Ravel. Rias, look, Ravel is wearing her wedding dress from last night. Do you want to try one on too? Lin Xiu reminded with a smile. *7*. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiu would have to satisfy Rias once before getting her to agree to such a shameful request. But now, with the addition of a competitor, Rias's acceptance of this kind of thing has instantly increased a lot. Perhaps this is what is called involution. To Lin Xiu's surprise, Rias not only put on the wedding dress, but also used her own experience to help Rebel, fulfilling what she called the duty of a wife. Ravel, from now on, you are mine. Yes, Master Lin Xiu, I am yours. Rebel, wrapped in the holy wedding dress, trembled slightly and slowly sat down. Deaf. The pain was unprecedented, and Libel's already petite body became even more tense, making Lin Xiu experience an unprecedented feeling. Lin Xiu licked the tears from the corners of Rebel's eyes, took the initiative to kiss the girl's red lips, and at the same time stimulated his own succubus blood. With the help of the succubus bloodline, Rebel's body entered the most suitable state for breeding the next generation, and the pain was greatly relieved. After recovering, Rebel took the initiative to let Lin Xiu hold her golden twin tails. It seems that Lin Xiu's first meeting with her left a very deep impression on her. Having the person she loves hold her favorite part of her body, Rebel felt an unprecedented happiness, her eyes rolling up uncontrollably. 10 pairs of silky feet also stepped on the rocking car behind Lin Xiu. Soon, under the effect of Lin Xiu's symbiont, the 2 beautiful girls in gorgeous white wedding dresses fainted and lay on the bed, each holding Lin Xiu from either side and falling asleep. Taking advantage of Rebel's distraction, Lin Xiu removed the evolution core from her body. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing the story mission, collecting the fragments of the world core and gaining a corresponding level enhancement. Task level, blue dot. Collection object, Rebel Phoenix. Bite! The data I green has been upgraded to the data I blue. Data I blue, the evolved data I can observe the principles of the world more clearly and intuitively. Lin Xiu didn't expect that Ravel's defeat was just the beginning. Not long after she left, a lady with long burgundy hair emerged from the teleportation circle. I am Yubaluna, and I have come to serve Master Lin Xiu on the orders of Master Rebel. The Queen Yubaluna, wearing a Chong Sam, knelt on one knee and spoke softly. You're the Queen of Revel? You said Revel asked you to come. Lin Xiu pulled herself away from Rebel and looked at the purple-haired queen in front of her with a world-class mind. Yubaluna, the Queen of Wrestle in the original plot, is known as the Bomb Princess and is good at explosive magic. In the raiding game initiated by Rias to Riser, Yubaluna and Akino staged a queen showdown. Yubaluna was no match for Akino, but when she was about to be defeated, she used the Phoenix Tears to heal her own injuries and successfully defeated Akino, who had already exhausted his magic power. In the original story, Yubaluna is the queen of Razor's followers. But now, Yubaluna does not belong to Wrestle, but is a quasi-dependent that the Phoenix family has left with Rebel and is going to hand over to him when Wrestle gets married. Anyway, these followers were prepared for the pure-blooded Phoenix who was getting married. Since they were of no use to Riser, they could be used by Revel for now. It would be very embarrassing for a pure-blooded demon to get married but still not have his own followers. As soon as Yubaluna arrived, Lin Xiu was attracted by her long legs and world-class breasts. In terms of strength, although Yubaluna is not as good as Akino, she is still a very good level among the upper-level demons. However, in terms of appearance, Yubaluna, who has a strong aura of a queen and is as mellow as red wine, is no weaker than Akino. Yes, I am Lady Ravel's queen. Yubaluna's figure is quite explosive. In terms of size, she is even more amazing than Rias. So much so that she just nodded slightly and put her chin into the full World Cup. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, Yubaluna explained respectfully, Lady Rebel has given orders to me and my followers. She said that if she and Lady Rias cannot satisfy Lady Lin Xiu, she requires us to satisfy Lady Lin Xiu after her. Even though Yubaluna had prepared herself mentally when Lin Xiu won, she still couldn't help swallowing after seeing the miserable state of Rebel and Rias. Really? Then come over here. Lin Xiu certainly accepted anyone who came. Yes, I'm honored to serve Master Lin Xiu. As she spoke, Yubaluna unbuttoned her Chong Sam, preparing to free her perfect body wrapped in it. However, Lin Xiu stopped her action. No thanks, Yubaluna. You should just wear this Chong Sam. Master Lin Xiu means. Yubaluna tilted her head. I think Chong Sams can enhance women's charm. If we really need to remove obstacles, we can just remove them, right? Yes, I understand. After understanding Lin Xiu's intention, Yubaluna put on the Chong Sam again with an unprecedented rosy face. Yubaluna, I really like your mature temperament but pure personality. Since this is your first time, how about leaving it entirely to me? I'm honored to receive the favor of Master Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu gently lifted Yubaluna's slender waist and gained the loyalty and purity of this bombshell princess. Half an hour later, Yubaluna was defeated. However, as she said, Libel gave orders to her followers, requiring them to serve Lin Xiu well after she lost her fighting ability. Coincidentally, Lin Xiu's combat power in this area is almost unlimited. So 1, 2, 3. Ravel's followers emerge from the magic circle one by one, losing their ability to fight. In this process, Lin Xiu fully experienced the charm of beautiful girls of different styles. If they're arranged by job level, they are roughly as follows. Queen, Yubaluna, a queen wearing a Chong Sam, with world-class long legs and a big chest. Isabella, a legitimate queen wearing shorts and a black armor-like tube top, and wrapped in one-piece black stockings. In the original story, she was defeated by Hayudo Issei. Tank, Xuelon, who has a bun hairstyle and uses a short stick as a weapon, is a Huxia-style beautiful girl who conforms to the Japanese stereotype. Bishop, Mei Nanfeng, wearing a kimono and having a traditional Japanese hairstyle, is a beautiful girl like an ancient Fusan princess. Knight, Koromane, who is dressed in hard armor and looks very heroic. In the original plot, she is a beautiful girl with navy blue hair who is defeated by Kiba in a sword fight. Knight, Sirius, wearing a racing-style one-piece battle suit. The white suit was wrapped in navy blue lines, which perfectly highlighted his figure. Soldier, Mira, a beautiful blue-haired girl wearing a red, 22 and white combat uniform. She is the weakest of the followers, but in the original story, she still managed to instantly defeat the untrained Haidu Issei. Soldiers, Shulia, Marion, and Brent. In the original story, the trio was defeated by Kiba using his advantage on the field. Two of them were wearing maid outfits, and one had Maya-style dark skin. Soldiers, Iru and Neru, wearing Japanese gymnastics uniforms, are two green-haired beauties whose weapons are chainsaws. In the original story, they chase Haidu Issei with chainsaws. Soldiers, Ni and Lee, twin cat girls with one red and one blue hair, wearing very revealing JK uniforms. The temptation of the uniforms plus the style of the twins are unforgettable. At first, Lin Xiu called people over one by one, but after calling the two twins, Lin Xiu couldn't stop and put everyone on Rias's big bed. After the two groups of 4 beautiful twin girls fainted, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt tone. Bite! Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all of Phoenix's followers' gold. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Unnamed Spell Book Gold. Unnamed Spell Book Gold legend has it that this legendary grimoire contains all the magic in the world, and its priceless value. Even newly invented spells are recorded in it. Originally owned by the 8 Desire Kings of the Overload.D world, it is currently unknown whether this item is a world-class item. The unnamed mantra instrument awarded by the system can automatically record all the techniques in that world whose quality is above the unnamed mantra instrument's level cap. Note: gold-level unnamed spell documents can include all spells including those at the main god level and below. Unnamed Spell Book. Lin Xiu was not very interested in the magic, but he was very interested in the unnamed spell book. Because, according to the system, rituals work by driving one's own power to coordinate with the rules of the world. In the other world, you can only use magic power and cannot use the techniques in the DxD world. But if I had the unnamed spell book, I would be able to know all the spells of the other world right away. The effects of the spells are varied, including cleaning spells, teleportation spells, barrier spells, sealing spells, silencing spells, and expelling spells. A large number of spells can play a very convenient role when needed. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu hugged Rias, who felt the most comfortable. He closed his eyes, felt the pressure in Rias's cavity, and studied the unnamed spell book in his mind. Overall, Lin Xiu had a great time tonight. However, some people are not very happy. Lin Xiu was fine next door. The Demon King Alice, who had returned to her true form, just smiled slightly and then threw herself into her work. But one level above Lin Xiu, Grayfia felt unwell when she heard the sound coming from below, even though she took the initiative to open a hole in Lin Xiu's barrier, even though she took the initiative to peek at Lin Xiu's battle situation. But isn't Lin Xiu going a little too far? Rias and Ravel were fine, but they even called Ravel's followers over. Are men's desires really that insatiable? And is that kind of thing really that comfortable? Looking at the dozen or so people burning on the big bed, Grayfia pursed her red lips and slowly reached under the maid's skirt. The next day, Himejima Akino arrived at Rias's door early in the morning. Hee Rias, I'm here to wake you up. Himejima Akino planned to accidentally see Rias and Lin Xiu hugging each other, and then tease Rias. Rada, click. After gently opening the door, more than a dozen beautiful girls who had fainted in his sleep came into view, causing Akino to freeze in place for a moment. She traveled through time? It took Akino half a minute to come back to his senses and find Rias among a large group of beautiful girls with different styles. Well, it turns out she didn't travel through time. It's just that Lin Xiu and Leah had a party last night. Good God, why not invite her to the party? No, that's not right. It doesn't seem appropriate to call her to this kind of party. While Akino was in a daze, Tachin Kitten passed by the door and noticed Himejima Akino's face gradually turning red. What's wrong with Akino-san? She remembered that this was Rias's room. Did Akino-senpai come here so early to wake up Rias-chan? But even if I wake you up, you have to stand there in a daze, right? Driven by curiosity, the kitten from Tachin also walked towards Rias's door. And then, she and Akino both froze in place. This is so hard to look away. What attracted the attention of the kitten and Tachin the most was a pair of beautiful twin girls, one red and one blue, with cat ears and cat tails. Because she is also a cat. To be precise, she possesses the cat demon bloodline, which can be called royal bloodline, and is a top cat demon standing at the top of the Nakomata clan. Seeing his own kind on Lin Xiu's bed and smelling the scent of them entering estrus, the Tachin kitten's body softened and he almost collapsed to the ground. Finally, Zhu Naixin came to his senses and saw that the kitten next to him was not in a good condition. He quietly took the kitten away from the scene. Click! After closing the door gently, Zhu Nai took the kitten and tiptoed out of Liayu's big room. When they arrived at the corridor, they looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Akino-senpai, those people should be Rebel Phoenix's followers. Didn't Master Laval of the Phoenix family say that if Lin Xiuquan could defeat him, he would let these relatives marry along with Ravel as her dowry? Zhu Nai thought of the fight and bet between Lin Xiu and Laval yesterday. So that's how it is. But even if it's a dowry... Well, Kitty, you're right. Even if it was a dowry, Lin Xiu acted too quickly. Zhu Nai said with a wry smile. Who would have thought that Rias's evolution was much faster than hers? She was shy because of her teasing a few days ago, but today she has evolved to the point of accepting sleeping in the same bed with her. Azuna-senpai, do you think Rias-sama will let us go with Lin Xiu-senpai? Because he had just smelled the estrus of his own kind, the kitten's mind was confused. Akino was silent for a few seconds, then reached out and patted the kitten's head, saying comfortingly, "How is that possible, kitten? Look, of those people on the bed, Rias and Rebel are Lin Xiuquan's fiancés, and the others are the agreed dowries. Although the speed is a bit fast, this is how their relationship should be. As for us, Rias has always been very gentle. How could she possibly ignore the wishes of her followers? Yeah, that's right, I was overthinking it." The kitten breathed a sigh of relief. During the meal, Kaneko and Akino behaved as usual. However, they were both aware that something had quietly changed. Yesterday, they just heard Leah say that Lin Xiu was a lustful man. Today, they witnessed Lin Xiu's lustful behavior with their own eyes. Talking about it and seeing it with your own eyes are two completely different things. Rias didn't notice anything unusual about Akino and Kaneko, but instead she and Lin Xiu were feeding each other lovingly. As for Lin Xiu, he certainly knew what Xiao Mao and Junai saw. However, the situation was rather awkward, and he couldn't say anything, so he could only wait for Akino and Kaneko to leave on their own. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu decided to take precautions first. "Rias, didn't I tell you before that I have the so-called divine power and that we will have several children in the future?" "Well, I did say that, but..." "Lin Xiujun, why did you suddenly bring this up?" Rias's face gradually became red. "Let's talk about this tonight. Could it be that Lin Xiujun wanted it so early in the morning?" No, Rias, that's not what I meant." Lin Xiu smiled helplessly. "Well, he was said to be lustful, but it turned out that Rias was no less lustful. Actually, last night, I received a revelation related to me and the kitten." "With me?" Kitty pointed at herself doubtfully. She had never expected that she would become the protagonist of Lin Xiu's story. "That's right. This apocalypse is related to me, to Xiao Mao, and even more to Xiaomao's sister Heige. Lin Xiu added, Heige. As soon as the name Heige came out, Grayfia, who was eating, immediately raised her head. Sister Heige? Why did Senior Lin Xiu suddenly bring up Sister Heige? Generally speaking, don't apocalyptic abilities require related circumstances to trigger? Kaneko looked at Rias. Could it be that Chief Rias told Lin Xiu? I didn't tell him that, Rias denied hastily. After confirming that it wasn't Rias who told Lin Xiu the information about her, Kaneko cast a questioning look at Lin Xiu. Under the kitten's gaze, Lin Xiu slowly said, Kaneko, you misunderstood Rias. She never told me about you. The reason I know your sister is because the White Dragon Emperor. White Dragon Emperor? The kitten tilted its head. Who is the White Dragon King? The White Dragon Emperor is the Red Dragon Emperor's mortal enemy. Every Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor host will fight each other until one of them dies. Lin Xiu said calmly, when I received the revelation, this generation's White Dragon Emperor was not alone. He was accompanied by several powerful companions. Your sister Heige is a member of the White Dragon King's team. Sister Heige, she's the White Dragon King's companion. After learning this information, the kitten's pupils kept trembling, because before she got the name Tachin Kitten, she had another name, Bain, the white sound that corresponds to the black song. More than 10 years ago, there were 2 stray cats in the underworld. The big black cat was named Heige, and the small white cat was named Bain. The 2 cats lost their parents when they were young. After losing their parents, the 2 sisters depended on each other for survival and were led by a high-ranking demon from the branch of the Nabuli royal family. Because of her outstanding potential, her elder sister Heige was reincarnated as a follower by her master using 2 demon bishop chess pieces. After becoming a demon, Heige's talents in sorcery and magic gradually emerged, and his power became out of control. In the end, the out-of-control Heige killed his master and became one of the most dangerous rogue demons. This is the truth that Kaneko knows. Her sister Heige lost herself in power, killed her master, abandoned her, and became a stray demon. After Heige escaped from the underworld, Kaneko accepted the protection of the devil Lucifer and became a follower of Rias, vowing never to develop the power of the cat and goblin clan again. Kaneko had always been worried, fearing that Kuroka still had a possessive desire for his sister, and that Kuroka would come back and forcibly take her away from Rias. Therefore, when Xiaomao learned that Lin Xiu had received the revelation related to her sister, she was so surprised and scared. That's right, Kitty. Your sister Heige is indeed a companion of the White Dragon King. And, if I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before the White Dragon Emperor brings hate go with him and comes to us on his own initiative. Lin Xiu concluded. What? Rias couldn't help but ask. I think it's because Lin Xiu-jun used the power of the Red Dragon Emperor during the live broadcast. Junai replied with a wry smile. A asterisk equals asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Rias looked at Kaneko with an apologetic look in her eyes. So, she was the one who actually tricked Kaneko? Otherwise, it would take a long time for the news that Xiu was the Dragon Emperor to reach this generation of by Inai Hoer-chun. The kitten pursed its red lips slightly, its face pale. She felt sick at the thought that Sister Heige might attack with the White Dragon King in the near future. Mr. Lin Xiu, how strong is this generation's White Dragon King? Can you deal with him? Compared to the kitten, Venelana cared more about Lin Xiu's affairs. She knew very well that Xiaomao's attitude and strength did not play a big role in this matter. The most important thing was Lin Xiu. As long as Lin Xiu can defeat the White Dragon King, then even Kuroka won't be able to take the kitten away from Rias. Well, if I were to face the White Dragon King right now, I could only guarantee that I wouldn't lose. Lin Xiu replied, after thinking for a while. This generation's White Dragon Emperor is actually stronger than Lin Xiu-jun. Grayfia was also surprised. He's not that much stronger than me. He just started practicing earlier than me. Just give me a month, and I'm confident I can easily defeat him. Is that so? That's good. If Lin Xiu-jun encounters any difficulties, you can always come to me or Surzex. We will arrange support as soon as possible. Grayfia reminded, "Yes, if necessary, I will take the initiative to ask for help." Lin Xiu accepted Grayfia's kindness with a smile. Of course, in reality, Lin Xiu didn't feel that he needed the support of the Demon King Lucifer or Grayfia, because if he can't win, he can just run away. The golden level, Vamana, the incarnation of God, can easily transcend all spaces and restrictions below the subdragon god level. After explaining to Grayfia, Lin Xiu looked at the kitten again. "Kitten, it is precisely because we're facing a certain crisis that I want to make a request of you. Can you remove your limitations and begin cultivating your own cat-mantling bloodline?" Asterisk. The kitten bit its red lips lightly, a trace of struggle flashing in its eyes. "If you're worried about losing control like your sister Bayin, please trust me. With my strength, no matter how out of control you get, kitty, I'm confident I can suppress you." Half a minute. After a full half-minute of silence, the kitten slowly nodded. "Okay, I will try to develop my own bloodline." Lin Xiu is actively preparing to fight his old enemy, and Xiao Mao is unwilling to put all the responsibility on Lin Xiu's shoulders. "Okay, that's good." Lin Xiu nodded with satisfaction. In fact, it didn't make much difference to him whether the kitten was willing to practice or not. He didn't expect the kitten to play any decisive role anyway. However, Lin Xiu didn't want the kitten to become a cowardly cat demon. He wants to help the kitten grow up and resolve its emotional issues. He wanted to win Xiao Mao's heart even more, and it would be best if he could put both Xiao Mao and Hei's sisters on his bed. So, now Lin Xiu is preparing for his dream. "Kitten, this is for you." Lin Xiu threw a seal engraved with the emblem of the Demon King Leviathan at the kitten. "What is this?" The kitten gave Lin Xiu a puzzled look. "This is a quick way to contact me," Lin Xiu explained. "If you encounter Hei or any other difficult enemy, use this to contact me, and I will definitely rush over as soon as possible." "Senior Lin Xiu, are you trying to say that as long as I contact you, you will come to me immediately?" The kitten smiled helplessly. "Kitten, can you try?" Lin Xiu chuckled. He knew that Xiao Mao had no confidence in whether he could arrive in time. But it doesn't matter. Lin Xiu will use facts to tell Xiao Mao. Lin Xiu always puts his words into practice. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiu, Rias, and the others stayed at the Gremory house for a while before returning to the human world. Komio Academy. Student Union Room. Rebel hugged Lin Xiu's arm and bowed slightly to the girl with glasses in front of her. "Hello, sir. I am Rebel Phoenix. In the coming days, I will transfer to this Juwon College as Master Lin Xiu's fiancé. Please take good care of me. Well, your admission procedures have been completed. Here is your student ID. From now on, you are a student of Juwon College." Sona handed her student ID to Ravel with a complicated expression. At this moment, she was thinking about a serious question. If she were like Rias, letting her mother be the head of the family for decades, or even centuries, and then letting her child inherit the position of head of the family after she gave birth to a child, would her mother actually want to beat her to death? After seeing the speed of Rebel and Lin Xiu, Sona finally realized her own problem. Her awareness is not enough. She didn't have the courage and execution to actively pursue what she wanted like Ravel, nor did she have the guts to lose her virginity before marriage like Rias. Therefore, it has led to this half-baked ending. The more I think about the fact that Lin Xiu's original fiancé was me, the more uncomfortable I feel. It's her fault. If she had believed in Lin Xiu from the beginning and believed that Lin Xiu could quickly become stronger, she would not have taken the initiative to cancel the engagement with Lin Xiu. After seeing Lin Xiu and Rebel off from the student union room, Sona's gaze gradually changed from dim to firm. What if there is no man? After deciding on her dream, she had already made preparations not to get married, because no young male demon would dare to marry a fiancé like her who dares to shake up the system of the underworld. The reason why she lost her last fiancé was, on the one hand, because she used chess to severely despise his intelligence, and, on the other hand, because she directly said, "Your own dream." After witnessing Tsang Na's terrifying IQ and grand dreams, Song Na's previous fiancée, chose to run away. Originally, Song Na thought that Lin Xiu, whose IQ was similar to hers, might be her dream-chasing partner and even her partner. But now, since Lin Xiu is engaged, there is no possibility for her and Lin Xiu. In this case, she will devote her energy to her career. Just in time, the artifact transplantation technology and the evolution core are about to be obtained. If possible, I hope to gain the strength of a demon king before the gathering of young demons in the underworld. Considering the uproar that Lin Xiu caused in the underworld this time, if I can also obtain the same demon king level strength as Lin Xiu, it will be of great help in realizing my ideal. Although Song Na does not advocate absolute personal strength, she also admits that when the level gap reaches 2 levels or more, almost all strategies and tactics will become ineffective. Even if she doesn't like to actively crush others, she has to prevent others from crushing her. The Black Evil Dragon King's Divine Artifact Clone, although it's far inferior to Lin Xiujuan's Divine Destruction Tool, it's enough to allow me to gain considerable strength in the short term. Song Na decided to start transplanting the artifact once he got the evolution core. The other side, Lin Xiu's side. After finishing the date with Yuuma Amano, it was already evening. At night, after feeding his 2 fiancées, Lin Xiu fed all his relatives. Feeling happy, Lin Xiu soaked in Asia's body, waiting for the system's time travel to end. 5, 4, 3, 2. As soon as the 10 days were up, Lin Xiu immediately activated the system's copy function. Bite. The host's strength is detected to be a high-level demon, extracting from the intermediate dungeon world. Congratulations to the host for opening the intermediate dungeon. Kill the Red Eyes world. Host, are you going to the dungeon world now? The world of Akame Killer? Of course I'll go. Long before she traveled through time, Lin Xiu had many dissatisfactions with this world known as sister killing. Now that he had the opportunity to change the world with his own hands, Lin Xiu naturally couldn't let it go. Ding! Heading to the world of Akame Killer. The host will obtain an identity similar to but different from the original protagonist. After the story begins, the host can awaken the memories from the other world. Although you cannot awaken your memories in advance, you can set the direction of action for your unawakened memories, thereby changing the past plot to some extent. Before officially opening the dungeon world, please select your own initial abilities. The Akame/world is an intermediate world. The host can choose 3 initial abilities or 3 opportunities to use the full power of the body. If the host needs to increase their initial ability space to quickly become stronger, they can also choose to capture the heroine. Each time you conquer a female protagonist, the host will gain an initial ability space. There are certain requirements for favorability in capturing the heroine, and it is not enough to establish a real relationship. Please consider your actions carefully when capturing the heroine. After completing the first world strategy, the system unlocks the birth ability feature. The host can project some low-level abilities into the past, awakening some of their powers at birth. Is it possible to be born with some abilities? Lin Xiu touched his chin. There is no doubt that this matter is of great significance, because if he had some innate abilities at birth, he could have played a greater role before the plot began. The world of Akame Killer is different from the world of Apocalypse. The world of Apocalypse was just an everyday world before the plot began, so it didn't matter even if Lin Xiu didn't awaken any abilities. But in the world of Akame Killer, if he had not gained a certain level of strength before the plot began, he would have been unable to undo some of the things he wanted to undo. Lin Xiu is not yet going to put all his hopes on the system's proactive correction. Bite. Yes, after completing the first world, the system's travel mode unlocks more functions. The host can exchange 1 initial ability space for 1 birth ability space. However, due to the energy limit of each system traversal, the upper limit of the birth ability space is blue. If the selected system reward level exceeds blue, the upper limit will automatically be locked within the blue evaluation range. If you want to fully unlock it later, you can spend the initial ability space to exchange for the advanced ability. Okay, that's good. I chose Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline and Unmarked Spell Book as my initial abilities. Lin Xiu chose these two abilities after careful consideration. First is the Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline. Pure-Blooded Leviathan Bloodline is an ability that will only be effective in the later stages. If he can possess it from childhood to adulthood, he will be able to obtain the power of a superior demon level from the beginning. Then there's the Unnamed Mantra Book. Since he could awaken his abilities ahead of time, Lin Xiu also wanted to use these extra 10 years to hone his own skills in manipulation and research and development. Rather than simply conquering the world, it is also important to make good use of the time before awakening when opening the dungeon world. In this way, if you directly exchange the purple level Leviathan Bloodline after awakening the memory, you should be able to obtain the starting body strength of the highest level demon level. With the true strength of a top-tier demon, and then exchanging it for a Sekirai's Gauntlet, you'll basically be invincible in the world of Akame slashing. After asking about some system details, Lin Xiu officially activated the copy world function. Bite. You're heading to the dungeon world. Kill Akame world. Intermediate difficulty. Birth ability. Pure Blood Leviathan Bloodline Blue. Unmarked Spell Book Blue. Initial ability None. The remaining initial ability space can be exchanged or converted at any time. Lin Xiu did not exchange the remaining initial ability space for birth ability. After all, unexpected events happen. If he is not strong enough when he needs to rescue someone, he can still use his original strength to make up for it. Host, please set the pre-crossing action mode according to the main mission. The main mission is as follows. Main Mission 1. Within 2 years, establish your own power. This could be a village, a town, a capital city, or even an empire. Note, the more heroines there are in the host faction, the greater the total number of people, and the higher the reward bonus. Main Mission 2. Collect as many imperial and ministerial tools as possible within 2 years. Note, the more imperial and ministerial equipment you collect, the higher their quality and the higher the bonus. Establishing your own power and collecting imperial artifacts, that really fits the main storyline of the Akame world. The world of Akame Killer is not a beautiful world no matter how you look at it. The 1,000-year-old empire has reached its end. The entire imperial system is corrupt, the class structure is rigid, and it is on the verge of death. The rulers who could be called the scum of the world unleash their malice on the entire empire with the imperial capital as the center. Where there are people who create malice, there are naturally people who fight against malice. For example, Night Raid. Night Raid is the protagonist of the world of Akame Killer and is the organization that stirs up the situation in the world of Akame Killer. In this age of injustice, Night Raid chooses to slay the wicked, use absolute violence to achieve justice that order cannot achieve. Although they do not think this assassination method is just, they believe that the path they are practicing is correct. For the birth of a new empire, they were willing to carry out assassination, the most dangerous, most shameful task that was destined not to be recorded in history. Of course, in Lin Xiu's opinion, the night attack was not right, nor was it just. It was just a helpless choice. The world of Akame Killer has paid too much to overthrow the empire. Not only was the revolution incomplete, leaving behind a large number of governors from the previous dynasty, but also brought in a large number of foreign enemies. In this situation, even if a new empire was established, the entire imperial system would be extremely fragile. A few minutes later, Lin Xiu set up the action mode before his memories of the Akame world were awakened. Pre-awakening action mode. Mode 1. Try to save the heroines who died or lost their virginity before the plot begins. If necessary, you can use your original strength once. Mode 2. Try to develop your own village and make it more prosperous, and try to expand your territory without attracting too much attention from the empire. Mode 3. You can actively establish relationships with some heroines, but there's no need to develop a relationship beyond just a romantic one, and you shouldn't focus entirely on finding a heroine. You need to devote more than half of your energy to developing your territory and cultivating yourself. Note, Mode 1 has the highest priority, followed by Mode 2 and Mode 3. World travel begins. After a flash, Lin Xiu's figure disappeared in an instant. Bite. The journey was successful. Please complete the main quest of Akame World as soon as possible. The results of the pre-awakening action mode are as follows. After traveling through time, you acquired an identity similar to Tatsumi's and became Ilias, Sao, and Tatsumi's childhood sweetheart. However, unlike the other three, you are not a native of the village, but an abandoned baby picked up by the village chief. Because you have a very special aura and carry a magic book made of very noble materials, the old village chief treats you as an abandoned child of the nobility. Although the conditions in the village are extremely limited, the village chief still gave you the best educational conditions. Requesting flowers. As you grow older, the magical qualities in you begin to gradually emerge. First, it's literacy and arithmetic. In just 1 month, you've completed all the academic work you should have completed before adulthood. As for the spells, after the village chief discovered your talent, he reminded you that you've been carrying a magic book since childhood. Through the unnamed mantra, you learn the techniques of the world of Akame/. Since the unnamed mantra is blue level, the techniques you learned aren't particularly advanced. However, even so, your knowledge of techniques still allows you to crush the Akame world. After all, most of the Akame world's practitioners are physical cultivators. As you grew older, you used the techniques you learned from the unnamed spell book to create a lot of influence in the world of Akame. At the age of 5, your strength reached the peak of the lower demon level, and you tried to use the spirit gathering formation for the first time. Under the influence of the spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was enriched. As a result, that year, the crops in the village had a good harvest, and the people were healthy and rarely fell ill. After confirming that this was due to your technique, the village chief immediately appointed you as the next village chief. After obtaining the status of village chief, you begin to transform the village, using your brain and hands to help the village reform. Salt making, iron casting, glass burning. Under the economic wave brought by the technological revolution, the village quickly developed into a town. The local mayor personally met with you and sealed the town in the name of the old village chief, naming it Chang'an Town. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the old village chief is merely an agent. The city lord has effectively handed over the management of Chang'an Town to you. This year, you're 7 years old, and your strength has just reached the level of a mid-level demon, surpassing many powerful beings. Using your magic, you can even fight against some Imperial tool users. As you grow older, you begin to learn the world's most advanced techniques, the 11 Imperial weapons. When you were 15 years old, with the advice and recommendation of the ministers in Tiaoli, the Longxi Prefecture capital was renamed Chang'an Prefecture, and you were officially promoted to Chang'an Prefecture governor. However, as fate would have it, the same year you turned 15, the previous emperor passed away, and a new emperor ascended the throne. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the new emperor was the least favored little princess, Fanina. When Lin Xiu read this part of the memory, his expression suddenly became subtle. What does it mean that the new emperor is called Fanina? Fanina, the water goddess Fanina? Lin Xiu had seen the portrait of the little emperor, and he looked exactly like the water goddess Fanina in Genshin Impact. If I remember correctly, the little emperor's scepter and uniform were both French. French, ranked 16th, and also looks like Fanina. There are really too many buffs on the ground. This setting was simply born to be beheaded. Lin Xiu's thoughts only paused for a moment. After complaining about the emperor girl's name, Lin Xiu continued to receive the memories before awakening. A new emperor chooses his own ministers. After the new emperor ascended the throne, Minister Tiaoli chose to retire. However, before retiring, he strongly recommended you to General Bud, saying that you are the one who can shoulder the future of the empire. The new minister was named Ernest. After taking office, he took advantage of a young emperor to amass wealth, making the already fragmented empire even more miserable for the people. Chang'an is one of the states closest to the ancient Western Kingdom. In order to further develop the market, you traveled west to open up trade routes. While dealing with the ancient Western Kingdom, you were targeted by a singing girl named Casmia. Unfortunately, she had just obtained an imperial weapon and was easily defeated by you without even being able to resist. 22. When you were 16, the minister took notice of your imperial repair skills and demanded that you hand them over. You claimed that only you could repair the damaged imperial and ministerial tools and refused to hand them over. The minister harbors resentment towards you and has sent out assassins from the imperial army to forcibly seize the imperial artifact repair technology. However, by this time, your strength had risen to that of a superior demon. Even the imperial assassination force was powerless against you. After considerable effort, you successfully repelled them. However, it's not just the Empire that's targeting you. There's also an assassination society called Oberg that's targeting you. In order to obtain your special technology that can increase crop yields tenfold, the Oberg Assassination Society has chosen to cooperate with the Imperial Elite Group. Each party will gain what they need. After receiving this memory, Lin Xiu didn't know what to say. I remember that in the original story, the Empire's Elite Assassination Squad and the Oberg Assassination Society killed a large number of each other. I never thought that in this world line, they would choose to unite to fight against me. Lin Xiu had already guessed why the Oberg Assassination Society wanted to assassinate him. Most likely, it's because of the agricultural technology he has. The technology that can increase crop yields tenfold is of little use to the Oberg Assassination Society, but it is of absolute significance to the rebels. As long as they obtain this technology, they can quickly accumulate power with a very small territory and overthrow the Empire in one fell swoop. But it's useless. The reason these seeds can increase their yield tenfold is because I've set up special spirit gathering and rainfall formations throughout Chang'an. If you don't have a spirit gathering array or a rain-falling array, and you only have spirit seeds, and you sow them on land devoid of spirit energy, they will turn into ordinary seeds in just 10 days. Faced with the siege of two major killer groups, you are in an unprecedented crisis. At this moment, you awakened a special power, and a red gauntlet appeared on your arm. Although it's only a blue-level Eyes gauntlet, the upper limit of the blue evaluation system reward is quite high, reaching the Demon King level. After using the Eyes gauntlet, you gained a layer of crimson armor, and your strength reached that of a beginner demon lord. Using your absolute strength, you repelled the attacks of two major assassin organizations and captured several of their members. They are Akame's companions in the Elite Seven, Cornelia, Bonnie, and Tsukushi. Heitan's partner in the Assassination Force Reinforcement Team, Ian. The leader of the Oberg Assassination Society, Maillard Oberg, referred to as Mela. Members of the Oberg Assassination Society, Barbara, Chelsea, and Teiko's mentor, Teiko. After being captured by you, you allowed them to participate in the production and construction of Chang'an, allowing them to see the difference between the Chang'an you governed and other places in the Empire. As time went by, the young girls' minds softened and they began to believe that you were doing the right thing. However, Barbara, the elder, and Maillard, the leader of the association, continued to eat and drink for free and refused to obey orders. During this period, Chelsea, who had escaped by chance, originally wanted to come back to save her companions. However, after seeing the happy life of the people in Chang'an and the fact that you had spared the lives of those assassins, Chelsea took the initiative to reveal her true identity and chose to surrender. After training Chelsea, you sent her to the Revolutionary Army as an undercover agent. When you were 17 years old, the Empire sent an imperial edict requesting you to come to Beijing to report on your duties. After making some general arrangements for the territory, you took Cornelia, Casmia, and Merad to the imperial capital. Cornelia is the eldest sister of the Elite Seven and one of the core members of the Elite Seven. Merad is the leader of an assassination society. She's incredibly powerful, even defeating a young as death. It's because of your encounter with her that you've used up one of your initial ability slots. After taking these 2 core members of the team away, you won't have to worry about what the other Elite 7 or the Assassination Society members are doing in Chang'an. As for Cosmia, she is the singer you took in from the ancient Western country. She is mainly responsible for odd jobs. At this moment, you're on your way to the Imperial Capital, the world of Akame Killer. On the way to the Imperial Capital, Lin Xiu stopped and digested his memories of the past 10 years. Seeing Lin Xiu pause, Maillard smiled playfully. What's wrong? Didn't you insist on accepting the Imperial Edict and reporting to the capital? Why are you backing off now? Could it be that you, who have always been fearless, are afraid? That's right. Although you are very powerful, no matter how you think about it, you will never be a match for his death. How about this? We go back directly and raise the flag of rebellion against the Empire. Once we conquer the world, I'll give you half of all the beautiful girls, and you half. How about that? Maillard patted Lin Xiu's shoulder, acting like a good brother. If you ignore her appearance and only look at the way she and Lin Xiu are arm in arm, and hear her words that she wants to share all the beauties in the world with Lin Xiu, anyone would think she is a man. But in fact, Maillard is a very charming lady. If Ice Queen's Death is the boss-level character in the main story of Akame Ga Kill, then Minister Queen Mera is the boss-level character in the legendary story of Akame Ga Kill. Mera, the Insect Queen, whose full name is Merald Oberg, is the female leader of the Assassination Society Oberg and the strongest enemy encountered by the Imperial Assassination Force in the Sun and Moon Swamp. She can control dangerous insects according to her will. After using secret techniques, Mera can even gain a supernatural rebirth ability. In the prequel to Akame Ga Kill, if Mera had not left most of the insects to her subordinates, Akame would have died at her hands. As a top female villain boss, this death is very charming, and Merad is no less so. Merard wore a purple-black dress that was both elegant and revealing. The bodice featured a deep V-neck or off-the-shoulder silhouette, highlighting her mature feminine curves. The hem was asymmetrical or high-slit, and paired with fishnet stockings and high-heeled boots, she reinforced her identity as a mysterious assassin. A golden chain or insect-shaped decoration is wrapped around the waist, symbolizing the ability to control dangerous insect-shaped species. The long, straight black hair is naturally scattered, with slightly wavy ends, covering the white and shiny shoulders and back. There's a noticeable teardrop mole under his left eye. His eyes are sharp and have a lazy and playful feeling. They are often half-closed or sideways, revealing the confidence that he is in control of everything. The dark purple lip makeup looks both seductive and dangerous, and combined with the subtle, alluring smile that often hangs on the corner of his mouth, he creates the image of an elegant predator with a lazy posture but hidden murderous intent. It's a pity. Such a female villain whose charm is comparable to his death's actually likes girls. To be precise, the stronger a girl is, the more likely she is to win Mela's heart. In the Assassination Society she manages, most of the killers are beautiful girls. It is hard to say whether this is a killer group or a harem group that Mera has built for herself. P.S. Maillard can also be called Mela. Mela sounds better, so I will use this name from now on. The lily is just a setting. There will be no situation where the wings are tangled. The lily in the later story is written for the purpose of breaking the lily. If that were all, Mera could only be described as a queen-type Yuri character with some unique characteristics. However, she achieved an achievement that attracted the attention of all lesbians in the world. She almost captured both the righteous heroine Akame and the villainous Death at the same time by herself. Akame used her identity as a beauty 940 girl to get close to Mera in order to carry out the assassination mission. For this purpose, she also said a lot of sweet words to Mera. As for his death, she had a face-to-face confrontation with Mera when she was a teenager. In that duel with his death, if Mera had not taken the initiative to let go, the final winner would undoubtedly be Mera. The reason for letting her go was very simple. Mara was at L asterisk 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 in, and she just liked extremely beautiful girls like his death. It's a pity that times have changed. A few years passed, and although Mela's strength had improved, she did not focus all her energy on becoming stronger. If she were to face his death again, Suela really had no confidence. Oomph. Lin Xiu snorted coldly and slapped away Maylad's hand on his shoulder. Mira, I remember how many times I've told you that your bugs are useless to me. Have I not given up on using bugs on me? That's right. Mela would not easily touch a man. The reason why she patted Lin Xiu's shoulder just now was to put an insect poison in his body. Unfortunately, the energy level of this world, the power was too low. As soon as the insect poison entered Lin Xiu's body, it was swept away by the Leviathan magic in his body. Most of the masters in the world of Akame Killer are physical cultivators. They have powerful physical strength, but their energy utilization level is very low. Therefore, as early as when he was a mid-level demon, Lin Xiu could rely on his magic advantage to fight against the Imperial weapon users who were as powerful as the upper-level demons. Now, Lin Xiu's power has reached the level of a high-level demon. Even without any item bonus, he is enough to compete with Brad, who is more powerful than ordinary Imperial tools. Hand. Of course, if that's all, it's not enough to fight against the insect Queen Mara. Last time, if Lin Xiu had not used his true strength in time, he would have died at the hands of Mela. Therefore, Lin Xiu also set up special measures against Mela. The next second, Lin Xiu clenched his palms slightly. Mela's heart, which was beating normally, suddenly stopped beating and she fell to the ground powerlessly. After capturing Mela, Lin Xiu placed a large number of restrictions on her so that he could control her even if he lost his power. Controlling Mara's heart by infusing the Leviathan water into her body is one of Lin Xiu's many methods of controlling Mara. Holy Son Lin Xiu, no woman would like a man who can't even take a joke. Mela covered her chest, her words full of dissatisfaction. Really? Can you be considered a woman? Lin Xiu chuckled and asked back. Why can't I be considered a woman? If you are willing to capture Chi Tong, I can let you experience my charm as a woman. Mela slightly opened her elegant yet revealing purple-black Indian-style dress, revealing a pair of long, glowing white legs that were very eye-catching. However, Lin Xiu didn't buy it. Being able to say such things means that Mela is just using her body as a bargaining chip. Kasmia, come and keep me company tonight. Let's show Mira whether I am a man or not. Me? Kasmia was surprised and delighted. She had been with Lin Xiu for so long and had always thought that Lin Xiu was not interested in women. Otherwise, why would he not make a move on her? Who would have thought that today she would be the first to achieve a happy ending with Lin Xiu? Kasmia? Why her? Mela glanced at Kasmia. She admitted that Kasmia was pretty good among ordinary women, but how could she be compared with her? In her eyes, Kasmia is a singer. Why would Lin Xiu choose Kos 363 Mia over her? In terms of temperament, she is definitely more powerful, right? Because she likes me? Lin Xiu replied as a matter of course. 11. Is that so? In this respect, I really can't compare to her. Mela was silent for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Kasmia is a singer rescued by Lin Xiu from an ancient Western country. She was Lin Xiu's captive, and the two of them naturally have different levels of affection for Lin Xiu. Okay, look, you should go to sleep first. As he spoke, Lin Xiu stretched out his hand and gently tapped Mela's chest, refreshing the Leviathan water in her body. These, periodically refreshed, Leviathan waters are Lin Xiu's trump card for controlling Mara. Every 24 hours, these Leviathan waters will conduct a detection. If Lin Xiu is dead, they will blow Mara to pieces. So, just now, Mela really just wanted to play a joke on Lin Xiu. She would never take action against Zhu Xiu until she found a way to deal with the Leviathan water. Cornelia, I leave her to you. Okay, I understand. Cornelia pursed her red lips, gave up asking Lin Xiu what he was going to do with Kasmia, and carried the insect Queen Mara aside. After Cornelia and Mela left, Kasmia couldn't wait to hug Lin Xiu and offered her red lips. She had always thought that Lin Xiu was a Puritan who didn't like women. After all, there were so many girls around Lin Xiu, but she had never heard of Lin Xiu making a move on anyone. Now, Lin Xiu's first choice was her. This feeling of happiness filled Cosmia's body, so she was very proactive throughout the whole process. Without Lin Xiu's guidance, Cosmia sat down on her own. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Cosmia. Blank initial ability grid +1. The current total number of initial ability spaces is 4. In the original story, Cosmia is a singing diva who was found guilty by a witch judge in a Western country. She is a pervert who loves to toy with men. However, after Lin Xiu got involved, the plot changed. Since Lin Xiu went to the ancient Western country very early, Cosmia was taken in by Lin Xiu when she was a teenager. All along, Cosmia has been working hard in Lin Xiu's Chang'an capital and has never revealed her nympho side. However, perhaps because she originally had the attributes of a nympho, after combining with Lin Xiu, she became more and more uncontrollable, as if she wanted to rub Lin Xiu into her body. Cosmia felt the ultimate happiness and satisfaction, and she was about to break down. However, this made life difficult for the two people standing by. Cornelia just pretended to fall asleep, and Mela woke up half an hour later. Listening to the sweet voices coming from them, the two looked at each other. Cornelia's eyes were full of helplessness, while Mela's eyes were full of desire. "Hey, Cornelia, do you want to make a deal with me?" Mela asked softly with a smile. "What deal?" "If I meet your companion Chi Tong again in the future, I can let her go and choose to capture her alive. Even if she is captured by Lin Xiu, I will ask Lin Xiu to spare her life." Is it really possible? Cornelia was very tempted by Mela's conditions. She knew very well that although they were both captives, Mela's status was much higher than hers. After all, Lin Xiu still needed Mela to control her assassination society. If Mera is willing to help, Chi Tong will definitely survive. "Of course you can, but I also have conditions." Melado revealed his true intentions. "You should know that I like girls, right? So, my condition is you have to stay with me for one night." Mela was really made uncomfortable by Lin Xiu. Cornelia blushed slightly and fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, she nodded slowly. "Okay, remember to keep your word." As she spoke, Cornelia closed her eyes, looking as if she was willing to take whatever she wanted. Rada. The next second, Lin Xiu's voice came from my ear. "Cornelia, since you're willing to make a deal, how about changing the transaction partner to me?" After hearing Lin Xiu's voice, Cornelia looked up and saw Lin Xiu holding her in a train bento position. Her little face instantly turned red. "Hey, Lin Xiu, don't go too far. How could Mela watch her own fat being taken away? Snatching food from a tiger's mouth is too much." Lin Xiu merely raised an eyebrow, and the next second, the Leviathan water in Mela's body instantly boiled, causing her to faint again. Seeing that Mela fainted again, Cornelia's face became even redder. It was okay with two people around, but if she was alone, she really couldn't bear it. But in the end, Cornelia made a decision. "Okay, if you, Mr. Lin Xiu, are willing to sit down with me and agree to let Chi Tong go, I'm willing." Cornelia is the leader of the assassination unit and has the responsibility to protect her younger sisters. Moreover, she had also seen the situation of Chang'an City, managed by Lin Xiu, and knew that Lin Xiu was a good person. Therefore, she did not have too much resistance. "Okay, Cosmia, you come and help Cornelia." "Yes, I understand." Cosmia smiled slyly. Normally, girls don't want other girls to participate in their first time. But Cosmia was different. After the nympho switch was turned on, she felt unprecedented stimulation and excitement. With the help of Cosmia, the symbiote penetrated Cornelia's black yoga pants, causing Cornelia's beautiful golden hair to suddenly fly back. Although he got Cornelia, Lin Xiu did not hear the system prompt sound. That's right. Although Cornelia recognizes that he is a good person, she has not yet fallen in love with him. While soaking in Cornelia's body, Lin Xiu opened the system page. System, exchange for succubus bloodline, blue. Byte, succubus bloodline, blue, has been successfully redeemed. After exchanging the succubus bloodline, Lin Xiu licked Cornelia's tears of pain and spoke softly. Cornelia, right now, this is the only way I can get you. Once I complete my goal, I will give you a formal wedding ceremony. Mr. Lin Xiu, are you willing to marry me? Cornelia's eyes were filled with disbelief. She had originally thought Lin Xiu was just playing with her, but she had never imagined that Lin Xiu actually planned to marry her. Cornelia grew up in the world of Akame killer and was quite conservative, so after hearing that Lin Xiu would marry her, her original helplessness instantly disappeared. Seeing Cornelia gradually soften, Lin Xiu continued. Well, yes, I like you, or rather, I like you all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spared your lives. It is precisely because I like you that I want you to know that you are walking on the wrong path. It is impossible to maintain power by relying solely on such a despicable means as assassination. If you want to win the hearts of the people, you must take the most correct path. I hope that you can help me so that everyone in this world can have enough food to eat and wear clothes and no longer suffer from hunger and cold. I also hope that the girl I like can become my wife. But I'm sorry, I'm a very greedy person, so I may not have only one wife. Lin Xiu stated his goal. This goal is not grand, but it is precisely because it is not grand that Cornelia is willing to believe that what Lin Xiu said is true. Since joining the elite assassination team, they have witnessed too many tragedies. It doesn't matter, even if it's just a concubine. I'm willing to help Mr. Lin Xiu. Cornelia squeezed her plump thighs slightly and said firmly, Isn't it inappropriate to call me Mr. Lin Xiu now? Lin Xiu chuckled and asked back, Then call me husband? Cornelia's heroic face showed such a shy attitude for the first time. Before I marry you, you could just call me Lin Xiujuan. Lin Xiu touched Cornelia's soft golden hair and replied, Yes, Lin Xiujuan. Mr. Lin Xiu, I believe you're on the right path. I am willing to help you achieve your goals, and I am also willing to be your wife. For now on, please take care of me. After saying this, Cornelia hesitated for a few seconds and then offered her red lips. Feeling Lin Xiu's breath, Alneria felt both happy and at ease. In this way, not only Qi Tong, but also the future of other elite team members captured by Lin Xiu was guaranteed. Cornelia heard clearly that Lin Xiu said that she liked you guys. She didn't think there was anything wrong with what Lin Xiu said. Rather, it was strange for a capable man like Lin Xiu to have only one wife. 10 minutes after Cornelia proactively responded to Lin Xiu heard the system prompt tone. The next day, Mira got up with dark circles under her eyes. After getting up, Mela looked at Lin Xiu with an unprecedented resentful look. Because, half an hour after being knocked unconscious by Lin Xiu, she woke up again. After waking up, Mela felt terrible when she saw the two beautiful girls showing extremely happy postures under Lin Xiu. Depend on, you're trying to steal her, right? You're such a jerk. She had already negotiated the terms. How could someone cut her off halfway? Mira, it seems you slept well last night. Lin Xiu noticed the dark circles under Mela's eyes, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After getting up, Lin Xiu walked straight to the insect Queen Mera and extended his hand to her without hesitation. Oh, are you still planning to attack me? There was a hint of temptation and threat in Mela's lazy expression. If Lin Xiu dares to attack her, she will let Lin Xiu know the consequences. However, the result was not what Ping Mela expected. Lin Xiu just touched her chest lightly, and the next second, a large amount of blue-purple liquid gushed out of her body. That was the special energy that Lin Xiu had infused into her to control her. It turns out that Lin Xiu wasn't trying to play with her, but rather remove the restrictions on her. What do you mean? Instead of feeling relieved, Mela took several steps back. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. She didn't believe that Lin Xiu was some kind-hearted man who would enter saint mode after having S*X and be so kind as to let her go. Wait, is this man trying to silence someone? But isn't that right? If you want to kill someone and silence them, can't you just detonate this special energy in her body? Because Mera had lived a very comfortable year at Lin Xiu's place and hadn't used her brain for too long. Her brain, which was originally smarter than its deaths, had somewhat degenerated. If I tell you that I now have the strength to crush you, and therefore I no longer need these methods, would you believe me? Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head. The next second, he snapped his fingers, lit the charcoal fire under the breakfast pot, and started making breakfast. Huh? Why? It's only been one night. How can you make such great progress? Mela was very dissatisfied. Okay, don't think too much. Go wash up quickly, and then come back for breakfast. Of course, you can also try to escape. However, I will catch you myself. As punishment, I will spank you hard every time you are caught. Lin Xiu raised his hand, as if ready to punish you at any time. Oomph. Mela snorted and went to wash up first. After washing up, she did not run away. Instead, she obediently returned to Lin Xiu and had breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xiu spread the devil wings behind him and continued to rush towards the imperial capital. Just like before, Lin Xiu held Cornelia in his left hand, Cosmia in his right hand, and Mela on his back. Of course, there are some things that are different from before. After the baptism last night, Cornelia and Cosmia were not shy when Lin Xiu held them, and they took the initiative to get close to Lin Xiu. Tisk! Mela noticed the changes in the two people and let out a sharp tisk. Okay, stop cutting. I'm going to speed up. Boost! In Lin Xiu's hand, the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hand appeared. Yesterday, the reason why Lin Xiu acted so hastily against Cosmia and Cornelia was certainly because he coveted their bodies, but the main reason was to unlock his own strength as quickly as possible. After obtaining an initial ability space, Lin Xiu first exchanged for the succubus bloodline. Then, Lin Xiu used the succubus bloodline and his own actions to quickly improve Cornelia's favorability, thereby obtaining a second initial ability space. After obtaining the second initial ability space, Lin Xiu immediately exchanged it for Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. It was precisely because he had unlocked the Red Dragon Emperor's caged hands that Lin Xiu dared to take the initiative to remove the shackles from Mera. A Demon King-level Red Dragon Emperor is enough to ensure Lin Xiu's absolute safety in the world of killing the Red Eyes. As long as Lin Xiu is not dead, even if other heroines die, Lin Xiu can use the Reincarnation Pool or Devil Chess Piece to pull them back. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. Green spiritual energy burst out, and a red dragon armor appeared on Lin Xiu's body. Boom! After the Forbidden Hand transformation, Lin Xiu's originally high-speed flying figure turned into a shadow. In order to avoid disturbing others and exposing his tracks, Lin Xiu deliberately covered the area around him with a magic circle to conceal his body. High above the sky, Mela rode on Lin Xiu's waist and touched Lin Xiu's red armor curiously. Yes, that's it. The strength of this crimson armor even surpassed her butterfly form after using the secret technique cocoon transformation. Last time, Lin Xiu used this crimson armor to successfully capture her. Since she was caught by Lin Xiu using the Forbidden Hand, Mela has always been very concerned about it. However, after being captured by Lin Xiu, she never saw Lin Xiu use this armor again. Even if he doesn't encounter a strong enemy, Lin Xiu still needs to practice daily to avoid getting rusty, right? Lin Xiujuan, is it because you are proficient in using this armor that you took the initiative to remove the restrictions on me? Mela asked while stroking the red dragon armor. You could say that. Also, you don't need to try to cast a spell on me. You can't even handle me in my normal state, let alone me in my forbidden mode. As he spoke, Lin Xiu pinched Mela's plump thigh hard. This, Mela was slightly shocked and gave up the idea of continuing to test Lin Xiu. Perhaps because Lin Xiu exchanged for the succubus bloodline yesterday, Mela did not object to Lin Xiu pinching her thigh. Instead, she continued to express her interest in Lin Xiu. Hands-off mode. Is that the name you gave your secret technique? Every Imperial weapon user has his or her own secret technique. Mera had a preconceived notion and directly mistook Lin Xiu's divine weapon for an Imperial weapon. Secret technique? This move of mine can't be called a secret technique. The secret techniques of the Imperial tool user cannot be used for very long. As for me, although I can't use the Forbidden Hand 24 hours a day, I can still maintain high-intensity combat for 12 hours. Lin Xiu said meaningfully, "Is that so? Then I can't drown you with a sea of insects? What a pity." Mera looked very regretful. "It's such a pity. However, if you insist on trying, I can wait until you're fully prepared, like storing the bug for a few months before accepting your challenge. It's just that the conditions are the same as last night. If I win, I will punish you." "Haha, punish me?" Mela covered her red lips lightly and smiled happily, living up to her previous lazy look. "Lin Xiu, do you really want to conquer me so much? You've fallen in love with me, and you want to vent your desires on me, right?" Mela understood that what Lin Xiu did was nothing more than to dissolve her resistance and try to conquer her heart, just like what he had done in the past 10 years. Regardless of whether Lin Xiu's method was appeasement or training, she was really interested in Lin Xiu. Although Mela didn't think it was possible for her to fall in love with Lin Xiu, she admitted that Lin Xiu was indeed the most special man she had ever met in her life. Request flowers, 0. Maybe he can accomplish as great a feat as the first emperor. This is how the insect Queen Mera evaluates Lin Xiu. Bang! On the outskirts of the imperial capital, Lin Xiu and his group descended from the sky. Just after landing, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. "Bite! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, The Hospitality of the Noble Girl Arya. Task level blue. Quest description. After traveling to the world of Akame Killer, how could you not see the legendary noble girl Arya, who can change her face without blinking a bean? Quest requirements. Punish the noble girl Arya and her family." Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and looked towards the imperial capital. This prosperous city, surrounded by several high walls, is the legendary imperial capital. I wonder how many innocent souls are buried within these high walls. After putting the 3 people down, Lin Xiu began to arrange the next stage of tasks. You will stay at the post station in front of the imperial capital for a while to complete the formalities for officials to enter the capital. As for me, I will first open the teleportation array from the imperial capital to Chang'an. 0. The teleportation array is one of the many arrays in the Akame-chan world that Lin Xiu learned through the unnamed spellbook. It was precisely because of the support of a series of magic arrays, such as the teleportation array, spirit gathering array, lighting array, and rainfall array, that Lin Xiu's Chang'an capital was able to develop so rapidly. Apart from anything else, just relying on a teleportation array to carry out commercial activities across the country without the need for long-distance transportation is enough for Lin Xiu to make a fortune. Today, Lin Xiu's Chang'an capital can rival 3 large provincial units with just 1 county. There is no way the new governor of Longxi Prefecture is a close confidant of former minister Tiali Minister. As a member of the same faction, he will only strongly support Lin Xiu in developing Chang'an capital. If it develops well, the entire Longxi Prefecture will benefit, and his relocation speed will be faster. Because Lin Xiu had specifically set the development direction of try not to attract the attention of the Empire during development before traveling through time. Therefore, there has never been a special teleportation array set up near the imperial capital. Half an hour later, Lin Xiu set up the fixed teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated, and under the mist of light, several beautiful girls walked out of the teleportation array. The leading girl with long black hair is named Xiu, and she is Lin Xiu's childhood sweetheart. Under Lin Xiu's training, Xiu became his agent. When he was away, it was Xiu who helped him manage Chang'an. Unlike the young girl Xiu in the original plot, Xiu now has more temperament of a superior. Of course, in front of Lin Xiu, she was not the childhood sweetheart who had always admired Lin Xiu. Bang! As soon as she appeared, Xiu hugged Lin Xiu tightly. "Xiujun, are you okay along the way? I missed you so much." "Well, Seiyu, I missed you too." In front of a bunch of beautiful girls behind him, Lin Xiu hugged Xiu. Of course he knew that Xiu liked him. Unfortunately, due to the settings before the time travel, before awakening the memory, Lin Xiu would subconsciously get close to all the opposite as asterisk X, but would also maintain this closeness under the actual relationship. This is true for Cosmea, and even more so for Xiu. Xiu was a little surprised by Lin Xiu's proactive response. Normally, although Lin Xiu would not refuse, they mainly talked about work. Could it be that Lin Xiujun has changed his gender? "Enjoy." Xiu hugged Lin Xiu even tighter. Lin Xiu and Xiu's display of affection deeply stung the girls behind them. Of course, Xiu did not come alone this time. She was accompanied by a large number of bodyguards. They were Bonnie, Chikushi, Jin, and Teiko. Bonnie, one of the Elite Seven, is a brown-haired girl who blindly follows her father, Gozizi. She has a nice figure and a slender body, and you can tell she's been well-trained just by looking at her figure. It's a pity she's not very smart. Tsukushi, also a member of the Elite Seven, is a petite beauty with a baby face and large breasts. She has a close relationship with Akame, possesses excellent eyesight, and is skilled in shooting. In the original story, due to differences in beliefs, she betrays Akame when she's persuaded to leave the Empire together and dies in a duel with her. Jin, a member of the Enhanced Team and a classmate of Kuroneko, has always aspired to join the elite team. She's a strong-willed, green-haired, black-eyed beauty. In the original story, Jin encounters the insect Queen Mera during a battle against the Oborg Assassination Society. She's implanted with insect eggs by the Insect Queen, causing her to explode and die. After the plot changed, Lin Xiu saved Yin, who was nearly killed by Mela. Because of this, Yin's favorability towards Lin Xiu is the highest among all the girls. Teiko, a disciple of Barbara, a veteran member of the Assassination Society, and a friend Cornelia met by chance while soaking in a hot spring. However, due to their different perspectives, Teiko killed Cornelia after a fierce battle in the original story. Later, she was killed by Akaheim while attempting to assassinate her. After the plot changed, Lin Xiu took advantage of the battle between Mayoko and Cornelia and captured both of them in one go. Although being captured was uncomfortable, Mio felt much better when she saw her master Barbara and leader Merad being captured one after another. If the leaders were captured, she wouldn't have to fight Cornelia over the issue of Position 22. Overall, Miaozi is still very grateful to Lin Xiu. After witnessing it with their own eyes for more than a year, most of these girls chose to surrender. There was no way. They were all kind-hearted girls with a sense of justice. After seeing Lin Xiu's advanced policies and the happy lives of the people, they could not convince themselves not to join. Anyway, with Lin Xiu's strength, they can't resist, so they might as well devote themselves to the industry they want to invest in, fighting for the people's happy life. Compared to assassinations, they are more satisfied with tasks such as combating bandits, maintaining public order, and searching for wanted criminals. The most stubborn ones are Barbara and Mela. Unlike the young girls who can easily change their ideas, they're old-fashioned and their ideas are not so easy to change. Therefore, when Lin Xiu left Chang'an capital, he took Mela with him on purpose to prevent her from causing any trouble while he was away. Feeling the fresh scent of Seiyu's hair, Lin Xiu touched Seiyu's soft black hair. "Okay, Seiyu, I know you miss me, but it's not appropriate to hug me like this right now." After coming to her senses, feeling the gazes from all directions, Xiu's face flushed, and she quickly let go of Lin Xiu. Lady Lin Xiu and Lady Sao are really in love. Tsukushi stuck out her pink tongue and showed a very playful smile. "Xiu, the next period of time may be quite difficult for you. I have decided to develop trade routes in and around the imperial capital from now on." "Really? Xiujun, have you finally made up your mind?" "Okay, I'll act according to the plan right away." When Gio heard that Lin Xiu had finally started the next plan, his eyes flashed and instantly became fierce. Under Lin Xiu's long-term influence, Xiu has already possessed amazing leadership. First, silver. You go back to Chang'an and tell all officials above the city lord level to develop trade routes and dump silver in the area near the imperial capital according to the previously designated plan. And then there's Teiko. Go back to your master, Barbara, and place those trained official security personnel in the caravan. Although the distance to the imperial capital has been shortened significantly, the caravan still needs to complete the final section of the connecting route. Under Xiu's arrangement, everyone acted in an orderly manner. However, Lin Xiu interrupted halfway through the conversation. Say, you can also take Mara into consideration. Mara has been managing the Assassination Society for so long, so she should be able to alleviate a lot of your pressure. Xiu-kun, are you talking about Mara, Merald, the former leader of the Assassination Society? Seeing that she was named by Lin Xiu, Mela's lazy eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Lin Xiu, you don't think I'm the type who will just obey you, do you? Lin Xiu certainly didn't think Mela would obey, but he had a way to make her agree. Mira, if you're willing to help, I can grant you the right to move freely around the imperial capital. Hearing this, Mela licked her red lips, her eyes slightly gloomy. You mean you could bring me back any time you want? That's the meaning, but it's not the main point. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Mira, you'll want the right to move freely in the imperial capital, because your favorite Akame and Isdeath will appear in the imperial capital. Hearing these two names, the corners of Mela's mouth relaxed, and her saliva almost flowed out. Akajiri is the night raid's ace killer, often active around the imperial capital. Isdeath is the great general of the empire, and she always returns to the imperial capital after every battle. Well, are you willing to help? Mela hesitated for only a moment and then immediately agreed. Since Lin Xiujuan needs my help, as a prisoner, I can only reluctantly help. Who told Lin Xiujuan to be a rough man? Perhaps because she had received news about Akame and his death, Mera rarely gave Lin Xiu a wink. Of course, Lin Xiu directly ignored Mela. He knew very well that, at least at this stage, it was absolutely impossible for Mela to fall in love with a man. If you want to conquer the insect queen Mera, you must proceed step by step. After arranging everything that needed to be arranged, Lin Xiu soared into the sky again and disappeared into the horizon. Several layers of clouds were broken in the sky of the imperial capital, but no one was seen. Finally, Lin Xiu stayed on the innermost palace. The reason why Lin Xiu came here was simple. He planned to directly control the little emperor. Why can't he do what the minister is capable of? After controlling the little emperor, Lin Xiu will find it easier to do anything. At that time, Lin Xiu could even call back the former minister of Tiaoli. Maintaining his stealth, Lin Xiu searched the palace for a while. The more Lin Xiu searched, the more he sighed. The world of Akame Kill was too mixed. The first emperor of the empire was based on Qin Shi Huang. The empire's territory is based on ancient Huaxia. There are foreign ethnic groups in the north, west, and south, and it is currently in the process of brutal killing and ethnic integration. Even the highest officials of provincial administrative units were governors in ancient times in the east. Of course, compared with the Eastern elements, there are definitely quite a few Western elements in the world of Akame Kill. The architectural style of the imperial capital is Western, and Ho Palace is Western. There were maids and guards in the palace, but no eunuchs, which was also Western style. Even the little emperor himself was Western style, or to be more precise, French style. In the air outside the windowsill, after finding the emperor girl's room, Lin Xiu admired the emperor girl's lazy posture of taking a nap on the big bed from the window. On the big bed, a girl who looked very much like the water goddess Huang Nina was taking a nap in a very awkward manner. She was clearly taking a nap, but she was still wearing a crown and a cape. However, what attracted Lin Xiu the most were her white knee-high socks and white pleated skirt. Seeing the white safety pants under the emperor girl's short skirt, Lin Xiu shook her head regretfully. Safety pants, what a bad civilization. Next, just walk over and hypnotize the little emperor. Lin Xiu slowly flew towards Fanina. However, just as she landed on the balcony, the blue-haired girl who was taking a nap at noon suddenly woke up. She looked towards the windowsill. Who, were you discovered? Lin Xiu frowned and just remained invisible and stopped where he was. No one. The imperial girl glanced doubtfully at the windowsill, then turned back to continue her nap. After waiting for half a minute and seeing no movement from the imperial girl, Lin Xiu continued to walk towards her. However, before reaching the front, Lin Xiu stopped, because his way was blocked by a transparent barrier. Lin Xiu frowned. In the original storyline, there was indeed a scene where Akame reached the throne but was blocked by the protective shield. I originally thought it was a protective shield that would only be activated after the Supreme Imperial Gear was activated. It seems that even if the little emperor is not prepared at all, this protective shield surrounding his body will protect him. Then, how about just releasing the hypnotic gas? Following the breeze outside the window, Lin Xiu sent the hypnotic gas into the little emperor's room. A few more minutes passed. In Lin Xiu's perception, there was no sign of any change in the emperor's daughter's life form. The first emperor is indeed the first emperor. The Supreme Throne even has a function to automatically protect the driver. After trying many methods, Lin Xiu finally chose to give up. Another 10 minutes later, through the flow of energy around the Emperor Girl, Xiu finally determined the condition of her transparent shield. Without a doubt, this is the effect of the Supreme Imperial Throne, the most powerful imperial weapon created by the first emperor. Surpassing the Demon King-level protective barrier, the first emperor's generosity is truly magnificent. Without using Tyrant Dragon, it's almost impossible for me to break this barrier. Unless this barrier is lowered by one level, from Super Demon King to Demon King. Lin Xiu would not waste this only chance to dominate the dragon on the little emperor. Before he learned how to use Balong, Lin Xiu would not easily use up the number of times he could use Balong unless his life was in danger. From the perspective of energy source, the energy of the Supreme Throne comes from the little emperor. The young emperor possesses a strong dragon energy in national destiny. The Supreme Emperor's throne absorbs the dragon energy in national destiny from the young emperor to maintain the barrier. In other words, if you want to weaken the Supreme Throne, you only need to weaken the empire and destroy it. The people's hearts and dragon energy of the country are enough. It seems that in the original plot, the reason why Tatsumi and were able to defeat the young emperor was because rebellions broke out everywhere. The revolutionary army entered the capital, and the entire empire was on the verge of collapse. Before I raised the banner of rebellion, the Chang'an capital that I managed as part of the empire also provided a lot of dragon energy and national fortune to the empire. Am I shooting myself in the foot? Wait, besides the little emperor, there seems to be another source of dragon energy. Lin Xiu looked towards another dragon energy vein. Through the palace wall, Lin Xiu saw an old man eating meat crazily. Minister, forget about the little emperor, but Minister Ernest has actually tied himself to the fate of the empire? Wait, that seems to be true. In the original plot, when the Supreme Emperor's protective shield was automatically defending itself, even the minister was covered by it. Lin Xiu frowned and flew away from Hoban. It seems that this is forcing him to rebel. Night. Lin Xiu was wandering aimlessly on the streets of the imperial capital. While walking, Lin Xiu sent instructions to Xiu. The general content is also very simple. Lin Xiu wants Xiu and others to instill the concept of Lin Xiu's supremacy into the people when governing Chang'an capital. In short, loyalty. Lin Xiu needs the people to be loyal to him, not to the empire. In this way, when Lin Xiu needs it, these national fortunes that originally helped the growth of the empire's dragon energy will turn into the greatest harm to the empire. After walking for half the night, Lin Xiu still didn't meet the person she wanted to meet. It seems that if you're not the male protagonist, it's really hard to trigger the event when needed. With a sigh, Lin Xiu prepared to return to the post station and continue fishing the next day. Just then, click! With a soft sound, a carriage stopped beside Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and turned to look behind him. Finally, he took the bait, and it was worth it for him to wander around the imperial capital at night for so long. With a soft sound, white boots tapped the ground, and a blonde girl jumped down from the carriage. Lin Xiu looked at the uninvited girl. There was no doubt that she was an extremely cute and beautiful girl of the highest quality. The girl is dressed in luxurious clothes and exudes a noble and elegant air. Under her delicate and lovely little face is an equally delicate and lovely light blue bow. The dark blue corset outlines the slender figure, and the light blue suspender dress moves gracefully in the wind. Below the slender waist, the girl's white boots are small and cute, and above the white boots are her white calves that are like works of art. In this regard, Lin Xiu's rating is, well, very jade. Under Lin Xiu's gaze, the blonde girl opened her red lips slightly and spoke slowly. "Hello, sir. Are you from out of town?" "Ah, I am indeed from another place." Lin Xiu replied, 123. Hearing Lin Xiu's answer, the noble girl Arya smiled warmly. "Are you from outside? You look very worried. Are you in trouble?" The blonde noble girl had a soft voice, and her blue eyes were full of tenderness and care. "Ah, I have encountered some troubles. I was wondering how I could stand out and be appointed a high-ranking official by the emperor." Lin Xiu told the truth. "Ha ha ha, this gentleman is truly ambitious. He's just arrived in the imperial capital, and he's already thinking about being summoned by His Majesty." Arya thought Lin Xiu was the kind of fool who wanted to get rich overnight. "Sir, if you don't mind, could you please come to my humble abode for a chat? Actually, my family is a noble family in the imperial capital. I think I should be able to help you in some way. After all, my family still has some influence in the imperial capital." Arya extended her hand to Lin Xiu and smiled slightly, fully releasing her affinity and charm. "Is that so? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous? Improper? How could that be? My mother and I love chatting with people outside the imperial capital to broaden our horizons." Seeing that Lin Xiu seemed a little hesitant, Arya took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand. "Sir, the nights in the imperial capital are very cold. Even for your own health, you shouldn't stay here for too long, right?" As she spoke, Arya also gave Lin Xiu a wink. "Since you say so, I have no choice but to obey your command." Lin Xiu smiled slightly and agreed. After arriving at the home of the noble girl Arya, Lin Xiu found that the situation was not what he had imagined. I remember that Arya has a father, but the current situation is that Arya lives alone with her mother, Countess Rosa. Also, there aren't that many corpses in their basement. Instead, it's all, say, drugs and young girls. In other words, the plot line of the Apocalypse world has also undergone similar changes as the Apocalypse world. However, if their goal is to use drugs to control young girls for their own amusement, then why did they come to me? Lin Xiu glanced at the reflection in the window. After awakening his succubus bloodline, his appearance and temperament became even more extraordinary. Shit, could it be that they are planning to... When he thought of this, the corners of Lin Xiu's mouth twitched slightly. Lin Xiu's idea was correct. Because of the change in the world line, Arya's mother, Madame Rosa, was pregnant by heaven and suffered from contempt and indifference. In the end, Rosa randomly found an incompetent old count to marry in order to avoid gossip. After the earl's death, Rosa temporarily inherited his earldom, preparing to pass on the position when Arya grows up. However, as she gained power, Rosa, who already had an abnormal temperament, gradually let herself go and began to vent her malice towards the weak. After getting tired of playing with the maids at home, the Countess and Arya set their sights on those naturally beautiful girls from other places. Originally, they would never attack men, but Lin Xiu's temperament and appearance were so amazing that Arya, as a teenager, was very moved. After returning to the mansion, the Countess accepted her daughter's suggestion and prepared to add Lin Xiu, a handsome boy, to her collection. Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline made the Countess feel an unprecedented sensation. So she made up her mind. She must take Lin Xiu down. On the dining table, Lin Xiu clinked glasses with Arya's mother. Mr. Lin Xiu is truly knowledgeable. It seems that I, a little woman who has always lived in the imperial capital, have too little experience. The Countess exclaimed in sincere admiration. She considered herself knowledgeable, but she still felt that she was not as knowledgeable as Lin Xiu in many aspects. No, not at all. I'm still far from that. I'm still young and need to learn a lot about the ways of the world and all kinds of experience. Lin Xiu said modestly. Xiujun, you know so much. Arya folded her arms across her chest, her crystal blue eyes full of admiration. Knowing so much and with his impressive fighting skills, Xiujun will definitely be able to carve out a name for himself in the imperial capital. The blonde girl fiercely waved her small fists in her white sleeves. Yes, I think so too. Here, I would like to congratulate Lin Xiujun in advance. The Countess smiled gently and toasted Lin Xiu. If I hadn't known that their whole family was perverted, I'd probably have been deceived, right? Lin Xiu sighed. Thank you for your blessing, Countess. I will definitely work hard. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. He knew there were sleeping pills in the wine glass, but he drank it without hesitation. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 flavors are tasted. Not only did Lin Xiu not fall down, but the Countess and Arya became increasingly abnormal. The Countess's eyes gradually became blurred, her body temperature gradually rose, and her skin turned an unusually delicate red. Are you saying? The Countess looked at Lin Xiu in surprise. Yes, it's me, Countess. I put drugs in your wine glass, which is why you became like this. Lin Xiu replied, while pouring herself a glass of wine. Quick, someone come. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the Countess finished speaking, the female guards fell to the ground one by one in front of her. Seeing all her guards fall, the Countess's eyes, originally full of desire, couldn't help but show a hint of fear. She never thought that one day she would become someone else's prey. Who are you? A mere country bumpkin definitely can't possibly possess such strength. Me? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you? My name is Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an, Lin Xiu. Are you the Prince of Chang'an? The Countess knew Lin Xiu's name, but she never connected Lin Xiu with the king of Chang'an, Lin Xiu. King of Chang'an? Lin Xiu frowned. When did he get this nickname? He had been known as Lin Xiu, the supernatural power, and Lin Xiu, the holy sun, since he was a child. But this was the first time he heard of the title King of Chang'an, Lin Xiu. Hearing this title, Lin Xiu was not happy at all, but was frightened. After all, the Countess was only a high-ranking noble in the empire. She knew his title of King of Chang'an, which proved that the title had long been known throughout the imperial capital. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Xiu put the matter behind him. His mentality now is very simple. At worst, he can just rebel. If he is not forced to rebel, then he will follow the plan and erode the empire step by step. The empire consisted of more than 20 provincial-level units, and the Longxi prefecture, under his control, possessed a terrifying power capable of rivaling the might of 9 provinces. Furthermore, before leaving, Lin Xiu had instructed Xiaoyu and the others to secretly develop 3 or 4 surrounding states. In a year or 2, Lin Xiu could build up a terrifying force in these states that would be enough to overthrow the entire world. Countess, from what I understand, your physique must be very special. You gave birth to a child without any contact with a man, right? How did you know? The Countess was shocked and terrified. More than a decade had passed, and these things should have been buried in the dust of history long ago. If I say that it is because of me that you have such a special experience, would you believe it? Because of you? How is that possible? The Countess frowned. Although you may not want to believe it, it is true. If I'm not mistaken, you had a special feeling when you saw me, right? This is the so-called proof. What kind of proof is this? The Countess was already quite mature and would not change her mind just because of what others said. It doesn't matter. You don't have to believe it. I will use facts to make you believe it. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. As for now, I'm looking forward to seeing how long you can hold on. As Lin Xiu said, the Countess was on the verge of collapse. Lin Xiu only released a little of his succubus bloodline when the Countess pounced on him without stopping. AR-MBEI. Because it was her first time, the Countess couldn't even undress Lin Xiu. Mr. Lin Xiu, who allowed you to call me like that? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows and held down the Countess's hand that was groping around. Driven by instinct, the Countess quickly lowered her bottom line. Moo, asterisk, call me master. Lin Xiu replied calmly. After a few seconds of hesitation, the Countess finally called out this name. Master, master. Ugh. Lin Xiu raised his hand slightly, lifted the Countess's fair and smooth chin, and combed her hair as if he were smoothing a pet's fur. However, the Countess didn't care about these things. She just sat down next to Lin Xiu at the fastest and most amazing speed. The other side, on the side of the noble girl Arya. Because she drank a drink and the Countess drank wine, generally speaking, drinking a drink is much bigger than drinking wine. So, until late at night, Arya woke up with her head covered. Then, she saw Lin Xiu hugging Rosa in a trained bento position. Lin Xiu smiled slightly when he saw Arya wake up. Rosa, I think Arya still needs some teaching. What do you think? Lin Xiang looked at the Countess in her gauze pajamas. The Countess chuckled and nodded. Yes, master. Rosa will educate Arya well. After a night of education, the Countess has calmly accepted the title of master. After listening to Lin Xiu's order, the Countess took out a white princess dress and a pair of high-quality white stockings. Mother, what are you doing? Arya looked at the Countess in disbelief. Did she just listen to that man? In just one night, it was like he had become a completely different person. Of course, I'm going to help you change into decent clothes so that you can serve your master. Arya, don't you think pajamas are too rude? The Countess said as a matter of course. But aren't you also wearing pajamas, mother? Arya was already a little confused and actually asked such a question. Ah, you're talking about this. The Countess glanced at her pink gauze nightgown. Actually, I've changed several sets, and this is the last one I changed. Huh? The blonde noble girl expressed her incomprehension. Although she wanted to struggle, she was forced to put on a white dress and pantyhose under the Countess's suppression. Damn it, how come mother is so strong? What medicine did she take? If I told you she took an elixir that could build muscle and bones, enhance her physique, and beautify her complexion, would you believe it? Lin Xiu walked in front of Arya and looked at her with the same eyes as if she were examining an object. Well, not bad. Although she is very willful and even vicious, the temperament she has developed since childhood makes her a good match for this outfit. No matter how stupid Arya was, she knew that her fate was now in Lin Xiu's hands. Without any hesitation, Arya knelt in front of Lin Xiu, regardless of her delicate knees. Lin Xiujuan, I know I was wrong. No, please don't. The blonde noble girl knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. It could be said that she was truly pitiful. To this, Lin Xiu's answer is, Arya, you don't know you're wrong. You just know you become a weak person and can no longer control others. The Countess looked at her crying daughter and smiled tenderly. Don't worry, Arya, I believe. What are you talking about, mother? Arya noticed the strange smell on the Countess. If she guessed correctly, it should be, okay, Arya, be good and sit down. The Countess stroked Arya's golden hair gently, acting like a gentle lady. Under her arrangement, Lin Xiu held the white silk feet of the noble girl Arya in his hands. Lin Xiu held the blonde girl in his arms like a baby, as if she was holding a cute human-shaped doll. The noble girl Arya opened her red lips slightly, saliva dripped down, and her beautiful blue eyes couldn't stop rolling back. The Countess held the blonde girl's face in her hands, her smile calm and gentle. Sizzle. With a mischievous intention, Lin Xiu moved his hands on the girl's jade feet and gently tickled the soles of the white silk noble girl's feet. Arya's two white silk feet kept shaking due to the tickling attack. If the touch of a young woman is as soft and gentle as water, The girl's touch was like jelly, delicious and elastic, making people want to eat it in one bite. Lin Xiu is a person who likes to drink water and eat jelly. While eating the rice bowl, Lin Xiu heard two system prompts. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline quest. Hospitality of the noble girl Arya. Quest requirements. Punish the noble girl Arya and her family. Mission level. Blue, purple. Punish both mother and daughter, and free the girls in the house who are controlled by drugs. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. A random melee skill enhancement opportunity. Bite. The quality of true water breathing, blue, has been upgraded to true water breathing, purple. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing his previous life's goal, collecting all the noble mothers and daughters. Purple. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Secret sword skill. Secret sword technique. A secret sword technique from Kurigane Ikki, with 7 major moves that can handle almost all combat situations. The host's secret sword skills are no longer limited to swords. Even if there is no sword in his hand, only claws, or even only his own body, he can still display the mystery of the secret sword skills. If you can push it to its limit, you can even gain the powerful power of its own purple rating. Ding! Secret sword technique has been successfully integrated with true water breathing. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword skill, True Secret Sword Skill, Water. When the host performs True Secret Sword Technique, Water, they can add different breathing techniques to the secret sword technique according to their needs. When using breathing techniques, they can also use corresponding secret sword techniques according to different situations. Did you acquire 2 purple-level sword skills in a row? Indeed, as the enemies I face become stronger, my sword skills need to be refined. The blue-level True Water Breathing can be used to its full potential to deal with opponents at the highest level of Demon King. However, when facing an opponent whose strength exceeds that of a Demon King, blue-level sword skills are somewhat useless. After fusing these 2 purple-level sword skills, I shouldn't have to worry about melee combat until I reach the Lord God level. In a good mood, Lin Xiu gave up the idea of educating Arya and her daughter all night, and just fell asleep in her arms. The next day, the sun rises as usual. Everything seems to be unchanged, but in fact, changes have already taken place quietly. Feeling refreshed and ready to work. After soaking in the body of the blonde noble girl for a whole night, Lin Xiu finally got up in the morning sunshine. As soon as Lin Xiu woke up, he heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for triggering the main storyline quest, the first meeting with Yi Shi. Task level blue. Mission description. The Countess's family used drugs to control a large number of girls. Although these girls have been rescued by the host, Night Raid is obviously unaware of this information. Tomorrow, the Night Raid will continue as planned, targeting Mrs. Rose's residence. Mission requirements. Complete the first meeting with Yi Shi and successfully survive from Yi Shi. Looking at the system task that was suddenly triggered, Lin Xiu almost laughed out loud. He suddenly had a feeling that the system only awakened after I became an emperor. Survive the Night Raid? The situation was obviously the opposite. He wasn't thinking about how to survive Yi Shi's hands, but Yi Shi's was thinking about how to survive him. Requesting flowers 0. But is it tomorrow night? Isn't that a bit too coincidental? No, maybe this isn't a coincidence. Lin Xiu didn't care too much. He continued to arrange the development plans of Chang'an and Longxi Prefecture while waiting for the night to fall the next day. 2 days later, after 2 nights and 2 days of thorough education, the noble girl Arya's education process has reached its final stage. In the end, she was able to call out Master and Dad without any burden, names that she had never been willing to call out before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, noble girl Arya and Countess Rosa. Blank initial ability grid +2. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 7. Facts have proved that Lin Xiu's idea was correct. The reason why the Night Raid changed the attack time was because of him. The next day, the headquarters was attacked at night. Nageshidan gathered all the Night Raid members at the table. Pa! A portrait was placed on the table by Nageshiden. The boss. Who is this person? Is he our assassination target this time? The blonde Lady Leona rubbed her hands together, looking ready for hunting. No, no. He is the target we're going to rescue. Nageshiden shook her head. Rescue people? When do we take on this business? Aren't we the Night Raid organization? Brand asked while combing his hair. Yes, we are a killer organization, but the premise is that we are a killer organization supported and established by the Revolutionary Army. Nageshiden reiterated. Rescuing this man and persuading him to join the Revolutionary Army is our most important task now. Put aside all other tasks. Tonight, we must mobilize all forces. Everyone mobilize? Is the target of this mission so strong? Mayim put down the pink ponytail she was fiddling with and became serious. You know, all of their Night Raiders are Imperial tool users. Although they usually go on missions in pairs, that is to ensure mutual support. If you really want to complete an assassination mission, in most cases, one person is enough. Boss, are you sure this person needs us to save him? At the table, a beautiful girl with long, straight black hair, wearing a JK uniform, looked serious because she knew the person in the portrait. This man named Lin Xiu wiped out the Empire's elite assassination team, the Enhanced Assassination Team, and the Assassination Society Oberg. Qitong didn't understand why a top-notch expert like Lin Xiu needed them to save him. That's right, the one we want to save is him, your old acquaintance, Qitong. As for why we need to save him, when she said this, Nageshiden's eyes became subtle. Yesterday, our spies reported that he had entered an evil noble family. After investigation, it was found that the noble family was extremely evil, often abducting women from other places and then using drugs to control and play with them. He has been inside for 2 days. During these 2 days, he has not appeared in the outside world. The staff at the inn also said that he has not returned. Although he is very powerful, we cannot rule out the possibility that he was drugged. Based on the evidence so far, I can only conclude that he had a setback. Nageshiden didn't know that Lin Xiu had a lot of fun during the 2 days she disappeared. Rice bowls and the like are not only delicious, but also filling, so why not eat them? So who is that person? Lubbock listened for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he couldn't help but ask. That person is the governor of Chang'an, Lin Xiu. Nageshiden slapped the table and replied loudly. Lin Xiu? I seem to have heard of this name. Sheer, the purple-haired, big-breasted, bespectacled girl, tilted her head. Seeing Hill's dazed look, Marin held her forehead helplessly. Hill, don't I often buy you premium cakes from Chang'an? We even specifically asked about the cake-making method, and the owner said that the cake-making technique was invented by Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an. Damn it, this Lin Xiu is so evil. To empty my wallet, she invented such delicious food. Marin touched her empty wallet and gritted her teeth. Main, don't blame your love of spending money on others. Nageshiden stretched out her mechanical hand and hit Main hard on the head. Bang! The severe pain hit her, and Marin instantly crouched down with her head in her hands to defend herself. In addition to Main, another member of Night Raid also complained. Is it him? It turns out to be him. The green-haired youth, Lubbock, looked at Lin Xiu's portrait and grabbed his messy hair fiercely. Boss, this Lin Xiu is the culprit that caused my bookstore to close down. When Lubbock thought about how he had lost all his money, he felt a pang of pain in his balls. Ow! Lubbock, your bookstore closed down? When did it happen? Nageshiden was very surprised. How could such a good bookstore close down? Wouldn't that mean they lost a base of operations? 22. Lubbock paused and said with some embarrassment. Sorry, boss. I haven't had time to report to you yet. Because of the recent rise of a printing press and innovative papermaking technology, my bookstore has gone bankrupt. Lubbock's expression was full of resentment. If it just can't sell books, they shouldn't go bankrupt, right? Nageshiden frowned. Huh? How is that impossible? Those limited edition books were sold when our country was on the rise and prices were high. I even took out a loan for this. Now it's good. Thanks to the promotion of the new printing and papermaking technologies, A book that was originally worth 1,000 gold is now worth less than 10 gold. If my strength wasn't up to par, I would have been torn to pieces. Nageshidan was completely speechless. If you can't even pay back the money you borrowed, how can you blame others for promoting technological reform? Lubbock, borrowing is risky, so be careful when investing. How about this? I'll give you some money privately, and you go to another bookstore. This time, you absolutely cannot engage in operations like hoarding and leveraging. Nageshidan said earnestly, "Boss, you're the best to me." Lubbock was very touched and wanted to give Nageshidan a warm hug. Facing the oncoming Lubbock, Nageshidan threw the iron cup in her hand. Bang! With a loud crash, Lubbock was shot down in the air. Lubbock, don't misunderstand me. As the boss of a night raid, I can't let everyone lose their base of operations in the imperial capital. Nageshidan gave Lubbock an oppressive look. Humph! If Lubbock hadn't made such a reckless investment, how could the bookstore have gone bankrupt so easily? Hearing this, Lubbock touched the big bump on his head with joy. Ahem, thank you, boss. After discussing for a while, Nageshidan slapped the table. Bang! Tonight, we must rescue Governor Lin Xiu. As everyone has seen, Governor Lin Xiu possesses immense personal abilities. Even we in the imperial capital have been greatly influenced by him. It's such a waste to keep such a talent in the empire. We must recruit him to join the revolutionary army. Nageshidan is not only proficient in combat, but also well-versed in politics and knows the importance of top talents like Lin Xiu. Boss, what if Commander Lin Xiu is not in danger and is maintaining his combat effectiveness at its peak? Qitong asked seriously. As the only person present who had fought with Lin Xiu, she knew very well how powerful Lin Xiu was. In her opinion, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Xiu to be deceived by the so-called evil nobles. Then, let's take him back to the revolutionary army. Let him continue to shine for the people. Now let's start working on a specific strategy. Nageshidan simply skipped some of the more difficult questions. Late at night, the Countess's residence. The moon tonight is very round. Under the bright moonlight, several figures crashed into the Earl's mansion. Rushing in the front is a beautiful black-haired girl wearing a JK uniform. Under the moonlight, the girl's well-trained thighs reflected the bright moonlight. The white and tender thighs are constantly crossed, which is very eye-catching. As if noticing the peeping from the darkness, Qitong stopped. Everyone, be careful. If the mission has no chance of success, we must withdraw immediately. Before entering the core area of the mansion, Akame warned seriously. The blonde, animal-eared older sister beside her remained silent on this. Qitong, this Lin Xiu prefect, is indeed very powerful, but we are not pushovers either. Just because he can beat your former companions doesn't mean he can beat us. Leon looked confident. After all, Akame's former companions used vassal weapons, while the Night Raid members used imperial weapons. The two are simply not on the same level. Looking at the confident Leona, Akame could only hold the demon sword Murasame tightly in her hand. Just as they were about to go deeper, bang! The main door of the mansion suddenly opened, and a young man with black hair and black eyes slowly walked out. Under the moonlight, the young man with bright eyes and white teeth smiled slightly. He was just standing there, but it seemed as if he had attracted the attention of the entire world. Welcome, everyone from the Night Raid. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Xiu looked at the people in front of him slowly. Dangerous JK beauty with long black straight hair, Akame. Brand, a muscular man wrapped in armor. Leon, the wild blonde animal-eared older sister. There was also a purple-haired and bespectacled girl named Hill who had just nearly tripped over the steps of the door. These people are the vanguard of the night attack. The rest of the people, such as Lubbock and Maine, should be on the sidelines performing support tasks. When Lin Xiu was looking at the members of Night Raid, the members of Night Raid were also looking at Lin Xiu. Are you Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an? I thought your portrait was beautified, but I didn't expect you to be even more handsome in person. Although the Leon people are rough, their aesthetic taste is still very good. The portrait of Lin Xiu they got was what Lin Xiu looked like a year or two ago. Now Lin Xiu has not only grown up a lot, but also unlocked the succubus bloodline, and her charm has increased by more than one level. Ms. Leona, it is my honor to receive your praise. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of Night Raid immediately became alert. Because Leona has never been on the wanted list, how did Lin Xiu know her name? After taking a look at Leona, who was breathing heavily, Lin Xiu smiled and shook his head, then turned to look at Qitong. Qitong, we're old friends. Why don't you say hello to me? The red-eyed man was ruthless and said little, and directly drew out the demon sword in Urasame. Lin Xiu, we are here today to take you away. With your status and abilities, it's too dangerous to stay in the imperial capital. No matter how powerful you are in your local area, you can't possibly defeat the minister at the highest level of power in the empire. In order to prevent you from being persecuted due to your status as a former minister's disciple, Night Raid will be responsible for sending you to a safer place where you can better utilize your abilities. Akame's statement was very formal. Lin Xiu laughed out loud on the spot. Ha! I really admire the Revolutionary Army for being able to make kidnapping people sound so glamorous. Don't you think about it? If I hadn't been prepared to fight the minister, would I have come to the imperial capital on my own initiative? After hearing Lin Xiu's words, Qitong's knife flesh drooped a little. Regardless of whether it is feasible or not, she still admires Lin Xiu's courage to come to the imperial capital to confront the ministers. Even if you, Governor Lin Xiu, are prepared, we cannot allow you to remain in the imperial capital. Apart from anything else, Generalist Death alone is not someone you could defeat. Rather than being meaninglessly tortured by the minister, I would rather you join the Revolutionary Army and raise the banner of rebellion against the Empire together with those oppressed by the Empire. The Empire is rotten from within. It must be overthrown from the outside in order to truly regenerate this country. Qitong's expression was firm, and her voice was very contagious. Unfortunately, Lin Xiu has long passed the stage where she can be easily impressed by others. 533. Akado. Is this the speech technique that Najeshidan taught you? Qitong was silent. Lin Xiu killed the game with just one sentence. What else could she do except remain silent? Although she did not copy Najeshidan's reasons, she was indeed deeply influenced by Najeshidan. Qitong's betrayal of the Empire was a long process, and she was influenced by a series of people and events, including what she saw and heard, the reminder from the Assassination Society leader Mera, the advice from Chang'an Governor Lin Xiu, and the dream of former Imperial General Najeshidan. During this period, because Akame stayed with Najishida the longest, she was the most deeply influenced by Najishida. Normally, Lin Xiu wouldn't want to waste time talking to Qitong, but since he had promised Cornelia, Lin Xiu still had to persuade her before taking action. Akado, don't you think you said the wrong thing? It's not that I should go to your side, but that you should come to my side, just like your former partner. Sample. Papa. Lin Xiu clapped his hands lightly, and several figures walked out from the shadows behind Lin Xiu. These girls are all Akame's former companions. Cornelia, Bonnie, and Tsukushi? You guys. Akaji is very excited. She was so happy. She thought all her companions were killed by Lin Xiu. She never thought that there would be a day when they would meet again. However, it was too early for her to be happy. As she looked at him, doubting her life, Tsukushi took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu's arms, letting Lin Xiu's arms be sandwiched between her plump breasts. That's right, Qitong, we are now working under Master Lin Xiu. Seeing Tsukushi being so bold, Akaheim frowned fiercely. Sure enough, have you surrendered? Hearing this, Bonnie, wearing the official uniform Yoji pants, stood up. Qitong, we are not surrendering. We have simply witnessed Master Lin Xiu's dream and ability, and have chosen to realize his dream together with Master Lin Xiu. Qitong, how about you come and join us? Master Lin Xiu is the one who can truly protect us and guide us to grow. Bonnie also extended his hand towards Akame. Ani was originally the member of the elite assassination team who admired Goziki the most. He almost regarded him as his own father and obeyed his orders. However, after a year of transformation at Lin Xiu's place, Bonnie has transferred his worship of superiors and fatherly love to Lin Xiu. There was no way around it. Whether in terms of personal ability or appearance, Lin Xiu was far superior to Goziki. Plus, Bonnie was easily influenced by others, so this kind of change was common. The last person to speak was Cornelia, the leader of the group. Akado, I sincerely hope you can come to our side. Master Lin Xiu's path is the most correct path. Cornelia sincerely extended an invitation to Akame, but I refuse. This was not the method of rebellion that Chi Tong liked, so she chose to refuse directly. I believe that only external forces can give the empire a new life. As long as Governor Lin Xiu remains the governor of the empire, he will not be able to change the empire from within. I see. Cornelia smiled in relief. Is this why Akame is unwilling to join? Chi Tong, what if I told you that Master Lin Xiu has decided to rebel against the empire? Chi Tong raised her eyebrows. What did she hear? Lin Xiu is planning to rebel against the empire? Are you kidding me? Okay, Cornelia. Akame has been influenced too much by Nageshin. I don't have the time to debate every single point with her. I'll just capture her and send her to Chang'an. Let her live with the people there for a while, and she'll figure it out herself. Indeed, this is the only way. Cornelia sighed. I'm sorry, Master Lin Xiu. I've caused you so much trouble with Chi Tong. As compensation for your trouble. As she spoke, Cornelia stood on tiptoe and gave Lin Xiu a girlish kiss in front of Akame. Looking at Cornelia's silly expression of sticking out her tongue, Akame silently raised Murasame. At this point, she could only assume that all these former partners were in Lin Xiu's pocket. Come on. Swoosh. The next second, the red pupil turned into a shadow and flew straight towards Lin Xiu. At this moment, a brilliant emerald green light flashed on Lin Xiu's hand. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. Boom. Under the storm created by magic power, Chi Tong was blown back several meters. A few seconds later, looking at the extremely familiar red armor in front of him, Chi Tong's red pupils instantly contracted. Everyone beware. Chang'an Governor Lin Xiu once wore this armor and captured Marad, the leader of an assassination society. After donning this armor, his strength is at least equal to his death's. He might even surpass her. Chi Tong originally thought that Lin Xiu's armor was a restricted secret technique that could only be used a few times. Otherwise, why did Lin Xiu wait until the very end to use it last time? Now it seems that she made a mistake in judgment. Lin Xiu didn't use it last time because the probability was simply because he hadn't mastered the control yet. Now, more than a year later, Lin Xiu has completely mastered this mysterious imperial weapon. The war is about to begin. Whale! A golden beam of light took the initiative and blasted towards Lin Xiu with precision. Marin thought she would not have a chance to fight today. After all, her pumpkin cannon was very powerful and could cause serious injuries if she wasn't careful. Who knew that the target was actually wearing a thick layer of armor? Judging from the aura and energy level, Lin Xiu's strength is definitely above brand. Since the target is powerful and its defense seems quite impressive, she can join the battle without any worries. OJ! With a slight sound, Lin Xiu raised his hand to block the sniper laser cannon. Not even a wisp of white smoke rose, and Lin Xiu's forbidden hand armor was still as shiny as new. With just this one strike, all members of the night raid realized the strength of this target. Hill, cover me. After saying this, Marin fell from the sky, and Lin Xiu raised the replaced automatic rifle barrel. Asterisk. Hill hurried towards Maine, carrying out his escort mission to protect Maine as usual. At the same time, bang, 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 bang. Dozens of golden energy bullets continuously gushed out from the muzzle of Marin's gun. Row 1 hashtag. Ding, 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 ding. Just like last time, the golden light bullets hit Lin Xiu one by one, and then dissipated one by one. Even though indulgence seems to have no effect, Main will not give up the attack. They also have armor-type Imperial equipment in their night raids. To deal with this Imperial equipment, you need to continuously inflict damage to shorten its duration. The other members of the night raid also understood this, so the remaining people quickly attacked Lin Xiu. Rushing in the front was Brand the 100-Man Slayer, also wearing an armor-type Imperial weapon. As the top warrior who almost single-handedly killed the 3 beast warriors in the original plot, Brand possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary Imperial weapon users. Although he doesn't have many energy attack methods, in terms of physical attack capabilities alone, Rand has reached the highest level of demons. Come out. Redback Shrike. Drawing out a blood-red spear, Brand launched a head-on charge towards Lin Xiu. Facing the aggressive Brand, Lin Xiu simply raised his right hand slightly. Ding! What? Seeing Lin Xiu pinching his Redback Shrike with just 2 fingers, Brand's eyes almost popped out. He had thought that Lin Xiu might be able to block his attack, but he didn't expect Lin Xiu to be so carefree. Don't underestimate my burning passion. Ooh! Brand roared, wielding the Redback Shrike, and launched a frantic attack on Lin Xiu. As the team's vanguard, even if he's no match for Lin Xiu in close combat, he'll still do his best, because only in this way can he create opportunities for his companions to win. Facing such a desperate Brand, Lin Xiu's choice was to respect his efforts. Come out, Esther. Following Lin Xiu's call, a white light flashed in his hand, and the sword that could kill the Demon King, filled with a sacred aura, appeared. Just by looking at its noble appearance, you can tell that this is definitely a top-notch weapon. A jajajajaj, the sound of dozens of weapons colliding continuously. During this process, Brand has been frantically changing his position and offensive methods. As for Lin Xiu, he just stood there and swung his sword naturally. After dozens of powerful collisions, several gaps appeared on Brand's spear, while Lin Xiu's holy sword was still as bright and clean as new. The other members of the Night Raid seized the opportunity created by Brand and attacked Lin Xiu simultaneously within a second. Above Lin Xiu, Leon clenched his fists and slammed them downwards. Bang! The ground where Lin Xiu was standing was hit hard, but Lin Xiu was still standing there calmly. On the other side of Lin Xiu, Chi Tong suddenly kicked, trying to kick Lin Xiu away so that Brand could escape the embarrassing situation of having to fight with Lin Xiu with a knife. Even though Chi Tong's melee combat ability was good and had reached the highest level of demon-level melee combat, she was facing Lin Xiu. Facing Lin Xiu, a powerful opponent who could easily suppress Brand, Chi Tong had just kicked out when Lin Xiu grabbed her leg. No, not just held in the hand. Under Chi Tong's shocked gaze, Lin Xiu even took off his hand armor and began to grope directly at her calves. Well, I want to touch Akame's legs since I was watching anime. From now on, it seems that Akame's lower body is also quite exquisite. Her thighs are well-trained, but not overtrained, and they are perfectly shaped. Her calves are also slender and delicate. I just wonder what the shape and texture of her jade feet wrapped in black silk stockings under her small black shoes will be like. Asterisk, 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 KR. Chi Tong bit her red lips. She had never imagined that the Governor Lin Xiu would turn out to be such a jerk who liked to flirt with girls. It's bad enough that he flirted with her former teammate, but he actually planned to flirt with her? But why? She had a feeling that made her continue? Because Lin Xiu took off some of his hand armor when he was feeling the charm of Chi Tong's legs. The heat from his hands was continuously transferred to Chi Tong's whole body through his calves and thighs. Such a hot hand. Is this a man's hand? Is this what Cornelia and the others feel every night? When Chi Tong was shaken by the impression of Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline, she heard Main's voice. Akado. Bend down. Flat bridge. Zol. After being reminded by his companion, Chi Tong's eyes instantly became clear. With the good flexibility she had trained since childhood, Chi Tong instantly pressed her waist backwards, forming a perfect plank bridge posture. Boom! Just as Chi Tong finished bending down, a thick golden beam followed her waistline and blasted towards Lin Xiu. While Chi Tong was bending down, Lin Xiu saw the scenery above her slender waist through the gap in her uniform. White underwear. Very simple. White underwear without too much decoration. Plus white panties. Alas, Lin Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Chi Tong was indeed a very pure girl. Chi Tong, who was bending down, noticed Lin Xiu's eyes and showed a rare hint of shyness. Because this time it wasn't Lin Xiu who did anything, but she was the one who took the initiative to give Lin Xiu the benefits. Normally, Akame would never have such feelings when facing an enemy, but she had just witnessed Cornelia and Lin Xiu being intimate, and was also affected by Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline. Chi Tong felt hot all over when she thought that if she was caught, Lin Xiu would probably do something similar to her. Main's artillery fire is powerful, loud, and extremely accurate. The only drawback is that it can't break Lin Xiu's forbidden hand armor. However, the power of this luminous cannon is much stronger than before, and has reached the highest level of demons. Lin Xiu looked up and saw that while he was touching her legs, Ma-in had already left the sniper position. Precisely because it was so close to him, the romantic turret Pumpkin displayed a power far beyond its normal capabilities. It was obvious that mine had deliberately approached him, because only in this way could the romantic turret Pumpkin's characteristic of the more dangerous the user, the greater its power, be fully utilized. Now is a time of unprecedented crisis. Roar, Pumpkin! Because Lin Xiu noticed her, Ma-in's crisis escalated to a new level. Boom! With the help of this more powerful bombardment, Chi Tong, Leon, and Rand finally managed to break away from Lin Xiu. Retreat! At Chi Tong's command, the three of them dispersed instantly. The battle just now had made them realize that Lin Xiu was no easy opponent to defeat. Fighting him in the Imperial City was simply too dangerous. Even if they wanted to defeat Lin Xiu, they should have chosen a more advantageous location and made careful plans before proceeding. Want to escape? Lin Xiu narrowed his eyes, and the blue-purple Leviathan water continued to flow out behind him. Several magical water shadows instantly took shape, and then exploded. Leviathan-style, water explosion. In the other world, you can't use those spells that rely on the rules of the world, but moves like this one that rely on magic and the energy of heaven and earth can still be used. Careful! Chi Tong felt an extremely dangerous aura from these evil shadows. However, it was too late. The demon-level water demon explosion has exploded. Bang, 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 bang. Careful! Faced with this situation, Brand, who had the strongest defense, did not hesitate at all and directly stood in front of Akame and Leona. Squeak! When the smoke and dust cleared, Brand's haunted was shattered beyond recognition and looked like it would disappear soon. Brand! Leon was a little speechless. It's a pity that they didn't have time to be hurt. After the previous wave of demonic shadows dissipated, the next wave of water demon explosion attacked them again. Chi Tong, you guys go quickly. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. Brand immediately made a decision, took out his spear again, and rushed towards Lin Xiu. While Chi Tong was hesitating, several broad silk threads flew from afar and tied behind their backs. Lubbock, who had been wandering outside, noticed that the battle situation was not good and rushed to support. Swoosh! As the silk thread exerted its force, Akagi and the others were quickly pulled away from the battlefield. Leaving Bran alone? Isn't that too disrespectful to me? Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows, and four more demonic shadows flew out from behind him, flying towards the four people in the air at the same time. In the air, Hill looked at the water monsters flying towards them, his eyes stern, as if he had made up his mind. Call out! A flash of white light passed by, and Hill swung his imperial weapon, proactively cutting the silk thread behind him. Secret technique? X-scissor? Ecstasy. The purple-haired girl with glasses held the imperial weapon in front of her, and a scissor-shaped imperial weapon shone with dazzling light. On the one hand, she hoped to use the imperial weapon's large size and sturdy properties for defense. On the other hand, she also hoped that the light she emitted could cover her companion's evacuation. Hill. Marin realized that Hill intended to stay behind to cover their retreat, and tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't even have the ability to support Hill, because just as she was about to raise her imperial weapon, she lost her aim due to the brilliance of Hill's imperial weapon. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous explosions. Bang, bang. There were two sounds of people falling to the ground. Brand and Hill were charred all over and fell heavily to the ground. Taking advantage of the opportunity of Brand and Hill covering their retreat, the other members of the night raid finally managed to evacuate the mansion. Lin Xiu looked at Brand and Hill lying on the ground, and had no intention of continuing to pursue the night raid. Leaving two people behind would already meet the minimum requirements of his plan. A few seconds after Yishio left, Lin Xiu heard the system prompt sound. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the main storyline mission. The first meeting with Yishi. Mission requirements. Complete the first meeting with Yishi and successfully survive from Yishi. Mission level. Blue, purple. Complete the initial meeting and defeat the night raid, capturing 2 prisoners. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing and repair. Encyclopedia of Imperial Instruments Manufacturing and Repair. The encyclopedia used by the first emperor to manufacture Imperial instruments. Using the Encyclopedia of Imperial Instruments Manufacturing, as long as the corresponding dangerous materials are available, the corresponding Imperial instruments can be manufactured. Even without taking down all the Night Raid members, I can still get a higher level reward. It seems that when I complete the main storyline mission, I am required to meet the standards of the original protagonist. But the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing. To be honest, Lin Xiu felt that this reward was inappropriate. Is the Imperial tool comparable to the Divine Gear, the root? Besides, if a person has the ability to create an Imperial weapon, then he does not need an Imperial weapon to enhance himself. Forget it. Let's just consider it as a prerequisite for learning divine artifacts. If I can thoroughly understand the methods of manufacturing Imperial artifacts, I might be able to find a new way to develop a divine artifact different from the one used by the God of the Bible. With the thought of, since I'm already here, I might as well not waste it, Lin Xiu roughly read the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing. You don't know until you see it. After taking a quick look, Lin Xiu really found something good. There's actually a method for making the supreme Imperial weapon in here. That's quite interesting. Lin Xiu touched his chin. He had personally experienced the all-round super demon king-level protection that the supreme Imperial weapon provided to the Emperor of the Empire. This level of shield and power would be useful to him, even if he returned to the DxD world. The only problem is that the supreme Imperial weapon requires the blessing of dragon energy and national destiny. Even if I become the new Emperor of the Empire, will the dragon energy and national destiny of the Akame-slashing world still be effective after I return to the DxD world? Ding. The power of the system can transcend time and space. As long as the host completes the strategy for the world of Akame-slash, the host can maintain the dragon chi state at any time. Well, looking at it this way, it seems like a direction worth developing. She had the idea of creating a super demon king-level supreme Imperial weapon. Hill sighed. In the fire of the explosion, Hill lost consciousness. By the time Hill was awakened by the sweet voices of young girls, it was already late at night. Hill opened her eyes drowsily and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw 3 girls with different styles and a handsome boy. It's late at night. Why don't they sleep? With strong curiosity, Hill moved a little closer. But there was no other way. It was late at night, and without glasses, it was a bit too difficult for her to recognize the person. As he got closer, Shell finally saw more clearly. A blonde older sister in black stockings was burying her head in a man's face. Next to her, a short flaxen-haired, lowly girl was groping the boy's chest. As for the person sitting on the boy, there was a brown-haired girl wearing tight pants. Hill could see that the brown-haired girl's legs and feet had been trained for a long time. Not only were they full of explosive power, but their shape was also both voluptuous and beautiful. Hill was not mistaken. The brown-haired girl was named Bonnie, and she was the most powerful of Akame's former teammates in terms of lower body training. In fact, her servitor's tool was also the Yuji pants, which were designed to enhance lower body strength. Of course, after Lin Xiu's transformation, the Yuji pants became more powerful. The side effects were reduced a lot, and it even had the function of deformation. Therefore, Bonnie was able to maintain the state of equipping the Yuji pants at this time. After all, it already had the deformation function, and he only needed to control it to extend the part not covered by the tool. How could someone sleep in tight pants? That's weird. With great curiosity, Inayur took the initiative to approach the four people. It was not until the distance was about 3 meters, and he smelled the increasingly strong odor around him, that Hill realized something was wrong. She finally remembered who these 3 girls were. They were Akame's former teammates. Judging from the current situation, they all have close relationships with Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Lin Xiu, the governor of Chang'an? Thinking of this, Hill finally realized why he saw such a scene. In order to protect her companions, she took the initiative to stay behind to cover their retreat. Then, she was seriously injured by the explosion and passed out. So now, why is she here now? Hill noticed the purple jumpsuit she had never seen before. It seemed to be made of the same material as her stockings. It felt very high-end, breathable, and skin-friendly. However, because the material was translucent, Hill's face flushed with curiosity. Lin Xiu noticed that Hill had woken up, so he slowly put down Bonnie's well-trained and plump thighs. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the results of the complete guide to Imperial equipment manufacturing and repair. With this book, Lin Xiu has evolved from being able to barely repair some of the less damaged Imperial tools and Ministerial tools to being able to repair and transform most of the Imperial tools and Ministerial tools. The reason why it is most instead of all is because Lin Xiu does not lack materials of some dangerous species. Fortunately, Lin Xiu himself has the top material of strengthened slime symbiote. In terms of its adaptability to magic and its own strength, the strengthened slime symbiote even surpasses the materials of most subordinate instruments and is almost equal to the materials of Imperial instruments. Point 0. The Yuji pants that Bonnie is wearing now are the result of Lin Xiu using the enhanced slime symbiote to strengthen them. After strengthening, Bonnie's Yuji pants has surpassed most Imperial tools in strength, and its various functions have also been greatly enhanced. For example, now, Pony's belly is still slightly bulging because of Lin Xiu's symbiont, and the Yuji pants still remain elastic and silky. It was precisely because of Lin Xiu's upgrade of their vassal tools, coupled with Pornelia's guidance, that Bonnie and Tsukushi took the initiative to sacrifice themselves tonight. Before Hill woke up, Tsukushi had already lost his fighting ability and was warming up to recover his strength. Cornelia, on the other hand, has always fulfilled her duties as the big sister, striving to make the first experience as pleasant and relaxing as possible for the two good sisters. Ms. Hill, are you awake? Lin Xiu pulled herself out of Bonnie's body and turned to look at Hill. Hill looked at Bonnie, who had fainted with his eyes rolled back, and then glanced at Tsukushi, who was licking Lin Xiu's fingers. Even though she had no relevant experience, she felt a little dry in the mouth. Are you Mr. Lin Xiu? Hill licked his dry lips and swallowed. Yes, that's right, it's me. Lin Xiu didn't expect she. I was quite surprised that I addressed him as Mr. Lin Xiu. Is this the reason you captured me and made me wear these clothes? 3. Hill tilted his head. What does yes and no mean? You'll know why in a few days. But now, I hope Miss Hill will take the initiative. Lin Xiu lay on Cornelia's lap, leisurely waiting for Hill to climb up. Hill pondered for a long time, with tears welling up in his eyes. Mr. Lin Xiu, I think you are a good person. Even if you don't use such coercive means, there will definitely be many girls who like you. Why do you have to use such coercive means to gain a girl's purity? Because I like beautiful girls like Hill. If you like something, you must get it. This is my life motto. Also because Miss Hill is the stubborn type. When dealing with stubborn people, I always prefer to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Apparently, the rather clueless Hill was the type to stubbornly stick to his guns. To deal with someone like that, it was more efficient to establish a fait accompli first and then open up to them. Mr. Lin Xiu, can you give me a foot of white cloth? Tears streamed down Hill's face. Obviously, she was asking Lin Xiu to give her a dignified death. Lin Xiu already had a solution for this. Miss Hill, what if I say I'll spare Brand's life if you take the initiative tonight? Hill was stunned. What did Lin Xiu just say? It's not just Brand. It's the same with the other night raid members. As long as you serve me well today, Miss Hill, I will not kill any member of the night raid who falls into my hands in the future. What do you think of this condition, Ms. Hill? When facing people who value partnership, you have to threaten them in the name of partnership. Okay, Mr. Lin Xiu, it's a deal. After just a few seconds, Hill made a decision and climbed onto Lin Xiu. Although she and Lin Xiu were separated by a layer of purple one-piece stockings, she felt an unprecedented shame. One-piece stockings and the like were still too advanced for a girl who grew up with medieval ideas. After thinking about it, Lin Xiu's mind moved, and the slime symbiote on Hill's body quickly reshaped. Although she did not remove the original purple 400 body stockings, Lin Xiu added the cheongsam that Hill was originally wearing. Sheer looked at the lavender cheongsam that had been recovered on her body in surprise. Did Lin Xiu use some special tricks to transform her clothes? But since she's already been given her usual cheongsam, why not take off that purple silk one piece? Sheer didn't quite understand, but she thought this was probably Lin Xiu's interest. Since Lin Xiu had already dressed her in her usual cheongsam, she no longer needed to be shy and slowly lowered herself down. Hill was clearly the type who couldn't aim. Luckily, she was covered in Lin Xiu's slime symbiote. Besides being able to transform into clothing and aid the user in attack and defense, the slime symbiote could even adjust the user's posture. The pain came, and crystal tears appeared in the corners of Hill's eyes. His delicate toes curled up slightly, and he collapsed on Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu was not too proactive. He really enjoyed the lively service of a pure girl like Sheer. A few hours later, Hill's limbs were already weak, but she was still moving her slender waist with the help of the slime symbiote. At a certain moment, Lin Xiu grabbed the purple-haired girl's waist and hips and pressed down suddenly. The soft purple stockings stretched outwards due to the bulge of her belly, but they still fit her body. Hill had to admit that these were the finest clothes she had ever worn. Feeling Lin Xiu's rhythm, Sheer smiled gently and took the initiative to kiss Lin Xiu for the first time. She felt that she seemed to have figured out some things. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck: Bonnie, Chikushi, and Hill. Blank initial ability grid +3. The current total number of initial ability grid spaces is 10. Except for Lin Xiu, who was a little surprised. He hadn't used many tricks before you had already reached the lowest strategic level. Until the next day, Sheer was still relentless and kept pestering Lin Xiu, acting as if she wouldn't let Lin Xiu leave her body. When Lin Xiu asked her why, Sheer also gave her own reasons. Mr. Lin Xiu, you probably just want to give me a reason to live, right? Just like you gave these girls from the Imperial Assassination Squad a reason to live. No, Hill, you're wrong. Cornelia and the others are different from you. You were simply forced to accept reality, but Cornelia and the others in my territory have experienced a spiritual and cognitive sublimation and have gained new ideals. They like me and agree with my ideals, so they came to me last night. As she said this, Lin Xiu skillfully patted Hill's voluptuous butt. So Mr. Lin Xiu, you like me? Hill's beautiful eyes widened slightly. I do like Hill, and I'm really tempted by her body. After all, who doesn't like a beautiful girl? I see, although Mr. Lin Xiu's words were a bit blunt, I did feel Mr. Lin Xiu's affection for me. Hill smiled slightly. She could tell from Lin Xiu's eyes that Lin Xiu really liked her. As long as he understood this, Hill could convince himself to accept Lin Xiu. After all, Hill's ideas were still stuck in the Middle Ages, and it was easy for her to accept a man being unfaithful. By the way, Hill, didn't I tell you yesterday? If you are willing to serve me, I will let your other companions go. Well, Mr. Lin Xiu, you said so. What's wrong? Hill tilted his head. Nothing, just to save their lives, I need you to go back to the night raid base. Hill, huh? Xier was completely confused. Was Lin Xiu going to let her go? I do want to let you go back, but not now. Don't worry, I won't let you be my spy. I just want you to bring a message to them, and some things. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After arranging Hill's task, Lin Xiu returned to the inn. In the inn, Lin Xiu was waiting for the summons from the little emperor while handling the affairs of Chang'an. After finishing a day's work, Lin Xiu opened the system interface. So far, I have used up 7 initial ability spaces. They are Birth Ability, Pure Blood Leviathan Bloodline, Blue. Birth Ability, Unnamed Mantra Book, Blue. An opportunity to go all out. Captured a large number of heroines from previous games. Initial Ability, Succubus Bloodline. Exchange for more initial abilities to pick up girls later. Initial Ability, Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet. Essential for increasing combat power. Initial Ability, Holy Sword that kills the Demon King. Always requires a melee weapon. Strengthen the Slime's Suit, Blue level. Strengthen the Ministers and Imperial Equipment, and build your own army. Now that I have a lot of free space, it's time to exchange for some necessary abilities. Soon, Lin Xiu finished his selection. He chose Initial Ability, Unconventional Chess Piece, Purple level, advance to True Demon Chess Piece. Initial Ability, Explosion Magic, Purple level, essential for clearing miscellaneous objects. According to Lin Xiu's habit, he did not redeem all 3 initial abilities, and left a space for an initial ability in case of emergency. Lin Xiu waited in the imperial capital for about 3 days. It was 3 days later, when the various caravans Lin Xiu had dispatched from Chang'an had already eroded the commercial routes around the imperial capital, that he finally received the young emperor's edict. However, it wasn't an imperial edict summoning him, but one directly appointing him to an official position. In front of Lin Xiu, the belated person announcing the decree cleared his throat. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. I have heard that the empire has established a capital, and the land is distributed evenly throughout the country. The capital is governed by the people, and talents are not changed. There is a talent in Longxi who brought prosperity to Chang'an. He is a man of great talent and brilliance. I now specially promote you to the rank of Zhengyi Defu, Jing Zhaoyin, and grant you the power to govern the empire's internal affairs, while your honors remain the same. You must be cautious and clear-minded, and your literary skills can be used to decorate the officials. The master will carry it out. I hereby order. Is this the imperial decree appointing me as Jing Zhaoyin, an imperial internal affairs officer? After seeing off the official who announced the decree, Lin Xiu was escorted to the residence of the imperial minister. Looking at the internal affairs officer's printout, Lin Xiu fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that this is the minister's handiwork. He probably didn't want me, a direct descendant of a former minister, to meet the young emperor. So, he broke the rules of reporting to the capital and directly appointed me an official. No matter how you look at it, this position of Imperial Home Minister is a hot commodity. Although it is much higher in rank than the former Chang'an Metropolitan Governor, for me, it is the worst position. First, the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer is under the administrative authority of the Minister's civil service system. If it were a local official, it would be fine, but the Imperial Capital Internal Affairs Officer is a Beijing official and is subject to the most severe suppression by the minister. Secondly, there's the issue of governance difficulty. Since I've been assigned the position of Jing Zhaoyin, the ministers will definitely ask me to govern the imperial capital well. This is not an easy job. Generally speaking, the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer will be a Beijing official who has factional support in the imperial capital. Asking me, a local official, to take on this position is like throwing 10 hot potatoes to me. Normally, based on my achievements in governing Chang'an, I should be appointed governor of Longxi Prefecture. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before the ministers start making things difficult for me, or even looking for an opportunity to completely remove me from my position. I have to take action before then to get out of this situation. Anyway, there's still some time before the rebellion is raised, so Lin Xiu is still in the mood to play with the ministers. Xiu, go contact Minister Tiali and ask him to come back to the imperial capital. The former minister's reputation is still very well known. The news of his return will definitely cause some ripples in the imperial capital. Yes, I'll go to the nearest teleportation array in 1.2 right away. Xiu hurried out of the city. Looking at Xiu's back, Lin Xiu turned and looked at Cornelia. Cornelia, go to the general's mansion and pay a visit to General Bud to see if you can get his support. As long as we spread the news that the Minister of Tiali is about to return, we should be able to gain the support of General Bud. Then, we can leave the civil service system and enter the military system. Although Lin Xiu didn't want to leave the civil service system, there was no other way. Since the ministers had regarded him as a thorn in their eyes from the beginning, he had no choice but to leave the civil service system first. Understood. I'll go right away. Cornelia knew that time was running out, so she immediately rushed to the general's mansion. A month later, under Lin Xiu's manipulation, the situation has changed dramatically. First, let's talk about Lin Xiu. With Cornelia's help, Lin Xiu defeated her good sister Teiko and Kurohiro's former teammate Jin and unlocked 2 more initial ability spaces. Then there is Minister Tiali's side. After receiving Lin Xiu's letter, Minister Tiali immediately decided to leave the city. However, before he officially came out, news of his departure had already spread throughout the imperial capital, causing a stir in the imperial city's official circles. Then there was the business performance. In just 1 month, Lin Xiu's caravan had begun to devour the market of the imperial capital. In conjunction with Lin Xiu's new policy as the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer, in just 1 month, Lin Xiu had collected tax revenue comparable to that of the previous 6 months. This tax revenue was enough for him to meet the young emperor. Finally, it's General Bud's side. The effect on General Bud was the worst, because he did not fulfill Lin Xiu's request to see the little emperor, but was only willing to meet Lin Xiu in person. Even after Lin Xiu presented a gift to him, he only said that he would try his best to apply for a suitable reward. So old-fashioned, so unreasonable. To deal with such a person, Lin Xiu can only use extraordinary means. Bud, I sent you a member of the night raid. If you accept the gift but don't do anything about it, don't blame me for collecting the money myself. After some preparation, Lin Xiu immediately released Sheer, who had stayed with her for a month. In front of the Imperial Interior Minister's residence, Hill earnestly assured Lin Xiu, Mr. Lin Xiu, I will definitely convey what you said to me to the boss and the others. Hill, delivering the message is secondary. You just need to bring the things I asked you to. If the people who attacked at night think you have betrayed them and want to attack you or imprison you, you must remember to contact me through the chess piece. Lin Xiu warned. Normally, letting his followers contact him through chess pieces wouldn't require any instructions, but who could blame Hill for being such a fool? Lin Xiu was really afraid that Hill would forget to contact him. Yes, Lin Xiu-jun really loves to worry. Hill gave Lin Xiu repeated assurances before getting on the carriage and driving out of the city, the original base of the night raid. When Hill arrived here, it had already turned into a pile of ruins. Apparently, after Brand and Hill were captured, Night Raid had abandoned their original base. Lin Xiu-jun said that now is the time to take out the map. According to Lin Xiu-jun, the boss and the others should be near this coordinate point now. Although Hill was a bit directionally challenged, fortunately the map Lin Xiu gave him had a built-in navigation function. This kind of map with built-in guidance function is one of the many high-tech products developed by Lin Xiu, and the one given to Hill is the most high-end of the high-end products. As long as the coordinates are set on the map, users can directly follow the guide arrows on the map to reach the destination. It can be said to be extremely brainless. We're here. Hill's physical condition has improved a lot, and he quickly reached his destination. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There was a rustling sound in the grass, and a green-haired young man appeared in front of Hill. Lubbock, are you here to pick me up? Hill asked with a smile. Hill, is it really you? Looking at Hill in front of him, Lubbock silently raised his imperial gloves. As early as when Hill came into contact with the barrier he had set up, he had already confirmed through the information transmitted back through the silk thread that the visitor was Hill. Hill, did you escape on your own, or did that Lin Xiu let you back in? Lubbock narrowed his eyes and secretly arranged the venue with silk threads while speaking. Of course it was Lin Xiu who released me. Hill replied directly. Lin Xiu asked me to bring a few words and some things to everyone. Lubbock was silent. He didn't expect Hill to be so direct. According to Hill, she has already surrendered to the enemy? The next second, Najeshidan's voice reached Lubbock's ears through the vibration of the silk thread. Lubbock, bring Hill back. The fact that Hill was able to find this place means that Lin Xiu already knows where our base is. The fact that he didn't attack us has already proven his sincerity to... Boss, you're back. Lubbock was overjoyed. After the last loss of troops, Najeshidan returned to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, saying that she was going to replenish the fighting force. Now that the boss is back, he has a backbone. Yeah, I just got back. Thank you for your hard work while I was away. Okay, bring Hill over here first. I have something to ask her. Half an hour later, in Night Raid's new base, the members of Night Raid gathered together, looking at the purple-haired girl in front of them with some unfamiliarity. Hill, you haven't been abused in the past few days, have you? Marin was the first to step forward and express her concern. No, mine. Do I look like I've been tortured? Hill turned around and showed the members of the Night Raid that he was unharmed. When Hill was spinning, Main noticed that Hill was different from before. Hill, what's this under your Cheongsam? May knew that Hill usually wore Cheongsams, but now Hill's fair and tender thighs were wrapped in a pair of silk stockings that looked of very high-quality material. Oh, this is a gift from Lin Xiu, Hill replied with a smile. After that, Hill quite liked the feeling of being wrapped in comfortable and breathable material all over her body, so she now wears the purple one-piece stockings every day. It is comfortable and breathable, made of high-quality materials, and can also help in combat. This is the first time she has used such a useful thing. Lin Xiu gave it to you, so Lin Xiu attacked you. Marin raised her eyebrow and almost jumped up. Did you take action? Hill replied directly. At the time, Lin Xiu was making out with Chi Tong's former companions. When he saw me wake up, he attacked me directly. Lin Xiu is very strong, and he made me feel a forbidden sense of comfort and satisfaction. All right, Lin Xiu said he likes me and will be with me in the future. After these words were spoken, the girls who had attacked at night fell silent. It would be fine if it was someone else who was captured. After being captured, Sierra still said this. They would only think that Sierra was deceived by Lin Xiu and helped him count money. Among all the girls who attacked at night, Akame's eyes twitched the most. She had never imagined that Lin Xiu would actually take all of her former companions into Xiangzhou. Bang! Najeshidan slammed the table, attracting everyone's attention. Hill, let's not talk about what Lin Xiu did to you for now. Why did he ask you to come to us? Let me think about it. Hill pondered for a few seconds. All right, Lin Xiu asked me to bring you 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. What's the good news? What's the bad news? Najeshidan frowned. The bad news is, Brand has been taken away by General Bud. Lin Xiu said that if we want to save Brand, we have to force our way into General Brand's Imperial Guard camp. Hearing this, Najeshidan narrowed her eyes. Brand is with General Bud? This is indeed bad news. What about the good news? The good news is, Lin Xiu said he is willing to help Yishi, so he gave me this. As he spoke, an Ayer took out a few blood-colored chess pieces from his pocket. Hill, what is this? Chi Tong felt an unusual energy from it. Lin Xiu said that this is a special chess piece that can stimulate potential. After using it, it can make living things burst out with even more powerful power. In addition, if someone dies during the night raid, this chess piece can even revive them, as long as they haven't been dead for long. Deaf. After these words were spoken, everyone in the night raid was stunned for a while. Why would Lin Xiu give them such a heaven-defying thing? Who would use his stuff? What if it's poison? Lubbock expressed his distrust first. I can guarantee that this is not poison because I have such a chess piece in my body. Hill replied immediately. 14-inch. The next second, two devil wings as white as black jade extended from Hill's body. Is this the power of a dangerous species? Does this chess piece contain the power of a dangerous species? Qitong pondered. Hill, you just said that this chess piece, besides being able to revive the recently deceased, can also make people stronger? Yes, that's right. Hill nodded. Okay, then please show me how you're different from before. Qitong stood up, raised the tip of the knife slightly, and took the initiative to challenge Hill. 10 minutes later, a night attack on an open space in the back mountain. A jajajajaj. Qitong and Xiu, armed with wooden swords, engaged in a fierce battle. Although Hill is not as good as Qitong in fighting skills, she can always react at the most immediate moment and fight back against Qitong. This shows that Hill's attributes are far superior to Qitong's. This also shows that Lin Xiu's chess pieces do have the effect of helping people become stronger. Originally, Hill's melee ability was far inferior to Akame's, and he was one of the weaker ones among the Imperial weapon users. But after using the chess piece, Hill was able to easily suppress Akame, a top-tier Imperial weapon user. And it seems like Hill is letting it go a bit. Najeshidan looked at the blood-red chess piece on the table with a serious look. She was wondering how many of these chess pieces Lin Xiu had, and how many people have been strengthened by Lin Xiu's chess pieces. Lubbock noticed Najeshidan's look and hurried forward to speak. Boss, let's give up this chess piece. What if that Lin Xiu can find our base through the chess piece? Wouldn't we lose more than we gain, Qian Zhao? Don't worry about that. Even without this chessboard, I can still find you. The next second, a projection popped out from the chessboard. Lin Xiu, you just said that even without this chessboard, you can still find us? Najeshidan's brows furrowed even deeper. Yes, that's right. Lin Xiu smiled slightly. As early as the last time you attacked me, I used the water droplets released by the water demon explosion to mark you. It is precisely because of the guidance of the mark that Hill was able to find you. Lin Xiu, are you trying to show your friendship by saying you knew our coordinates but didn't attack us? That's what I mean. After all, I still like Hill very much, and I don't want her friends to be separated from her in life and death. Najeshidan was not so easy to believe Lin Xiu's words. You like Xiu quite a bit? Commander Lin Xiu, if it was someone else instead of Xiu who stayed, you would probably say you like that person quite a bit, right? Well, I would indeed say that. After all, I just like pretty girls. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Okay. Najeshidan pursed her lips. She admitted that she had misjudged Lin Xiu. In the past, she thought Lin Xiu was just a genius and reformer, but she didn't expect that he also had such a strong pervert attribute. Anyway, if you want to rescue Brand, go to General Bud's mansion. If you encounter any danger, you can choose to use my breakthrough chess piece to improve your strength or revive yourself. Of course, using the power of unconventional chess pieces does not come without a price. Have you seen Hill? Anyone who uses the devil's chess piece becomes mine. Of course, I still respect you very much and will not ask you to be loyal to me right now. As the price for suspending the contract, every time you use a chess piece, you must spend the night with me like Hill did. Through Lin Xiu's words, Najeshidan already knew clearly that this was the devil's fruit. Once eaten, it was equivalent to accepting the devil's temptation, signing a contract with the devil, and sacrificing herself to the devil. But she had no choice. Okay, I agree. Najeshidan knew very well that Lin Xiu had deliberately allowed them to act, and even deliberately let them attack General Bud's mansion. If they really want to fight, they would be falling into Lin Xiu's trap. But even if it's a trap, they have to go, not only to save our companions, but also to make the night raid famous among all the people of the Empire. As long as General Bud is defeated, the Empire's military morale and public sentiment will be severely damaged. Okay, I look forward to hearing from you, Dot. Lin Xiu smiled meaningfully and ended the call immediately. He was very curious about who would be the first to come to sleep with him during the night raid. This unknown feeling gave Lin Xiu a pleasure similar to flipping a card. It is really a pleasure to see these idealistic girls succumb to reality, actively serve him, and move their ways 367 on him. Boss, why did you agree to that shameless guy's conditions? As soon as Lin Xiu disappeared, Lubbock jumped out impatiently. Lubbock, have you ever thought about this question? If you don't agree to his conditions first, what will he do? Given his abilities, if we launch an attack on Night Raid, even if we can defeat him, we will ultimately suffer heavy casualties and lose the strength to confront the Empire. In any case, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is not our first target, so cooperating with him temporarily is also a good option. Besides, this is a chess piece with the ability to resurrect. If there's a chance to get a second life, I believe many people would be willing to make this sacrifice. Najeshidan has already made up her mind to use her first demon chess piece. No, I won't allow it. I'll be the first one to come. Lubbock's voice rose an octave. I want to see if he dares to attack a man like me. Lubbock, it seems you can't do it. Leon scratched his head and put down the instruction manual in his hand. Why not? The instruction manual for this chess piece states that only those favored by Lin Xiu can use it. Lubbock, you're a man. Internal Affairs Officer Xiu shouldn't be interested in you, right? Depend on. In the end, Lubbock had no choice but to accept the fact that the person he loved might give up her purity to another man at any time. After confirming the strategy of rescuing Brand and defeating General Bud, Najeshidan immediately held a combat meeting. I believe everyone must be skeptical about my agreement to Lin Xiu's conditions. Now, I will answer your questions. Bang! Najeshidan clapped her hands and slammed the portrait of Isdeth onto the table. According to reliable intelligence, Isdeth should return to the imperial capital in a few days. To avoid facing 3 generals at once, we must ease tensions with Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu and defeat General Bud before Isdeth returns to the capital. So that's how it is. Isdeth is coming back. Akame stared at Murasame in her hands. Although she was confident that she could kill Isdeth, it was only Isdeth. Except for Isdeth, General Bud and Lin Xiu are all wearing armor to protect themselves, so even if Murasame has a one-hit kill curse, it will be useless. Boss is right. It is necessary to ease the relationship with Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer. Judging from his outstanding performance in domestic affairs over the past month, his ability to govern should not be overlooked even after the establishment of the new empire. Akame's words were recognized by the other Night Raid members. Marin, although he made my cake more expensive, I'll admit he's an excellent official, considering he reduced taxes for the poor and introduced a large number of caravans to calm prices. Of course, this is a conclusion based solely on his abilities and not his character. If we only look at his character, he's just a pervert with a pretty face. Leona, well, I also think what the boss said makes sense. If Lin Xiu wanted to attack us, he would have done a long time ago. But Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu likes women. Main, why don't you use the charm of your thin body to bring Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu over to our side? Leon teased Main with a malicious look. To this, Marin responded, Roll. Even if you want to win him over, shouldn't you, Leon, a cow, go first? Just look at Hill. He definitely prefers plump types like Leon and Hill. After listening to Ma Yin's complaints, Hill clasped his hands together and replied with a smile. No, Lin Xiujun actually likes cute girls like Ma Yin. I've seen many girls being intimate with Lin Xiujun, and there are quite a few with slim figures among them. Xier smiled happily, because in her opinion, since she accepted Lin Xiu's conditions, no one's life would be in danger. Hill felt it was wonderful to be able to preserve his own life and that of his companions in this chaotic world, and to follow Lin Xiu to work for the welfare of the people of the Empire. Ahem. Najeshidan coughed. She felt that if they continued talking, they would talk about something extraordinary. Okay, let's not talk about Lin Xiu anymore. In order to complete today's mission, The Revolutionary Army also provided us with new personnel. Papa, newcomer, please show yourself in front of everyone. Najeshidan clapped her hands, and a man and a woman walked in from outside. I'm Chelsea. Nice to meet you all, the pink-haired girl said with a smile while biting a lollipop. My name is Susanu, who was wearing Japanese clothes, said in a deep voice. Chelsea's taigu can mimic the image of another person. It's a powerful assassination-type taigu, but it's not suitable for direct combat. Susanu is a biological imperial weapon assigned to me by the Revolutionary Headquarters. It has a strong regenerative ability and can be used as both a regular combat force and a burst of power. It's quite reliable. Chelsea doesn't need to cooperate with others in battle. She usually carries out assassination missions alone. Susanu can understand my intentions, and coordinating with everyone shouldn't be a problem. After briefly explaining a few precautions, Najeshidan raised the robotic arm forward. For the revolution, for the people, we must defeat General Bud. Let the flames of revolution against the Empire ignite everywhere. 3 days later, attack the General's mansion. That's it. Yes. Understood. After announcing their disbandment, the members of Night Raid each went about their own business. Chelsea handed out lollipops everywhere and quickly became friends with the members of Night Raid. At night, following Lin Xiu's instructions, Chelsea took the initiative to find the two most difficult members of the Night Raid, Leon and Akame. With Hill already in hand, Maine is already a half-cooked duck. According to Lin Xiu's judgment, among the remaining members of Night Raid, Leona and Akame are the most difficult to deal with. Therefore, in order to speed up the progress of the strategy, Lin Xiu specially sent his assistant who had infiltrated the Revolutionary Army, Chelsea. Chelsea was originally a member of the Oberg Assassination Society. In the assassination attempt on Lin Xiu, Chelsea, like Chitong and Haidong, was lucky enough to escape. However, after escaping, Chelsea did not run away, but kept trying to save people. While trying to save people, Chelsea witnessed firsthand how powerful Chang'an was. This kind of strength is not simply the strength of military force, but the strength of technology, policies, and people's hearts. Governor Lin Xiu is like the sun, guiding the direction and leading the development, allowing people to live a happier life than before. In the end, Chelsea chose to surrender. The reason is simple, because Chelsea has brains, because Chelsea has witnessed a future worth pursuing in Lin Xiu. Chelsea believed that any normal person would choose to pledge loyalty to Lin Xiu after living in Chang'an for a period of time. A year later, under Lin Xiu's arrangement, Chelsea joined the Revolutionary Army as an undercover agent, helping Lin Xiu to keep track of the Revolutionary Army's movements at any time. In the Revolutionary Army, Chelsea was deeply aware that there was no difference between the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army and the top leaders of the current empire. In order to overthrow the empire, the leaders of the Revolutionary Army actually wanted to introduce foreign races. After overthrowing the empire, they even wanted to give foreign races land. These experiences at the Revolutionary Army headquarters further strengthened Chelsea's determination to follow Lin Xiu. In her opinion, anyone with a dream should follow Lin Xiu's footsteps. The assassins of the Night Raid are different from the high-ranking officials of the Revolutionary Army. They are overthrowing the empire with a spirit of self-sacrifice. Although helping the Revolutionary Army seemed a bit foolish of them, their determination and will were so certain. So, if possible, Chelsea hopes they can turn back. In the hot spring, Chelsea, Akame, and Leon were chatting while soaking in the hot spring. Hey, seniors from Night Raid, do you think there's something a little off about the conversation between the boss and Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu just now? Chelsea asked with a smile. What's wrong? Chitong turned sideways, and a drop of water dripped onto his well-developed hemisphere. Chelsea smiled slightly and continued. After listening to what the boss said, I have always had a doubt in my mind. According to the boss, the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer is clearly a capable and good person. Why can't we become his subordinates? It is precisely because he is a good person that we need to bring him to our side. Chitong replied in a deep voice. That's right. It's precisely because Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is a good person that we gave up on assassinating him. Because, judging from his abilities and actions, he should live to see the founding of the new empire. Leon also chimed in. Chelsea smiled softly. In other words, in order to achieve the right result, everyone is willing to accept using some wrong means to achieve the result, right? Alala, I didn't expect you, with your record at the Revolutionary Army headquarters, to ask such a serious question. Leon placed the beer on the floating tray and looked at Chelsea with a sharp gaze. That's right. Our night raid was, from the very beginning, an organization that used the wrong means to achieve the right result. In this respect, Chelsea, you're the same as us. Yes, of course I understand that. Chelsea smiled and nodded. However, using the wrong means to achieve the right result is undoubtedly more convincing than using the right means to achieve the right result. Interior Minister Lin Xiu is using the right means to achieve the right results, isn't he? There was a long silence. Finally, Chi Tong spoke. Although Interior Minister Lin Xiu's policies have made people's lives better, I don't think his original intentions were right. In my opinion, the idea of trying to save this country, which is already on the verge of collapse, was wrong from the beginning. A corrupt empire can only be revitalized by destroying it. Trying to save the empire as it is will only cause the people of the empire to live in dire straits for even longer. If you think that Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is a good person, Chelsea, you can let him continue to shine in the new empire. This is also the reason why we gave up on taking action against him. I see. Must it be destroyed? Chelsea smiled softly. What if Interior Minister Lin Xiu also chooses to destroy the empire? However, instead of joining the Revolutionary Army, he leads his own forces to destroy the empire. In that case, Akame, would you still oppose him? Neither Akame nor Leona could answer this question. Judging from her political achievements, Lin Xiu was undoubtedly much better than those at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. However, due to their stance, they could not possibly say that they wanted to join Lin Xiu. Chelsea, your premise is wrong. Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu cannot betray the empire. Chi Tong said. Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu has been an official of the empire since he was young, and his master is a former minister of the empire. A man like him would only choose to overthrow the ministers in the court and would never try to start a rebellion. I see, this is what everyone thinks. Chelsea's smile was a little subtle. Ultimately, it's still the thinking of the weak. Huh? Chelsea, what did you say? Akame and Leon were a little confused. Obviously, everyone had just been getting along well, and they all thought Chelsea was a kind person. Why are Lin Xiu's stances and opinions so dangerous when it comes to her? I said everyone, including me, is limited by the thinking of the weak. Chelsea explained slowly. Akajiri, can you tell me why you think it's not possible to transform the empire from within? If internal reform was feasible, the empire would not be what it is now, Chi Tong replied. You are right about this, Chi Tong. But, Chi Tong, do you think that if you can figure out a problem, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu won't be able to figure it out? Could it be that, Chi Tong, you understand politics very well, even better than Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer? If you don't understand, Chi Tong, what basis do you have to assert that Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer, cannot save this empire? Chi Tong wanted to say something, but stopped herself, having nothing to say. As a civil official, Lin Xiu's Internal Affairs Officer is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. In terms of military strength, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu has also demonstrated the strength of a general. Such an Internal Affairs Officer of Lin Xiu is not afraid of any shady means. Even if he is suppressed by his political enemies, he can make a comeback with his own strength at the level of a general. It can be said that as time passes, the ministers will gradually lose their power in the court. If the minister steps down and Lin Xiu takes over as Internal Affairs Officer, will you still take action against him? Chelsea asked seriously. Chi Tong was confused, and for the first time, she began to question her own position. As Chelsea said, if she can see the truth clearly, how can Lin Xiu not see it? Since Lin Xiu has chosen this path, then is their choice wrong? Chelsea, you're in a dangerous position. Are you really sent by the Revolutionary Army headquarters? Leon couldn't help but complain. Well, the reason I say this is actually because I met Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu. Chelsea gave a devilish smile. Oh, from what you said, you have seen him before this time. Leon wrinkled her nose. Yes, that's right. Miss Chi Tong should be well aware of this. The Empire and the rebels once planned to murder Governor Lin Xiu. Miss Chi Tong and I were both part of the team that assassinated Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu at the time. However, since I have almost no direct combat ability, I did not participate in the final decisive battle. Akame nodded silently. That assassination greatly changed the trajectory of her life. Chelsea, you support Interior Minister Lin Xiu so much. Isn't it because you're obsessed with looks? Leon joked. How is that possible? Besides looks, I also look at personality and ability, right? Roar. After changing the topic, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. However, Chelsea's words were like a nail that pierced deep into the hearts of Akahima and Leon. Interior Minister Lin Xiu's destructive and constructive abilities are maximized. The Revolutionary Army has great destructive power, but limited constructive capacity. The Empire, perhaps it should indeed be handed over to someone like Lin Xiu. 3 days later, Lin Xiu spent another 3 days leisurely. In the evening, in the residence of the Imperial Minister of Internal Affairs, Lin Xiu was leisurely handling government affairs with Xiu. Lin Xiujuan, with the combined strength of Chang'an's own strength in your policies, the caravans of Chang'an have already taken over 40% of the imperial capital's market. 40%? This speed is already pretty good. Don't be too anxious about the follow-up. Be careful not to affect the minister's interests. At least at this stage, we are not in a position to declare war on the minister directly. Yes, I understand. We have already established contact with the minister's relative. He advised the minister that he would not attack us until he senses a crisis, and when he reaches the critical point. Having said that, Lin Xiu and Xiu smiled at each other. By then, there will already be a large number of interest groups supporting us in the court. Unless he uses violence to eliminate them, he will definitely not be able to shake the support of us, who have so many nobles and officials. Then I won't have to be this crappy interior minister anymore. Lin Xiu still has certain requirements for official positions. This is certainly not because he is an official fan, but because only when his position is higher and the power in his hands is greater can he give the Empire's dragon energy and national destiny a sufficient impact when he betrays the Empire, and only then can the shield level of the Supreme Emperor's throne be reduced to the Demon King level. To this end, Lin Xiu still needs to seize more power. When Lin Xiu and Xiu were discussing the number of emerging dignitaries and old nobles to win over, a loud explosion was heard outside the window. Swoosh! In the direction of the general's mansion, a golden beam of light pierced the sky and blasted away a man wearing heavy armor and with the body of a double-door refrigerator. Then, a man carrying a huge mirror on his back rushed forward, waving the sword Amano Yuuma in his hand and chasing him. Has the war finally started? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. Cornelia, Bonnie, Tsukushi, Jin, and Teiko, go, and lend a hand to General Bud. Yes. After receiving Lin Xiu's order, the group who had been prepared for a long time immediately left the Internal Affairs official's residence. After establishing a physical relationship with Lin Xiu gave them the slime symbiote and the special chess piece. With the help of these two, they almost gained strength that surpassed Brand, although not as high as the general level. Each one is almost equivalent to a quasi-general. In addition, they can use 0.1 mana, so even if it is just a one-on-one fight, they can hold the general back for a long time. With the help of these 5 people, even if General Bud is caught off guard, he will be able to quickly reorganize the front line. After the battle line is reorganized, the night attack will be pushed to the limit. It's time for Lin Xiu to reap the rewards. 10 minutes later, an unprecedentedly strong golden beam of light burst out from outside the window. This is the ultimate attack of the Imperial weapon Romantic Turret, Pumpkin. With this strike, a path was cleared through the assembled Imperial Guards, giving the members of the Night Raid a perfect opportunity to escape. In the original plot, Mine also used this trick at the moment of life and death. After using this trick to deal with General Bud, Maine also turned into a vegetable due to excessive mental exhaustion. Just over 10 seconds after this ray of light was emitted, the flipping the card segment that Lin Xiu had been looking forward to finally came to an end. The first one to use the unconventional chess piece is, as expected, she is, call out, swish, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ever since Lin Xiu sensed something, the golden light cannon started blasting away like crazy. Obviously, the person who used the unconventional chess piece was Marin. Mine's Imperial Tool, Romantic Turret, Pumpkin can transform the user's mental power into artillery fire. The more dangerous the user is, and the higher their will, the more powerful the Imperial Tool will be. If all members of the Night Raid use special chess pieces to enhance their strength, Marin would definitely have the most obvious improvement, because Main is the weakest among the Night Raid members. After using the special chess piece, Mine's physical fitness increased by who knows how many times, and her mental strength even showed an explosive growth. According to my estimation, after using the special chess piece, Ma Yin's regular output is already on par with General Bud. With a little power-up, Ma Yin can suppress General Bud with absolute firepower. Without my support, I'm afraid General Bud would have perished after this battle, right? Lin Xiu smiled slightly. This was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to make General Bud realize that he could not resist the night attack by himself, so that General Bud would transfer more power to him. As long as he obtains the corresponding position, combined with Lin Xiu's terrifying resources from Chang'an City, Lin Xiu will be able to secure his position and gain the loyalty of his subordinates as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, a golden beam of light shot through the sky, blasting General Bud and Bonnie away. If Bonnie's servants hadn't been strengthened once by the slime symbiote, she would never have dared to take on Mine's attack like this. All right, Cornelia and the others have almost made their presence felt. It's my turn now. Thinking about this, Lin Xiu stretched hard. Are you going to take action yourself, Lin Xiu? Have a safe trip. Opposite Lin Xiu, Xiaoyu gave Lin Xiu a gentle yet firm look. Well, I'll be back soon, Xiaoyu, don't worry. After saying that, a flash of emerald green light appeared on Lin Xiu's hand, and the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet was instantly equipped. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Forbidden Hand, Red Dragon Emperor's Armor. Boosted Gear Scale Mail. After using the Forbidden Technique, Lin Xiu's aura became even stronger than before. He reached the peak of the Demon King level, because in the past month or so, he gained 2 more ability spaces through Jin and Mieko. After obtaining 2 new initial ability spaces, Lin Xiu exchanged them for the complete versions of Pure Blood Leviathan Bloodline and Incarnation of God, Dwarf Amona, respectively. As time passed, due to the dual factors of the improvement of bloodline level and his own cultivation, Lin Xiu's strength finally broke through the limit of upper demon and entered the highest demon level. Therefore, after using the Forbidden Hand, Lin Xiu's strength soared to the peak of the Demon King level. Call out. The next second, Lin Xiu kicked out, lightly tapped the air, and disappeared in front of Xiaoyu. The General's Mansion. The Night Raid group was fleeing while carrying out a targeted sniper attack on General Bud. Just now, under the bombardment of Main, General Bud had temporarily lost his combat experience. Unfortunately, after witnessing General Bud's defeat, the Imperial City's guards not only did not lose their will to fight, but instead charged even more frantically at the members of the Night Raid. Seeing that the commotion was getting louder and more reinforcements were coming, the Night Raiders had to retreat. However, even if they were retreating, Night Raid would not miss the opportunity to kill General Bud. During the retreat, Main was always looking for an opportunity to snipe General Bud. Boom! A massive artillery shell with a diameter of over 10 meters flew towards General Bud. Cornelia's eyes were stern as she activated her weapon, King Crusher, with all her might, and stood before General Bud. The earth-shattering impact met the golden light cannon that pierced the sky. The light cannon easily suppressed the shockwave of the crushing king. However, when the light cannon reached Cornelia, the slime symbiote in her body launched an autonomous defense, perfectly withstanding the remaining power of the light cannon. Damn it! Why are all of your former companions, Chi-Tong, so difficult to deal with? Mine uttered a sharp TSK. In response, Chi-Tong could only remain silent. How should she respond? Because all her former companions have become Lin Xiu's women, and Nguyen, you became so strong because you owed Lin Xiu a blow? How dare the bandits who attacked at night attack the general's mansion? What crime should they be punished for? A loud male voice came from the air. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw a red armor standing tall in the air. Master Lin Xiu, is your imperial weapon finally ready? Cornelia shouted back. This sound not only revealed Lin Xiu's identity, but also explained why Lin Xiu was late. After all, Lin Xiu's subordinates came so early, but he came so late, there must be a reason. Seeing Lin Xiu arrive, Cornelia continued as planned. Tsukushi, Bonnie, Takeo, Jin, and all the Imperial Guards under General Bud. Master Lin Xiu possesses strength far superior to ours. Under Master Lin Xiu's leadership, we will surely achieve victory. Charge! Don't let the bandits who attacked at night escape. Ho! Upon hearing that Lin Xiu was Cornelia and her group's superior, the Imperial Guards erupted in an unprecedented fighting spirit. Boom! Lin Xiu ejected green, spiritual energy, accelerating continuously, and soon rushed in front of Yishi. Sky Cloud Sword. Susanoo swung out the hundreds-meter-long Sky Cloud Sword to intercept Lin Xiu. Facing the sudden attack of the Aim no Kamizu sword, Lin Xiu chose the most gorgeous and eye-catching way to respond. Dragon Shoot. Boost, 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 boost. The green light cannon was dozens of meters in diameter, directly enveloping Susanoo's body. Lin Xiu's opening caused a huge response among the Imperial Guards. None of them had expected that besides General Bud, there was such a powerful man in the Empire. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was wantonly using various big scene moves, Najeshin narrowed her eyes. As expected, Lin Xiu intended to use a night attack against General Bud to elevate his own status within the Empire. However, generally speaking, the goal of this mission has been achieved. Rescuing Brand and severely injuring General Bud has already shaken the foundation of part of the Empire. Everyone, retreat immediately. Don't fight to the end. Leave the rear guard action to me, Susanoo. Najeshin shouted immediately. Boss, add me as the rear guard. As he spoke, Lubbock took the initiative to attack Lin Xiu before Najeshin could reply. Wait, Lubbock. Najeshin wanted to say something, but it was too late. Lubbock's thread has already flown towards Lin Xiu. Lubbock felt that he was the only one who could possibly defeat Lin Xiu during the night raid. In order to prevent Yi Shi and Najeshin from becoming dependent on Lin Xiu or even submitting to her, he had to sever his connection with her right here. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of silk threads flew and entangled Lin Xiu's body. Lin Xiu just stood there motionless, letting the silk thread wrap around her body. Lin Xiu even felt the strength of the silk thread. It's quite strong, worthy of being the hair from that dangerous dragon-type creature that even the first emperor couldn't match. These things on me are probably the finest items left by Lubbock. If they get tangled up in these threads, even a top-tier Imperial artifact user like Brand would have a hard time. Pa 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 pa. Lin Xiu just stretched his body a little, and all the silk threads wrapped around and broke. Boom! Astonishing spiritual energy burst out from the jet nozzle, and Lin Xiu rushed towards Lubbock, fell into a trap. Lubbock couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. What he wanted was for Lin Xiu to take the initiative to attack him. Wait, Lubbock, no! Najeshin suddenly realized something and shouted at Lubbock. Boss, I'm sorry. This is the only time I can't obey your order. Lubbock's eyes were determined. considering that Main has already used that guy's pawn. The boss's lifespan has also been shortened due to the use of secret techniques. In order to avoid excessive boss battles in the future, and thus being forced to use chess pieces, he must take action against the debtor. He doesn't want to see the woman he likes climbing into another man's bed. Here it comes. Here it comes. Lubbock looked at the rapidly approaching Lin Xiu excitedly. He arranged an absolute killer weapon on the road that must be taken to reach his destination. Boundary disconnected, a thread that even space cannot cut, possessing a cutting power unrivaled in the world. It was precisely because of the boundary break that Lubbock dared to say that he was the only man who could possibly defeat Lin Xiu in a night raid. Swoosh! Lin Xiu passed through the boundary thread without any pause. Faced with the haircutting of the Super Demon King level dragon-type dangerous species, Lin Xiu's body voluntarily separated. Of course, in Lubbock's eyes, Lin Xiu's body was separated by the boundary line. Success! Lubbock's joy was beyond words. He almost jumped up on the spot. But what happened next surprised him even more. Lin Xiu's body had clearly split into two halves, but he was still flying towards him. As he flew, Lin Xiu's originally separated body unexpectedly became whole again. Oh no! We have to run. Lubbock was well versed in the ways of the vulgar and prepared to run away immediately. It's a pity it's too late. Bang! Lin Xiu stepped on Lubbock from behind. Before Lubbock could even get up, Lin Xiu stepped on one of his as from behind. Hiss! Hi! Lubbock's voice was heartbreaking, sad, and painful. Just like in the original story, Lubbock became a lone testicle warrior with the caring help of Lin Xiu. However, Lubbock did not become a lone testicle warrior for long. Just a few seconds later, Lin Xiu crushed his remaining testicle. Lin Xiu left one for him so he could crush it again. Puff! The sound of eggs falling to the ground. After 2 consecutive bouts of suicidal-level pain, Lubbock's face turned the color of liver. However, because Lin Xiu stepped on him, he couldn't even roll on the ground in pain. Lubbock, Nageshitin felt very uncomfortable, but she also knew that Lubbock deserved it. If you want to harm others, you should be prepared to be retaliated against. After just a moment's hesitation, Nageshitin made a quick decision. Everyone else, retreat immediately. Nageshitin's assessment of the situation was correct. Since Lin Xiu had already taken action, it was too dangerous for them to stay here. She doesn't want to be a tool for Lin Xiu to improve his performance. As for Lubbock, Nageshitin knew very well that he, who had been trampled under Lin Xiu's feet, could not be saved no matter what. Trying to escape? Lin Xiu snorted coldly. If it's just one person, then it obviously hasn't reached the minimum requirement in his mind. Sky Cloud Sword. Susanoo wielded the Murakumo sword, trying to force Lin Xiu away from Lubbock. Lin Xiu stopped where he was, raised his fingers slightly, and caught the huge Murakumo sword like a dragon chariot. What? Susanoo had fought countless battles, but this was the first time he had encountered an enemy who could take his Murakumo sword head-on. After holding the sword of Amano Yuuma, the precious jade on Lin Xiu's body kept shining. Boost, 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 boost. Boost, 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 boost. Crack. Bang. Under Lin Xiu's increasing strength, the Amano Yuuma sword was directly crushed into pieces. Yasakani no Magatama. While the sword of Amano Yuuma was being crushed, Susanoo activated the Yasakani no Magatama and appeared in front of Lin Xiu in an instant. However, obviously, this is not a good idea. Second secret sword. Armor splitting. When engaging Susanoo in close combat, Lin Xiu's power was transmitted from his lower body to his waist, delivering a zero-distance, breaking blow. This kind of zero-distance slashing attack can be called the inch force that can be released by the sword. Swoosh! The force released from Lin Xiu's gauntlets directly tore through the center of Susanoo's waist. Of course, this alone is not enough to defeat Susanoo. Sixth secret sword, Poison Moth Blade. The Moth Blade is a sword technique developed specifically for combating heavily armored foes. When engaged in close combat, the user can transmit high-frequency vibrations through the blade, allowing the vibrations to penetrate the armor directly into the enemy's body. Of course, Susanoo is not a heavily armored enemy. The reason why Lin Xiu used this move was to destroy its core. Kacha. Under the special power of the poison moth blade, an ominous sound came from Susanoo's body. Nad shouldn't go. As Susanoo spoke, he took the initiative to hold Lin Xiu's hand. It was obvious that he wanted to keep Lin Xiu here at the cost of himself. Susanoo, Najeshin bit her red lips lightly, took a last look at Susanoo, and her feet, which had already accelerated to the limit, moved even faster. Are you finished? Lin Xiu never liked such sentimental scenes, so he snapped his fingers lightly. Instant explosion magic. Activate. Explosion. Boom. The colorful black magic power instantly erupted, completely engulfing Lin Xiu and Susanoo. When the explosion dissipated, all that remained at the scene was a red suit of armor and a round magatama. Just as Lin Xiu was about to continue his pursuit, a burly figure in silver armor rushed towards him. Huh! Red-backed Shrike. The one who comes. Brand is killed by 100 people. Seeing that Susanoo had lost his fighting power, Brand gritted his teeth and gave up retreating. Brand. Chidong's red pupils were filled with pain, but she knew that all she and the others could do was not to disappoint Brand's feelings. The consequences of Brand's legacy are clear. Just half a minute later, Brand, who had fought with all his might, lost his fighting spirit and was knocked into the ground by Lin Xiu's punch. After leaving Brand behind, Lin Xiu achieved his intended goal and had no intention of continuing to pursue the night raid. After taking a look at Yi Xiu's back, Lin Xiu turned and rushed towards General Bud. The location of General Bud. At this time, he had stood up again with the help of his personal guards. Although his armor was tattered and his whole body was in tatters, he managed to maintain the dignity of the Empire's general. Seeing Lin Xiu approaching, General Bud immediately spoke. Lin Xiu, Internal Affairs Officer, with your abilities, being an Internal Affairs Officer is a waste of your talent. You've performed a great deed this time. I will also report your outstanding achievements this month to His Majesty, so that His Majesty can reward you accordingly. As soon as they met, General Bud promised to seek credit for Lin Xiu, because he could feel his physical condition. Although he was not disabled, he was not far from it. He needed a rest for at least a year and a half. In addition, since his death is still some time away from returning, it is necessary to promote Lin Xiu to deter night attacks. Thank you, General Bud. Lin Xiu smiled slightly, feeling a little better. Of course, it was just a little more comfortable. Who told Bud to take his gift and not do anything about it? Since Bud is not a human being, he can only use his own means to get what he wants. By the way, General Bud seems to be seriously injured. Lin Xiu helped Bud up, looking very concerned. Well, although my life is not in danger, my body and Imperial weapon have been severely damaged. I will need a long time to recuperate. Bud's face darkened. He hadn't expected someone to use the romantic battery to such an extent during a night raid. It was simply a forward cannon. Don't worry, General Bud. I just gave you a rough check of your injuries. As long as you use the secret medicine from Chang'an City, I estimate that you'll be able to recover in 10 days at most. Really? Then, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu, do you have this secret medicine on you? For the first time, General Bud looked at a young man for help. I don't have it on me, but I can send someone to get it right away. However, this secret medicine is quite precious. I don't know if Chang'an has used it yet. It doesn't matter, Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu. Whether you get it or not, you have done your best. I will remember this kindness in my heart. Bud roughly understood what Lin Xiu meant. Lin Xiu's meaning was probably that whether EE had the secret medicine depended on how quickly he could get things done. As long as he helped Lin Xiu finish her work, then Lin Xiu would probably be able to take out the secret medicine at any time. The so-called secret medicine is in Chang'an, is most likely just Lin Xiu's excuse. Originally, I wanted to give him more experience before letting him take on this important position, but I didn't expect that he would have reached such a high level in both his literary and martial arts skills. Indeed, only a person like him who has strong civil service skills is qualified to fight against the ministers. Tonight, I will meet His Majesty tonight and ask for credit for you, General Bud promised. The other side, night attack there. After returning to the base, Najeshidan and everyone took a rough inventory of the losses. First came Brand. They finally rescued Brand, but Brand still stayed on the battlefield to cover their retreat. Then there was Susanoo. Najeshidan could feel that Susanoo was not dead, but was in a state where he could not respond to her commands. If she wanted to activate Susanoo again, she would probably need to use her secret technique once or even twice. Finally, there's Lubbock. When Lubbock was mentioned, Najeshidan frowned fiercely. She knew that Lubbock deserved it. If he hadn't tried to attack Lin Xiu, Lin Xiu wouldn't have stepped on his balls. What happened in Lubbock is all my fault. In front of her companions, Najeshidan took the initiative to take the responsibility on herself. She knew that Lubbock was afraid that she would use her secret technique too many times and would be forced to use chess pieces in the future. The story of Marin has proven that when faced with a life-or-death crisis, they will still choose to use chess pieces. Therefore, in order to prevent the woman he loves from climbing into another man's bed, Lubbock chose to take action against Lin Xiu. Najeshidan understood this principle, and so did the other members of Night Raid. They regretted Lubbock's death. But that's all. They have to look to the future. Okay, now let's start planning the next phase of operations. Najeshidan took out a portrait. According to reliable information, Isdeth will return to the imperial capital in 10 days. Before Isdeth returns, we must do our best to eliminate the minister's followers. Lin Xiu should be very happy to see us eliminate the minister's power, so he will most likely condone us in eliminating the minister's power. So, what happens after his death comes back? Marin asked proactively. Of course, find a chance to kill his death. In Najeshidan's opinion, Lin Xiu was qualified to live until the establishment of the new empire, but his death was definitely not qualified. Isdeth's existence will only bring chaos to the world. Good. Is the target another great general of the empire? I'm burning. Leon clasped his palms together in front of his chest, looking like a lion about to hunt. However, the next second, she casually said another very important thing. By the way, if you need to use chess pieces, let me do it. Come on. Akame looked at Leona in confusion. Akajiri, you should know that although each of us can use chess pieces, only you and I can gain powerful combat power by using them. So let me go first. Don't look at me like this. I'm quite afraid of death. Besides, I think Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu is quite handsome. If I could lose my virginity to him, it would be a good choice. Akame was silent. She knew that what Leona said was half true and half false. Half of it was just as Leona said. She felt it was nice to lose her virginity with Lin Xiu. The other half should be to relieve her of any psychological pressure. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, Min pushed her chair away and put one foot on the edge of the table. Leon, don't say anything sad before the battle begins. Angry words. I'm super strong now. With the super strong mental power after reincarnation, Main and her companions defeated General Bud. If you can defeat General Bud, you could defeat General Isdeth. Okay, then I'll be looking forward to your performance, Mine. Leon smiled easily and reached out to touch Main's cute face. Perhaps Governor Lin Xiu will turn Mine into a real woman tomorrow. Perhaps this will be the last time I touch Mine as a pure girl. Leon's mood was a little complicated. Leon, Mine, how about having barbecue tonight? Akaji raised her thumbs up. Her eyes became small, and she suggested in a very cute way. No problem. Before Main could reply, Leon and Najeshidan raised their thumbs together. So, carnivorous people are really annoying. Main, while having her face pinched by Leon, she raised her head and complained to the sky. Although it is to eat barbecue. However, Chi-Tong was not very considerate and prepared special dishes for Main. After eating the western steak she had ordered, Maine soaked in the hot spring for a while and fell asleep early. At night, Marin was very nervous and couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. The reason she hadn't fallen asleep was to wait for someone to arrive. That person was named Lin Xiu. According to the agreement, the ground will use the force of the belt once. To read Jing Shuang's novels, go to Feilu Novel Network. Knowing this, Akagi was so considerate as to prepare special dishes for her. Knowing this, she washed herself early and went to bed early in the morning. On the bed, a pink-haired girl with twin ponytails named Majuan was modeling. Her delicate and slender body was glowing white under the moonlight. For tonight, Mine specially put on her favorite pink pajamas. Of course, she also listened to Hill's advice, respected Lin Xiu's preferences, and did not take off the pair of black stockings she wore during the day. As she lay there, Mine began to have wild thoughts. Just when Maine was daydreaming. Click! With a soft sound, her door was opened. Let's make it clear in advance. I have no experience and won't actively cooperate with you. So, you should do it yourself. Get it done quickly and leave. Hiding in the quilt, Marin was like a little hamster, treating the quilt as a small room to protect herself. Zitto. Maine, what are you talking about? Hill's voice reached Mine's ears, causing her body to stiffen instantly. Maine, what do you mean you have no experience? What do you mean you want me to do it myself? Hill continued to finish off the enemy. Mine didn't dare to reply. She just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The next second, a man's voice was heard in the room. Hill, what Marin said wasn't to you, but to me. After listening to Lin Xiu's explanation, Hill finally nodded, not quite understanding. So that's how it is. On Main's side, after hearing Lin Xiu's voice, she stood up instantly. You? Why are you here? Lin Xiu took a look at Ma Yin's cute pajamas, then looked at the pair of black silk thighs wrapped with pink ribbons under Ma Yin's pajamas and smiled with satisfaction. Maine, you're dressed like this, and you're still asking me why I'm here? Me? I mean, how come you came in with Hill? Marin thought of a possibility. Her pink pupils shrank instantly, and she suddenly became speechless. Oh, this Maine, I'm here to help you. Hill smiled and gave the answer that Maine expected. It must be this pervert who ordered you to do this, Hill, right? No. I came here to help Marin. I'm quite experienced in helping other girls. Hill replied with a smile. Are you experienced in helping other girls? Xia, what exactly did you experience with Lin Xiu? When she thought of this, Mine's fair skin gradually turned rosy. Look, you see, it was indeed Hill himself who proposed to help Marin. Lin Xiu smiled and spread his hands. How could Mine possibly believe it? In her opinion, even if Sierra had proposed it, it must have been Lin Xiu who had corrupted Sierra. Whatever you say anyway, as agreed, I'll stay with you this night. It doesn't matter. Even if it's just for one night, I will give you a perfect experience, Ma Jin. Lin Xiu slowly moved upwards along Ma Yin's black silk jade feet. Is that so? It was the first time that Ma Yin saw Lin Xiu being so gentle, and she subconsciously looked away from Lin Xiu. An extremely powerful boy who is decisive in killing outsiders, but extremely gentle to you. Marin is very familiar with this kind of plot in girls' comics, and is very moved. Under Hill's guidance, Ma Inha held Lin Xiu's hand with one hand and Hill's hand with the other, and slowly sat down. The slender body of the pink-haired girl with twin ponytails trembled slightly. Her delicate pink pupils kept turning white, and her black jade feet wrapped in pink ribbons also went around Lin Xiu's waist. While she was still conscious, Ma Yin bit her red lips and looked towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu, can you answer a question for me? Why did you give us pawns? Why did you establish a relationship with us in this way? Although she already had a rough answer in her mind, Ma Yin still wanted to get confirmation from Lin Xiu. Why? Because I like it, of course. Like? Who do you like? One person or everyone? Well, I like all pretty, attractive girls. Girls like you, Ma Yin, who refuse to succumb to fate in troubled times and actively fight against it, are the ones who meet my standards. They are both beautiful and charming. Lin Xiu replied seriously. Do you have to get it just because you like it? Marin was furious. Why? Can't I? I've always been like this. Lin Xiu smiled faintly, pulling down Marin's hands and holding them tightly to her body. The blood infusion technique was activated, and the higher-level blood energy continued to wash over Marin, transforming her body. Blood infusion method, based on Lin Xiu's high-level blood, transforms the essence and life essence of other lives. Under the dual effects of blood infusion and the symbiote, Marin's life essence ushered in a wave of explosion. The girl's pink pupils almost rolled over, and she finally came to her senses. After coming to her senses, Ma-in immediately accused Lin Xiu. "You are such a scumbag. If you're a scumbag, be prepared to accept my punishment." Although she was saying that Lin Xiu was a scumbag, Ma-in took the initiative to hug Lin Xiu's neck and kissed him with her red lips. Although Lin Xiu was a scumbag, his skills were indeed impressive. Although he made her cakes much more expensive, she knew that he was giving the money he collected from the rich to the poor. Although he took Lubbock and Bran away, she knew that he simply didn't want the girl he liked to be around other men. Most importantly, Mai knew that Lin Xiu was indeed a good person, hairpin. After understanding this, Ma-in felt Lin Xiu's dominance and also felt an unprecedented sense of security. Is it because I'm so vulnerable at heart that I'm so moved right now? Not because of the man in front of me? Marin didn't know the answer. She only knew that she now had an impulse to fall into depravity. While enjoying Marin's initiative and feeling her, Lin Xiu heard the system's prompt sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the acquisition of luck. Source of luck, Marin. Blank initial ability, slot +1. Total initial ability slots, now 13. Since I've already captured silver and Takeo plus mine, the total has increased from 10 to 13. The next day, when Ma-in opened her eyes, she was surprised to find that she was hugging Lin Xiu tightly, as if she would not let Lin Xiu leave her. And Ma-in had never thought that she would become so subconsciously dependent on and close to Lin Xiu. He's obviously just 8B ****** D-man who wants to get everything, Marin whispered. The next second, as if hearing her complaint, the symbiote still soaking in her body made several rhythmic movements. It was the beating of the same frequency as Lin Xiu's heart. Under the rhythm of the symbiote, Marin's already slightly bulging belly became even more bulging. Could it be? Ma-in swallowed her saliva, turned her head, and saw Lin Xiu, who had opened his eyes. "Good morning, Ma-in. Do you want to play another game?" Lin Xiu smiled and invited Ma-in to play another game. Another round? Didn't we agree to only accompany you for one night? Marin was stunned. Just think of it as an advance payment for next time, okay? Who told me I like mine so much? Seeing mine so cute this early in the morning, how could I resist? You stinky man. All you can do is talk big. Having said that, Ma-in still took the initiative to put her arms around Lin Xiu's neck and kissed her. Ma-in had to admit that even though she had called Lin Xiu a stinky man many times, his mouth did smell sweet when kissed. As they kissed, Ma-in skillfully extended her black silk jade feet wrapped with pink ribbons into Lin Xiu's hands. This fully demonstrated that the first experience with Lin Xiu last night had left an indelible mark in the depths of Marin's mind, and even formed a conditioned reflex in her. Looking at Lin Xiu, who was stunned by her legs stretching, Ma-in hummed softly. Don't you just like this? You're pretending to be like this now, but who was it that you were so eager to suck last night? Hearing this, Lin Xiu smiled knowingly. Main, you are so cute, even when you are so proud of yourself. Lin Xiu really likes this tsundere and cute Marin. Even though she had already cleared the ability space last night, Marin still looked so tsundere. Slowly savoring every bit of the tsundere girl's cuteness and slowly uncovering her inner heart made Lin Xiu feel extremely happy. Noon. Marin got up with a bulging belly. Coincidentally, everyone who had participated in the night raid was having lunch. Although Main and Hill were not at home during breakfast, everyone was tactful and did not go to Main's room to disturb them. Main, what do you want to eat? Seeing Ma-in get up, Chi-tong immediately showed concern. Hearing this, Ma-in blushed. Could she say she was full? No need to eat. I just came here to drink some milk. In fact, Mine could get some water from Lin Xiu, but Mine's water deficit was too big, and she really didn't want to keep pestering Lin Xiu. Chu. Looking at the milk in front of her, Marin seemed to remember something and sneezed very cutely. Under the influence of air pressure, the overflowing symbiont flowed out through Marin's nostrils. Everyone knew that Marin had not yet drunk the milk, which meant, Main, how did you feel last night? Did that Lin Xiu treat you too well? Leona asked after swallowing. Why don't you ask Hill about this? Why are you asking me? As she said that, Main hurriedly took a tissue to cover her delicate nose. After a long silence, Marin, sensing the subtle gazes from those around her, sighed and said with a life-threatening tone, He can be gentle sometimes and rough sometimes. But overall, he's not bad. Under Lin Xiu's blood infusion method, Marin didn't feel any pain, only comfort and nostalgia. If she was really in pain, Marin would be crying in her bed now, instead of leisurely coming out to replenish water. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Leon patted Main's back gently. Is that so? Then I feel relieved. Leon patted Main's back gently. And, ugh, because of the impact from her back, Marin's already full esophagus reacted again, and a lot of symbiotes poured out. Everyone was silent. Only Leon swallowed hard, his body temperature rising slightly, and he quickly produced various hormones for reproduction. On the one hand, Leon had already prepared for the next sacrifice. On the other hand, after obtaining the imperial weapon King of Beasts, Leona's already wild personality was tainted with some beast characteristics, and Lin Xiu's succubus bloodline was extremely effective against beasts that pursued biological instincts. This combination caused Leon's biggest reaction. Nageshidan noticed Leon's abnormality and looked up at the sky with melancholy. He said that only those he favored could use the chess pieces. Then he took away all the men in the night raid in this battle. That is to say, in his eyes, I am actually a woman. What will happen if we have such a powerful friendly enemy? Nageshidan found that after seeing the white substance that Main vomited out, her thoughts also became strange. The other side, as for Lin Xiu, he had no idea how big a chain reaction the things he left behind would trigger during the night raid. Lin Xiu is now preparing to meet the Little Emperor. Normally, with Lin Xiu's position as the Imperial Internal Affairs Officer, a second highest level civil servant, Fanina should have summoned him at least once a week. But due to the minister's interference, Lin Xiu had not seen Huang Ningnao once in more than a month. After putting on her official uniform, Lin Xiu was taken to the palace by a special motorcade. After going through a series of tedious procedures, Lin Xiu finally entered the palace again. However, unlike the last time when she flew here, this time, Lin Xiu entered the palace through formal procedures. Your Majesty has ordered that Imperial Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu come to see you. Master Lin Xiu, please follow me. Under the guidance of the Imperial Guards, Lin Xiu climbed the long white jade steps and walked towards the deepest part of the palace. However, before reaching the deepest part, Lin Xiu was stopped by a man with the body of a double-door refrigerator. General Bud, do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Xiu frowned. It was somewhat against the rules for Bud to come to him in front of the court. However, since Bud chose to do so, it proved that Bud must have something important to discuss. Well, I do have something to talk to you about, but not it seriously. Today I have arranged a battle for you. You must win, no matter what. Only then can you obtain the official position I have requested for you. So that's how it is. By the way, General Bud, didn't I tell you before that there are holy medicines for healing in Chang'an? It just so happened that a caravan from Boandu entered the imperial capital yesterday. They were planning to auction the items. After I got the news, I intercepted them immediately. Text. Lin Xiu took out a medicine jar decorated with something similar to Chuanbei loquat paste. Bud said he had already arranged the battle, which meant that the current situation did not allow for regrets. Since Bud has done the job, Lin Xiu will not refuse to pay. Okay. Thank you, Master Lin Xiu. I will use it as soon as possible. After receiving the healing medicine from Lin Xiu, Bud chatted with Lin Xiu for a while, and then left first on the grounds that he needed to use the healing medicine. Soon, it was time for Lin Xiu to meet with the Emperor alone. Led by the herald, Lin Xiu entered the palace that represented the supreme power of the empire. Of course, Lin Xiu believes that the so-called supreme power should be replaced by supreme fist power. It is precisely because of the absolute military power that the ministers dare to act so tyrannically. As he entered the hall, a blue-haired girl who looked like the water goddess Fanina came into Lin Xiu's sight. Different from the lazy look she had on the bed that day, the Emperor girl was sitting upright today, still with some basic dignity. It's a pity that I still wear safety pants as before. Through the recently exchanged data, Lin Xiu clearly saw the shield from the Supreme Emperor's throne surrounding the little emperor and the ministers. I understand, little emperor, but why should I share the shield? Lin Xiu was observing the connection between the emperor girl, the minister, and the supreme throne, when General Bud shouted sternly, "Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu, you have committed the grave crime of disrespect by gazing upon His Majesty. Your Highness, I must punish those who defy the imperial authority." Imperial weapon. A Dramalek. Boom. Before the imperial girl could say anything, the terrifying blue-white lightning had already struck Lin Xiu. General Bud, isn't it a bit too rude to start a war in the hall? Fanina frowned fiercely. Hearing this, Bud knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I just want to show you the strength of Lin Xiu, the Internal Affairs Officer." Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu possesses the strength of a general, so Your Majesty need not worry about his safety. Just as Bud said, after the smoke and dust cleared, Lin Xiu's figure gradually appeared. The black-haired, black-eyed boy was enveloped in a protective shield of water. Not only were his injuries gone, but even his hair wasn't messed up. Even if he had the intention of recommending talent, General Bud should still be punished for such a disrespectful behavior in front of the palace. Your Majesty, clearly defining rewards and punishments is the way of a wise ruler, the minister said while chewing on meat. I see. The imperial girl nodded, not quite understanding. Then, Minister, what do you think of jointly punishing General Bud with half a year's salary? Your Majesty, is this punishment too light? Being so partial to General Bud will make other officials dissatisfied. The minister smiled awkwardly. Too light? Then, Minister, what do you think the punishment should be? I think Your Majesty could have Bud imprisoned in the palace for 6 months, and then give the salary he lost to Internal Affairs Officer Lin Xiu as compensation. What do you think, Your Majesty? The minister asked, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Sound good, let's do it. As long as the general direction is correct, the little emperor always listens to his ministers. After hearing the little emperor's verdict, Lin Xiu secretly gave the minister a thumbs up. If Bud is imprisoned, the power of the ministers in the outer court will probably be greatly expanded. However, since Bud dared to do this, it means he has the means to control the minister's expansion. If I'm not mistaken, Bud's method is me. After making the decision, the imperial girl picked up the scepter and stood up from the throne. Bud, do you accept this punishment? Your Majesty, I have violated the rules in front of your palace, and I am willing to accept the punishment. However, as I just said, I was recommending talents to Your Majesty, which is why I behaved so rudely in front of the palace. Now that I've been punished by His Majesty, I have an even greater need to see this matter through to the end. Bud knelt on one knee and said, Oh, he's the talent you wanted to recommend? He's the one who developed Chang'an and captured the bandits who attacked at night. The Emperor girl has long been interested in Lin Xiu. Since she ascended the throne, all she heard was bad news, or bad news disguised as good news. Having been hearing this kind of news for a long time, Fanina doubted her ability to govern the country and did not dare to oppose any minister's policies. But then, a weirdo like Lin Xiu appeared. Without relying on the minister's policies and support, a small village has developed so well. Amidst a pile of bad news, Lin Xiu's good news stands out. If Lin Xiu were to manage the empire, could she believe that While the empire might not multiply several times over, it would at least thrive. The empire is thriving. Now she can go and have fun without any worries. After defeating Lin Xiu, Funina looked at General Bud curiously. Bud, what do you mean by we must carry the recommendation through to the end? Bud stood up, lightning flashing in his eyes. I personally believe that, in addition to possessing the military prowess of a general, Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer, also possesses the magnanimity to be a minister in terms of internal affairs management. Therefore, I have privately made an agreement with Minister 867 to jointly assess Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer, to see if he is qualified to share your majesty's worries. The minister has seen the achievements of Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer, in governing the imperial capital this month. In just 1 month, the imperial capital has received tax revenues comparable to 6 months of the previous year, and crime rates have also dropped significantly. 1 month is equivalent to half a year's tax revenue last year. That is 6 times. The imperial girl used her meager arithmetic skills to come up with the answer. Yes, 6 times. The minister put down the stake in his hand, looking very kind and friendly. Minister Lin Xiu mobilized a large number of caravans from Chang'an to promote the development of industry and commerce in the imperial capital. He also formulated reasonable commercial taxes, which made the entire imperial capital's business more active. That's why Your Majesty saw this 6-fold increase in taxes. Even an old minister has to admit the excellence of Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer. In my opinion, he is undoubtedly qualified to share the burden of His Majesty. The reason why the ministers were willing to speak well of Lin Xiu was that 70% of the 6-fold tax revenue fell into the hands of his ruling group. Lin Xiu expected the minister to speak well of him, but he didn't expect that Bud and the minister would jointly assess him. In other words, Bud hadn't ignored him before. When Lin Xiu was confused, he said, "Next, I will use a battle to show Your Majesty the personal strength of Lin Xiu, the internal affairs officer. If Lin Xiu, the internal affairs official, obtains the old minister and his imperial guards, Your Majesty sincerely hopes to grant him a position commensurate with his military prowess and governing ability." Bud's words can be said to have taken simplicity and crudeness to the extreme. If it goes a little further, it can be called forcing the emperor to abdicate. It's a pity that the emperor has no relevant knowledge in this regard. After listening to Bud's explanation, she stood up excitedly. A fight? Or will General Bud personally take action? Okay, I agree. When does it start? The Emperor girl's eyes lit up. Fighting is great. She loves watching fights the most.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.